Good morning, everybody. Nice to have your company wherever you're tuning in all around Australia or indeed the world on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Welcome to our first hit out of October and technically our last hit out of week one of term 4 of 2023. There's an asterisk next to that, and I'll tell you why in just a moment. Welcome to Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, to Virtual Road America, one of the great racetracks anywhere in the world, for round 2 of the GSRC Endurance Championship for this portion of 2023. Of course, we're already one season down as far as the GSRC Endurance Championship is concerned. This year it took place through terms 1 and 2. This is round 2 of season 2, which is spread out across semester 2, terms 3 and 4 of the campaign. It's all made possible with thanks to our friends at Login Systems, of course. 11:54 a.m. Server time and 11:54 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time as well. So it's all syncing up quite beautifully at the moment. I'm Zach Cable. Alongside me is Daniel Correa-Sar, and I believe, better late than never, Sam Chapman has jumped into the booth just now as well. Beautiful day in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. 3 km/h winds, the ambient temperature of 18 degrees, 28 on track, clear conditions. Well, that's a given because the rain server is a bit like, watching paint dry. We're still waiting for it. We're just waiting. Good afternoon to those of you tuning in across the ditch in New Zealand. Good morning to those of you tuning in Western Australia. Good morning to those of you tuning in Queensland, and happy 19, 11 and 12 for you as well. The summer is underway. 2 down. There's one thing for you, gentlemen. I'm going to get in early and get the first jabs away. 2 things here. They're already 0 from 2 this weekend, Queensland, as far as the weekend is concerned. They went down yesterday narrowly in the AFL Grand Final, and they got left behind at the starting blocks this morning by the tune of an hour when the rest of the Eastern Seaboard progressed into daylight saving for the summer. Yes, we're starting early. We're getting the jabs in right from the outset. Now, we should point out as well, Sam Chapman, that this is what Plan C looks like, because I was approached on, I think it was Wednesday night, about doing the commentary for this event. Normally, I'm not here on a Sunday. I'm normally just reserved for Monday and Thursday. Our mate Liam Banks, who normally anchors with you, not available this weekend. He's off enjoying the long weekend, and rightly so. And thankfully, now that the rugby league season is over in Ipswich, I don't have a weekend life as I used to. So therefore, it was an easy switcheroo. Thanks out, Caven in. You're here. You're a mainstay. You're a regular. And Daniel Correa-Sar's here as well. 4 hours around Road America. What a recipe. What a way to start October.
Yeah, should be good. No, good to be on. Yeah, we've had a bit of a switch around, but you might notice that the endurance broadcast is slightly high graphics level today, thanks to Daniel Crusoe being on the being on the pots and pans. So, yeah, no, now I get to look for the sidelines. This will be nice.
And by the sidelines, he means bed, ladies and gentlemen. He's literally only just woken up, our Sam Chapman. Big day yesterday for the AFL Granny, mate.
Oh, yeah, it was a long and twisting road. I've got a bit of a beef with daylight savings, to be honest, Zach, because it means I lost an extra hour of sleep.
You and everybody else.
But yes, no, it was all a good day, except for the fact that Collingwood won.
Well, that's exactly right. Anyone but Collingwood was the rule going into yesterday,
Exactly.
Unfortunately. Couple of bits of ill discipline and a poor advantage call in the final quarter cost to Brisbane. But you got to play to the whistle, unfortunately. And those 2 bits of ill discipline, giving away a 50 that led to a goal and giving away a free kick late in the piece, really did cost the Lions in the end there. But a great game of football nonetheless. Far better than last year's Geelong training run.
I'll tell you what, because we had some shockers sometimes in the grand finals. So to actually have it at least go right until the end is a nice touch.
Exactly right. The big sport keeps rolling on this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we're here for the next 4 hours, bringing you all the action from Road America, and we're very excited about that. At the same time, the Australian International Summer of Cricket gets underway at North Sydney Oval, with Australia taking on the West Indies in the first of the women's T20 internationals. We will have score updates coming to hand as we go here. I'm a little bit that's the only thing I'm disappointed about today, fellas. I should have brought an extra monitor with me, because when I made the trek down from Ipswich a couple of weeks ago, because I've only got the 3 screens, not the 4. So I've got nowhere to put the cricket at the moment, which is unfortunate. And of course, we'll also have updates coming in from the Core Stadium on NRL Grand Final Day. Yeah, how good's life at the moment? AFL Grand Final one day, NRL Grand Final the next. Of course, we've got the State Championship Grand Final, followed by the NRLW Grand Final, then, of course, the main game. And if that's not enough, at 5 o'clock this afternoon, the latest round of the World Motorcycle Championship from the Twin Ring Motegi in Japan as well. So it's an enormous day of sport, and we're delighted to be playing just a small part of that. Gentlemen, I'm going to give you the floor here, Sam Chapman, to give a little bit of a brief synopsis of where we are so far. This is the second round of the Login Systems GT3 and Hypercar Endurance Championship, the GSRC Endurance Championship. More to the point now, we've now got the Hypercars involved with the GT3s. It adds a new exciting element and component to the championship. We are 1 round in. We should have been 2, but we've had a little bit of a restructure and a reschedule on the calendar, and Road America now playing host to round 2.
Yeah, no, it's all sort of been moved around a little bit. It just seems this time of year there's just a lot of different things on that's being clashed with. But yeah, I'll have to see if Daniel's got the points there or anything like that. If not, I'll have a bit of a look.
Your wish is our command.
Yeah, have a look at this. How good. So we've got Stonks Racing right up the top of the GTP class. So they're right up the top of qualifying as well. So yeah, we've seen these guys before, but they're very quick and very consistent. So we'll see what happens there. And then yeah, we did see great racing in the GT3 class last race as well. So those top 3. So we'll have to have a look at where they are in the standings and all of this. It does seem like we've got at least a few less GTPs this time around. But as long as we've got a few throwing a spanner in the works for the GT3 class, that's what's important.
5 hypercars, 17 GT3 cars entered this time round. In that GT3 field, there are just 4 manufacturers represented: BMW, Mercedes, Ferrari, and Porsche. So that's where the strengths are at the moment in GT3 racing. If you've been following our coverage of Monday Night Motorsport, as we know, despite the fact that Denchi made everyone look silly in a McLaren last season, let's be perfectly honest, no Ford, no Audi, and no Lambo on the grid either today as well. Qualifying wrapping up, you can see that we're in overtime now as far as qualifying is concerned, and there's a fair bit of it when we get to Road America. They wave the checkered flag. Everyone can complete their current flying lap or bring it back to pit lane in the case of Rob Hill here, who's 5th in class at the moment. Surprise, surprise, Matt Dench is on pole in GT3.
Oh, there's a shock. There's a shock. Yes, no, he might have embarrassed people in a McLaren, but he embarrasses people in any car he drives just about. So, yeah, Dench on pole. I think how much faster is he? What, 5/10 or something? So we'll see what happens with that. I mean, it's technically not a heavily Porsche, I guess, dominant sort of circuit. And we do have a few sort of powery circuits on the calendar. So and now actually, because this will be the first one where we have the new Ferrari as well.
Yeah.
It would have been the old Ferrari before, so we'll see how that plays, because that seems to be quite quick in a straight line from my experience. It's quite good around Monza earlier in the official series. So we'll see how that is here as well.
And we're looking forward to heading to Monza ourselves with GT3 in the not too distant future. In fact, I think it's tomorrow night, if memory serves.
Yep.
Yeah. So a chance to get a look at the new Ferrari for me personally for the first time today, into that tomorrow, of course, on the back of not being here Monday night just gone, as I was at the Sydney Opera House. Very good morning to those of you still having breakfast in Western Australia as you joined us this morning at 9 a.m. What a way to wake up with GSRC competition blasting into your eardrums throughout the course of the day. Let's have a look at the grid. There's 4 hours worth of jabs coming left, right and centre here today, ladies and gentlemen. The grid will look like this. Daniel Bannerfield and Chris Henn will be the front row. And then James Chastanoff will start on the second row alongside David Christensen and Julia Mookie from row 3. That's the hypercar field. And then the GT3 field sees Matt Dench on pole position ahead of Wayne Hewitt, Magnus Roney, Matt Arnold, and Rob Hill. And there's the rest of the grid for you over the page. Ben Collard and John Jennings from row 6, Mitch McIntyre and Adam Holland from 7, Guy Leach and Greg Brooks from 8. Then we go back to Guy Leach and, Peter Hunter and Corey Hodges from row 9 and Kurt Chapman and Nigel Patton from row 10. The final row of the grid there should read Joe Baldwin and John Simpson, but I believe they're just going to be taking on race control duties today. They're in the server for that purpose and that purpose only. One of them will be driving a pace car, will they not? If we require one, or will we be having the manual iRacing safety car here?
No, we'll be utilising the iRacing safety car as we are down a few people, and also just giving it a test, just because there were some teething issues in the last round, so we'll see how it goes this time.
No further questions, Your Honour. Teething issues, we'll just leave it at that. Teething issues this year will be the death of me, dead set. All right, gentlemen, who's the tip and why? 4 hours is a long way, and a lot can go wrong, a lot can go right. But if you were to hedge your bets now, who would they be on?
I mean, Denchi sits in pole position for the GT3s. That's not exactly a long shot, that one. So we'll see what happens with, I guess, the rest of the team and how the day plays out. But that looks like it's quite nice there. From the GTP class it's been a long time since the first round now, given the second round was cancelled.
That's true.
It's
back in July, wasn't it?
I reckon it was.
All right.
Here they go.
So it's been a while between drinks. We're heading off now behind the safety car here, boys. Getting a start very quickly, very swiftly, very promptly here, and getting ready to rock and roll. Round 2 of the Login Systems GSRC Endurance Championship, and here come the hypercars up onto the main straight and up towards the start-finish line, where Barney thankfully has a green flag in hand. 4 hours ahead of us from Road America. Welcome to the 1st of October, Sunday Motorsport on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Let's go! Benefield, a great start on the inside, holding sway over Chris Hen on the outside, and Hen's happy to yield and not contest, not challenge for top spot running into the first corner. Here go the GT3 cars now getting their race underway about 20 seconds after the fact, and it'll be interesting to see. We know full well, Chris Hen's off the road. Chris Hen's off the road at turn 2. Or 3 as it's known here at Road America. That little kink there counts as 2. Here comes 3, and Chris Hen was off the road very early in the piece. So he's now a distant 5th and last in the hypercar field. Matt Dench and I start. Wayne Hewitt tucked into second spot. Matt Arnold and Magnus Roney have swapped around, as have Ben Collard and Rob Hill. Mitch McIntyre and John Jennings have done the same thing. But all in all, a safe start for the GT3 field as they head down towards turn 5 for the first time. Already the challenges are on further back in the pack. Guy Leach hung out to dry there on the outside. Oh, kissed the dirt on the way through. Kept the boot into it. John Jennings trying to get down on his inside and does so. And Guy Leach yields and slots into 9th place for the moment. Tim Fuge and Peter Hunter were having a little bit of a battle. And Argy somewhere behind there. So it's a field of 20 contesting the second round of the championship over 4 hours at Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. This is what happened to Chris Hen on the run down to turn 3. Oh, no. Lost the rear end and gone. And really, too hard, too early. You don't need to be making mistakes like that in a race this long.
Yeah, that's just cold tyres on the second corner, isn't it? That just overcooked it going in there. So that's a difficult pill to swallow. At least for him, Denchi did pull out, that about 15 seconds before the start of the race. So he wasn't caught by the GT3s and have to move through that crowd. But he will have to make up a bit of time. Hopefully, it won't have to pit, but there might be a little bit of gravel flowing through that system somewhere.
Now, what's going to be interesting here too, mate, and you know this more than most, having dealt with this series on a regular basis in the past, is the further we go, especially now that we've got 2 different classes contesting the race here, the more lap traffic is going to play a part.
Absolutely. And that's Well, and actually now more than it used to as well, because we've got the two classes,
Yeah.
which complicates things in another way. It's not just the battle in front of you; it's also where that other class is on track, because that can very easily lose you a spot if you get that at the wrong moment. So yeah, that'll be a great thing to watch. It's the right sort of track for multi-class racing, which I think is why we're doing America and not Atlanta, because Atlanta is a bit of a different story on that front. If you've got a very impatient hypercar behind you in a GT3 through that first sector, it would be a scary thing. Yeah, I mean, where are we on track? So Denchi's pulled out a second and a half here as well on that GT3 field. He got a lovely jump ahead of that GT3 field, but pulled out enough of a gap to not get held up by any of the what are they, LMP cars yet ahead. So yeah, Chris Hens making his way back up. He had a very quick lap beforehand trying to catch up, but that pace seems to have dropped back up. It looks like there's a move for the lead ahead in the hypercars. No, it's just
No, no.
bouncing around. Oh, I
And
was getting excited, but
that's all right.
that's just SDK.
Exactly.
Um, exactly. I've actually just turned on Jack all the sector times for SDK as well, which is fun. So I get to see when people are running in purple sectors and that sort of thing. I haven't turned all that on before.
You can keep us across sector times, and I'll just have a look at the main lap speed for the moment. My screen not big enough to stretch everything in, or squeeze everything in, I should say. At the moment, I am using the remote setup whilst I'm broadcasting from Cessnock through the course of the next 6 weeks or so. But looking forward to doing that, because it means I'm in progressive civilization. Benefield is there in first place, and then we go back to Chastanov in second. Christensen is third. That's the hyperclass standings at the moment. 2.6 the margin first to second, and 1.7 from second to third. Julian looking another 4 seconds down the road. Chris Hens had 2 off-track skirmishes in 2 laps and is 16 seconds off the lead at the moment. Matt Dench, the leader, closing in actually on... no, he's not closing in on Chris Hen, but he is the closest to Chris Hen, about 16 seconds down the road. Wayne Hewitt is a second and a half behind. Then Matt Arnold's under pressure from Magnus Roney. We're watching Ben Collard, who's all over the back of Rob Hill like a cheap suit here. And Mitch McIntyre and Guy Leach are in close tow. John Jennings and Tim Feuds make up the top 10. 1, 2, 3, 4 Ferraris, 5 Porsches and a Mercedes in the top 10 at the moment in the GT3 side of things. The hypercars, 146.971, the fastest lap of the race for Daniel Benefield. The leader at the moment in the 964. We're on lap 3 now. At this pace, 1 minute and 46, 1 minute 45. You know, we're looking at 4 laps every 7 minutes, 7 minutes and a few seconds. So there are 8 sevens. 8 sevens give you 56 and 4 minutes left over. So take another 2 minutes or 2 laps there. 8 times 4 is 32, 34. We're on a trajectory for potentially 34 laps an hour, so in excess of 120 laps of Ride America coming up for the hypercars today. We'll get an indication a little bit later on when we have a look at the lap speed of the GT3 cars, just how many laps down they could potentially be on the hypercars when the checkered flag flies here at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, because they will be significantly slower. So what sort of lap time slow are they running at the moment? So the
18
hypercars are running
seconds.
18 seconds. So 2:04 sort of thing for the GT3s and the hypercars on a one, so which would be a big differential, a very big pace differential.
Every 7 laps potentially we could see them being lapped here, if I've done my numbers right.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
So and how those guys manage that will be an interesting part. As I said, there are plenty of places to at least let people past around here.
And there are 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There are 17 sevens in 120. So if our leaders get in excess of 120, the GT3 front runners should get in excess of 100, but not by much. maybe 105, maybe 104.3, somewhere around there. And also different cars, different fuel consumption, different tank capacity, etc., and so forth. So we'll be keeping an eye on how many transits to the pit lane we see from each of these cars throughout the course of the afternoon as well, because pit lane transit time here we know is not short. It's a rather long pit lane at Road America. So far, we've not seen a major incident. Just those couple of off-track moments for Chris Henn, but everyone else running along rather smoothly at this point, although I think Daniel Carriassar is about to prove me wrong on that. As we have a look at Greg Brooks here going into Canada corner. Yeah, there it is, lose the rear end. Thankfully, it wasn't the kink, because normally if someone comes unstuck at the kink, they write the car off.
Yes. Yeah, that's not the place to come unstuck, especially if there's a bunch of traffic behind you as well. So that at least you go off into a little gravel track there, and this is, well, Chris having a tough start to this race. Once again losing the rear there, and going through that session, I guess probably as you come over that bump, you lose a bit of rear grip, and and that's the extent of our replays. So oh, that's all right. Daniel hasn't proven us too wrong, and there hasn't been that much going on. It's just been a couple of people that got a bit lost in the trouble traps.
So we're on lap 5. In fact, lap 6 now. Daniel Benefield is already starting lap 6. So very shortly, the top end of this GT3 field is going to be under serious pressure. Benefield, the fastest lap of the race, 146.971. That time around a 147.1. So he's somewhat consistent. And there's already a few cars that have gone a lap down. Nigel Patton, Greg Brooks, Jared Gilbert and Corey Hodges, who are at the tail end of the tree at the moment, 17, 18, 19 and 20 on track.
Absolutely. So as they thin out a bit, it does seem the way with these hypercars, they do seem to it doesn't seem to be as close a battle as, say, in the GT3. The comp board here. So they're already starting this process of lapping the GT3s now. Looking relatively easy through that section, which is one of the twistier of the sections through there. But yeah, I'll just be trying to be careful at this point on the first rotation through. I didn't see too many issues of these sort of overtakes last time. Yeah. That's where you see the pace differential, is that big long corner where you can use all that downforce on the outside, and the GT3 is struggling for grip still on the inside where all the grip's supposed to be. But actually, yeah, this onboard's a good view.
Whoa. So Daniel Benefield, just watch him wedging his way, weaving his way with consumed ease relatively through the lap traffic here at the moment. He's got a 4-second advantage on the low bar farming entry of James Chastanoff, who is second at the moment. David Christensen is third. Julian Mookie and Chris Henn are 4 and 5. Julian Mookie off the road. That'll be coming into the final corner, and that results in a swap of position in class there, 4 and 5. Now round the other way. Chris Henn moves up to 4th place. Julian Mookie back to 5th. And watch Daniel Benefield make light work of the GT3 field there, just weaving his way through. Just the speed of the hypercar, so impressive in these early stages. Such grunt, such muscle, such torque. Matt Dench can't even stop the hypercars here at Road America. Daniel Benefield is the leader by, well, a lap on the GT3 field, and he's got 4.6 seconds on his nearest opponent in Le Mans hypercar at this point, as we lap 7 for the hypercar field, lap 6 for the GT3 field, round 2 of the GSRC Endurance Championship from Road America.
Absolutely. So I think we saw that move there. So it's getting a bit feisty here for third place. There's this big group of them, and throughout this, they're trying to let the GTP cars through, which is always a fine art when you've got another car in your class directly behind you. So this battle behind as well for, yeah, holding pretty close. Is that? Yeah, as are these guys here. So still some oh, as we see, who's that going off
Oh,
track? That's probably drinking car, is it? But lose a lot of time there now. Now with that gravel, it's not what it once was. Gravel used
no.
to be a bit of a slight inconvenience. Now, as far as timing is concerned, it's a fairly major inconvenience if you are sticking your wheels in there for any significant period of time, and you lose a lot of speed.
And we say it all the time in a race where the field's going to be so tightly bunched, you don't want to be giving any free time away. That was Jared Gilbert losing the rear end coming into the final corner and just backing everybody up in the process. Um, the only exception to the rule here is 4 hours is a long way. Incidents, mistakes can happen. If you run into incident and we get a safety car for instance, you may be able to claw your way back here. That was good evasive action being taken by Julian Mookie coming up onto the main straight. But again, highlighting the point that Sam was making about how slow those gravel traps make you now. Josh Zuno, yes, good on you. Nice to have you on board. He's one of the reasons I'm filling in today as well, I might add. Um, good to have him tuning in on the long weekend and checking in sporadically, as he puts it. Good on you. No, happy to be here on a Sunday. It's very rare, but I'm not sure. Do I get to charge double time or holiday rates? I'm not sure. I'll have that chat off air. Lap eight.
Yeah, I don't know. The union didn't inform me of that when I
No,
asked them.
no,
But
exactly. And then it is Labor Day this weekend in New South Wales as well. It's important to note. So round
should
we
have run
go.
it on Monday. I think that's triple time.
Yeah, exactly. And it would have been a split broadcast then because we would have been coming back for our usual dose. Tomorrow night, of course, supercars into GT3 and both from Monza. Join us for that live at 7:40 Eastern Daylight Time right around Australia. 4:40 for those of you in the West. For everybody else, figure it out for yourself. And it'll be 9:40 for those of you in New Zealand. So it's still a very late finish for our mates across the ditch. Noted about that. Round we go. We're riding on board with Rob Hill. The GT3 field coming up to complete lap 7 as the hypercars circulate lap 9 of this 4-hour race from Road America. 15 minutes gone. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. So far, so good. Nothing in the way of real argy-bargy racing at this point in time. You wouldn't expect it to be because, again, these guys are just settling in for a long afternoon ahead and easing into it. Getting themselves into a rhythm. 4 hours, a long way to go.
Looks, I've only just noticed, but the Mercedes has some serious tint. Look at that.
It's not bad.
In comparison to the outside world. I love it.
That is. I'm going to need similar tint on Dad's garage windows here at some point this afternoon because the sun comes right into it. So it'll be blinding me by about 4 o'clock, maybe 5 o'clock. Now with the clocks having moved forward, so that might be the only saving grace there.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, have you ever seen an AMG Mercedes without an aggressive tint? So, like, I think it's just a requirement for the vehicle.
If you drive a G-Wagon, 100%.
Oh, exactly.
I think that's factory.
It actually probably is. A factory deeply illegal tint. That makes, I can see that being the case. We're not seeing a whole lot of Mercs out there today. So I think I've not driven it as a car, but I've heard very good things about its sort of abilities. Very good straight line speed and quite a predictable sort of vehicle, similar to the Merc and the GT4 in many ways, and sort of how it operates. But no, it's dominated by Porsches and with those Ferraris speckled in as well. So it is funny that I think we've got 8 cars in the GT3s, which are relatively closely balanced, but they're sticking to a smaller group of them at this point, despite not having to be sponsored or paid by any of them. We're seeing them sort of settle in here. That they're still semi-close, but they'll be largely wanting to get to this first pit stop in this first stint more than anything else, knowing full well that there could be a safety car and that sort of thing too sometime.
Correct.
Later in race. We did see one last time, but there are a few complexities around it, but we did see a safety car last time. Unfortunately, our friend and colleague Liam Banks went a bit deep and
Yes.
got us a bit of some interesting viewing, which was very good of him, doing his job both on and off the circuit for us there. But we'll see Ben Collard. It'll be interesting to see as he follows along that Barbecue Motorsports entry pretty closely. Are these guys just taking it easy, saving fuel, easy pushing? I would
Oh,
imagine
yeah.
they're lifting off a little bit towards the end, as that there are quite a few opportunities around here just to
Yeah.
lift off just before a braking zone, but you wouldn't save a whole lot of fuel around here. That would be
No.
quite difficult because a lot of it's flat out.
Coming back to that with 2 points of interest and 2 questions for you in just a moment. Just going around the grounds for the first time this afternoon, folks. North Sydney Oval, first T20 International between the Australian women and the West Indies women. West Indies set into bat and none for one after the first over. So a good start there for the Australians, keeping it nice and tight in the shortest form of the game. Your point about easing into it, fuel saving and the like. Okay. First things first, we often talk about fuel saving in the sprint racing, and everything compared to this that we do on a Monday, on a Wednesday, on a Thursday night is sprint racing. Essentially, even the 90-minute race stuff, 60 minutes or even those 37-minute heats that we have on the back of the 20-minute sprint races in our 2-race format rounds. So is there any merit at all in doing any fuel saving at all today, given how long the race is, given that it's 4 hours, given that we could have a safety car at any point that could bunch the field up? And then when that happens, do they take advantage of that and grab a free pit stop, come in, grab some juice, take a fresh set of rubber? What's the game plan here? Do they go in with a particular set strategy in place and then, manipulate it or change it as they go?
Oh yeah, they come in with a plan A. I'll be almost certain they'll come in with a plan A, and then I guess it depends how deep they go in their different plan options. Do they throw out a plan H or a Z or whatever, like a Ferrari, or do they have a couple and stick within those? But yeah, there would be merit in fuel saving for some of these guys. At the end of the day, it means a shorter pit stop somewhere along the line. If they don't want to overtake the car ahead of them, but they have enough pace to, maybe get on side. Yeah, that lift and coast once again could get them ahead in the next pit sequence or towards the end of the race. And the other thing that a fuel save does in some ways is it takes off a strain of the car in general. You're not going through tyres in quite an aggressive way if you're fuel saving because you're not quite going quite as quickly into that corner. So it takes a little bit of load off the car in other areas as well. So if you're not really and an overtake this early in the race, unless there's a big pace differential, just isn't required. And that you've got 4 hours to sort out that guy ahead of you. And these guys are starting to battle. There's a bit of definitely a bit of a hurry up from Tim Fuge here. So he's not sticking around with this breadline racing entry of John Jennings.
Right.
I'll be interested to see who hops in this car afterwards, because I've seen Breadline Racing right up the top of this. I can't remember his name, but I think there is another driver in this team that he's very, very, very quick. So we'll see what happens with that entry.
Actually, you just reminded me, I probably should have chased up an entry list, not just team names at the start here to work out who's driving with who, but that's okay. We'll piece that together as we go here. The Tractix Racing entry of Matt Dench is still the leader in GT3. That'll surprise nobody. He's out by 4 seconds over Wayne Hewitt now in a Ferrari. This battle here, Guy Leach, John Jennings, Tim Fuge and Peter Hunter is Ferrari, Porsche, Ferrari. It was Jennings having got by Fuge a moment ago and Hunter trying to find a way by Fuge at the moment, but Fuge making life difficult as he launches down the inside and then has to think better of it, with John Jennings defending the inside line. So these guys are now starting to get a little bit racy, which is good to see. Here's Fuge back down the inside. No. Not going to get it done. Holding on around the outside was Jennings there. Fuge and Hunter. Hunter's weighing into this now as well. And the other burden they've got lurking is lap traffic again as well in the form of the hypercar. Have a look at this. Oh, that's Harry's stop around Road America. Brilliant. Up on the outside, Fuge can't get it done. Jennings covers the line. And then around the outside at the carousel. Have a look at Peter Hunter. Oh, opportunistic stuff. Brilliant. The Ferraris swoop and gang up on the Porsche, and Fuge is relegated to 10th.
Wow, that was brilliant through there. That's got shades of Here Comes Hamilton about it. that whole sequence and the theft of that position. He's attacking further as well, going into the later stage of that lap, but he's gone wide and lost it. I think they're going to end up being in the same positions they started with as they come through this final section as well.
Yeah, Peter Hunter has right. You're right. He has lost out to Tim Fuge there, and we'll see a replay of that.
And
no
this
doubt,
GTP car once again trying desperately to get through, but this is the difficulty they have. Is if there is a live battle ahead. You know, there's not a whole lot of twisty parts of this track.
No.
If it's a live battle ahead, you got too wide. Are you going to make it 3, even if it's for such a short period of time? But these two are still fighting down the straight. Now Fuge is still on defence. Going
Hunter
into
up the outside.
T1.
Oh, no!
Wide. He's
Hunter's
wide.
thrown it into the dirt.
Oh, after such a brilliant attack. Yeah, he's just
all come up
outbraked himself. Oh, well, once again, long race. He'll only be a couple of seconds down. But yeah, note the GT3 is putting on a bit of a show there. Definitely not willing just to stay in tow. Right as I was talking about fuel saving.
Exactly. No more of that for Peter Hunter now. That was, I mean, the racecraft and just the tactical gameplay there as he was weaving his way around the outside of Tim Fuge at the carousel. That was really intelligent. That was really smart. Unfortunately, the pressure of the situation was too much, and he missed his braking marker going into one, missed his turning point, caught the grass, and then he was a passenger, and now he's lost the better part of 4 seconds on that battle, and he'll do well to get that back at any point during the course of the next hour or so. It'll be pit stops or safety cars that'll probably help him out there more than anything. Your point about the track is valid too, mate, because it's such a high-speed circuit. It's tight in the middle, but it's very open and flowing in the first sector, and even this last sector here is now. Once you get out of the carousel and all the way down, Canada's probably the tightest corner on the track in that last sector. And they come around onto the main straight, and it's a very narrow racetrack. It's not wide enough for these guys to go 3 wide very often. So the hypercars, if the GT3 cars find themselves in a battle, as we ride on board with David Christensen here, and they're 2 wide, the hypercars are stretching the friendship if they want to make it 3 wide, even though they've got pace advantage and can use that acceleration to their advantage and find a way through. It's not always straightforward.
No, it's not always straightforward, particularly through these sort of middle sectors here. You know, like usually it's not too bad if they're single file, but yeah, you don't really want to be making it 3 wide that often. Once again, it's a 4-hour race, and as soon as you go 3 wide, you're putting a lot of risk in play. You just don't know how other drivers are going to react, particularly with the big pace differential that does exist. It's easy to get spooked as a GT3 when you see these cars coming up behind you at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and maybe even you see it all the time, trying to get out the way and then actually getting in the way, and this sort of thing. But these two GTPs are certainly getting close. The Cadillac's following along a Lobo Farming for 2nd place. We'll see if David Christensen's got any tricks up his sleeve and wants to give an overtake a crack, because he's certainly in range. He's about 3/10 off.
The trick up his sleeve is the GT3s. That's how he's managed to close this gap. So that's another variable in this fantastic multi-class racing, is you might have the pace on the guy behind you, but then this type of stuff happens. He didn't get slowed up too much, and that can cause some problems and allow the guy behind you to catch up where he normally wouldn't be able to. So as this progresses, we're not even at the hour mark yet, this is going to get really interesting.
That was important to note that was Matt Dench. So now the GT3 field has been lapped twice already, and we're only on to lap 16 of this race. So again, every 7.5 laps is the trajectory there at the moment. Daniel Benefield leads by 13.5 seconds from this pair. This is the battle of a second in the hypercar class and the outright battle as well, we might add. 27.5 minutes gone, and David Christensen doing a very nice job of it. Watching the onboard there, though, boys, how pinpoint precision-like have you got to be driving around this course in one of these cars? Because if it had so much got a wheel wrong going through the kink around the back there, I could only imagine how it would have ended up.
Oh yeah, these cars you have to be pretty pinpoint with. They're I mean, they make it easy in some ways, at least, to be pinpoint. They do have a lot of downforce, so they do stick to the road quite nicely, at least in my understanding. Not that I've really driven them around Road America, but they probably would also be thrown off a bit by the bumpy nature of an American track, and everything involved with that. And then all their setups come into play as well, how they're all ready to go. So as well, we'll see pit stops at some. With the GT3s, we usually see pit stops roughly every hour, in historically, and I think with the LMH cars, it's a bit sooner. I reckon we saw them about the 45 minute mark was the general place that they happened last race from memory. So some of these LM cars as well will be definitely trying to get at least a pit stop ahead of having to relap this traffic too, because that will take up a certain period of time depending on where they are on track before they pit. We'll see as well, can someone come up with their own fuel strategy? This is the thing that we were saying with fuel with the GT3s as well earlier. You often see fuel saving as an important point within these, because it can, in many cases, we've seen in a lot of races, get you one less pit stop throughout this period of time. And a pit stop, that costs probably 40 seconds in this sort of caper. So to lift off and lose a tenth here and there throughout the race, to trade for a pit stop at the end, you might see a few guys trying to change that strategy up.
Watching Guy Leach on screen at the moment. We're now half of the way through the opening hour of round 2 of the Login Systems GSRC Endurance Championship. 30 minutes down, 3.5 hours to go. So we're 12.5% of the way there, an eighth of the way there, ladies and gentlemen, on NRL Grand Final Day 2023. Of course, our friends in Queensland have wound the clocks back 112 years. They've just got underway for the summer of 19, 11, 12, but that's another story for another day. Daniel Correa-Star and I were actually talking about the benefits of living in Queensland and how it's cheaper and more economically friendly, etc. and so forth. But it has to be, because they're in a totally different era. They're not there yet. If it was 2023, like it is in the rest of the Eastern Seaboard, they'd be going through all the same cost of living pressures as the rest of us. Matt Dench leads the GT3 Endurance Championship at the moment from Wayne Hewitt, Magnus Roney, Ben Collard, Rob Hill, Mitch McIntyre. Guy Leach is on screen there at the moment. Then John Jennings, Tim Fuge, and Matt Arnold. It's got by both Greg Brooks and Corey Hodges, Nigel Patton, Jared Gilbert, Peter Hunter now sitting down in 15th, and that's after a pit stop at the end of lap 13, which coincides with around about the time that he made that mistake that we saw there earlier, and it was a 22-second pit stop. So he's the first one to jump and transit the lane on the opening in the opening hour of this second round of the championship. Benefield leads by 14.4 seconds, and he's done it in 17.5 laps. So he's doing Dench-like things at the top end of the hypercar class at the moment.
He is, and yes, and Dench is doing Dench-like things at the head of the GT3 class at the moment. So looking relatively comfortable out there. If we look at the more recent lap times, so second place actually was slightly quicker last lap, but only very slightly, and he's since taken that back. So they're sort of trading times a little bit in this first and second spot. Denchi probably just managing the pace, managing tyres, managing fuel out there, knowing that he does have that lead. And then yeah, once again, we're about to get driver swaps as well when these first pit stops happen too. And some teams have a very equal driver lineup, and we've seen other teams maybe not have as equal a driver lineup, and the fields start to change, right as Daniel Benefield does the fastest lap of the race there, which is a 46.81, while the head of the GT3 classes are doing 2:04. So certainly not far off 20 seconds there, or 18 seconds pace differential around this Road America track. These guys still, I guess, battling it out here. Tractix and another team, M Sport something. Oh, I can't quite read that one. But no major battles on track. The Cadillac's still sitting only just behind Low Bar Farming for that ultimate second place there as well. But yeah, Betterfield definitely taking the cake with 14, well now 15 seconds ahead of these two. And Chris Hen will be looking to make up that time that he lost earlier. He is only 8 seconds off that second place right now, so we'll see what he can do to bring it back after a difficult start. 12 tries not being kind to him. Betterfield really firing at the moment. But fastest lap of the race was not that much faster than the car in second place. But when you're 15 seconds ahead, that is less relevant. As well, I was just having a look at the top speeds of the cars. I mean, at least is how SDK estimates it. I did also have a 720k an hour top speed off of one of the GT3s earlier, according to SDK. So we'll take it all with a grain of salt. It looks like these GTP cars are spitting out just over 300 k's an hour as a top speed, while the GT3s are about that sort of high 250s to 60s sort of mark. So still that big differential at the end of the straights, but the big one where you lose the time, obviously on the straights, but in these corners here where they just don't have enough downforce compared to those GTP cars. I reckon these guys are just going to sit behind for the moment here. As we said, that we'll see if anyone jumps early on this pit strategy. On this pit strategy stuff around here could be quite difficult to make the hour work given the speed of the track. So,
So you think it could be a four-stopper?
For some of these guys, I think it might be. From memory at Monza, it was all borderline on that front, and probably not quite as free flowing as Monza. Not free flowing, but quick as Monza. But it still is a lot of time under full acceleration. So. We'll see. Hopefully, there's a bit of a differential in strategy. As that always throws a spanner in the works, and it's what makes the end of these endurance races so enthralling a lot of the time when I've done it.
To your point about pit stops, if it is to be a four-stopper for some of these guys, if they can do it in 3 by breaking it up hour 2, 3, and then a 1 hour run to the checkered flag, what might bring them undone is a lap of overtime. Safety car will mean that they save fuel, that's fine. But if we go green all the way and they wish to do it in a four-stopper, that'd be 5 even stints of 48 minutes apiece. 548 to 240. And that's 4 hours. So anything beyond that, if they go longer, if say they come into the pit lane somewhere around that 55-minute mark.
So Future's finally got past Jennings here as well. Also, Future's finally got past Jennings here after and doesn't have any meddlesome GTP cars or other Ferraris sitting behind to nick the position from him. So I think he'll be pretty happy to see the to the back. Well, no longer see the back of that Ferrari that he's been looking at.
Now Fuge has got himself some breathing space as well because there's a hypercar smack bang in the middle and now down on the inside as well.
Yeah, it's breathing space until he has to let it past. A difficult decision to make there because that corner, if you can either he can open it up and go, yep, and lift off and let that hypercar go past, or go, oh, you know what, mate, go around the outside of me. I'll hold it on the
Chris
inside.
Hen. That was Chris Hen coming through in the ILAC Motorsport entry. So yeah, I was going to say if they can manage to get 55-minute stints out of the tank here, 220 minutes gives you 3 hours 40, so that'll give you a 20-minute splash and dash top up. But it'll also give you wriggle room with where you place that final pit stop when you take that final pit stop. Oh no, Fuge has thrown it off the road.
Oh no.
Fuge has undone all his hard work again. Tim Fuge, earlier in the race, of course, it was Peter Hunter bringing himself undone, trying to get by Fuge at the same corner on the racetrack. Turn 14 brings up another one, and that's unfortunate. Actually, my apologies for Peter Hunter. Of course, it was turn 1, not turn 14. Right end of the racetrack, wrong corner. Yeah, Tim Fuge now has done exactly the same thing that Hunter had done at turn 1 at turn 14. This is how he's relinquished the position to John Jennings, who now has 1.7 seconds of breathing space. And that's how he's done it. Just pinched the brakes through the corner. Disappointing.
Yeah, that'd be very disappointing after finally thinking he had that job done, and now he's got to redo it again. What he'd been working towards, that a lot of that stint, as we see, is that Nigel Payton going a little wide there and getting slowed down by that gravel trap. Just braking a little too deep into that corner there. That corner does tighten up quite a lot. It is a little bit tricky if you don't get that braking point exactly right. Despite not being huge straight before, it is still quite a difficult braking point because you've got that downhill aspect to it. So this is for, oh, okay, so that's GTP cars passing, but there's still only a second between this final spot on the podium at the moment. The Ferrari's looking quite good out here today, as I sort of suspected. One thing with the Ferraris, though, which will be interesting throughout a longer race too, is, we've heard that they're very fragile. So if there is any contact, if there is a off track or anything like that, do we see bumpers flying all over the place and a bit more of a difficult race for some of these guys?
That's very true. All factors to be considered. Now, interesting to note as well, both those main incidents, those lockups and off-track skirmishes for Fuge and Hunter, have come at high-speed points of the racetrack, going into relatively fast corners in the greater scheme of things. We know you can carry a lot of speed through turn 1. We know you can take speed through turn 14. Unlike some other parts of the racetrack, particularly this tighter middle sector here, turns 5, 6, and 7. But yeah, it just goes to show you that, the slightest lapse in concentration, just being a little bit too eager, pinching the brake a couple of tenths of a second too late, it can bring about your downfall. And Fuge now will go about trying to reel in that deficit of 1.6 seconds on John Jennings and have another crack for 8th position in the GT3 class here. We're watching Ben Collard at the moment. He is chasing Magnus Roney. That's the closest battle on the racetrack now. And that is for 3rd in class. Our leader, Matt Dench, is now down 3 1/4 laps on Daniel Bennefield, the leader of the hyperclass, the leader of the outright fight, who has just punched out his fastest lap of the afternoon, 1:46.619. The end of lap 23 here. We're on lap 24. We're 41 minutes in. Hope you're enjoying Sunday Motorsport on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club across Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. All made possible with thanks to the great people at Login Systems, but also our other regular sponsors right throughout the course of the season, which include Orbic Australia, Waste Options, Player One Sim Gear, Lobesy Racing, M-Wave Australia, and Flash Graphics. Great to have all those people on board, supporting Term 4, Season 15 on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club in 2023. And this is round 2 of the Login Systems GSRC Endurance Championship. 4 hours around Road America. That was, it's been a helter-skelter opening to this race. Yep, sure, there's not been much in the way of incident, and we wouldn't expect there to be, but there's been plenty happening despite the fact that it is a somewhat depleted grid on the 1st of October. Only the 20 starters, which, at some point here, unfortunately, gentlemen, will most likely spread out around this circuit in a very even sort of way, and it'll become a little bit processional. But as you know, Chapo, one safety car changes all of that. Even a little bit of strategy late in the piece. We always find ourselves watching 2 or 3 positional battles right at the very end here. And we've just lost Sam Chapman on that note, actually. So that's interesting. We'll see if he comes back to us at any point. Maybe the plan of attack yesterday and the consumption of liquid might be catching up with him. I'm not sure. We'll check in with Chapo a little bit later on. Maybe it's a bandwidth issue. Maybe it's internet again. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Daniel, you might want to pick up on the point I was just making there, mate. You've seen enough of our races now to know that no matter the length... interesting point. Pit stops underway now. And at the 43-minute mark as well. 43-minute mark. So that now allows us to crunch some numbers. And 43 goes into, 215 would get you to 5. So it looks now like we're not talking about a 4-stop race. We're talking about a 5-stop race here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. The top 4 on the lane. Julian Mookie will join them, no doubt, at the completion of this lap. He's a fair way off the beaten track at the moment. He's off the pace. But the top 4 go through. It allows the GT3 cars to unlap themselves, albeit temporarily. They go from being 3 laps down to 2 laps down, but not for too long, because as soon as they come in to complete their first compulsory stop or required stop, fuel up, top up, tyres, etc., that will enable the hyperclass cars to make their way through, and the field will be cleansed first time round. Benefield away in 51.23 seconds. So they're a long stop here as well. So that'll take a little bit of time out of the clock as far as the expected completed laps are concerned. Today, Julian Mookie comes to pit lane. The top 3 have completed their pit stop. They're out of the box. They're going. Chris Henn now completes his pit stop. He's away. Julian Mookie will be there for a little while longer. Matty Dench is still the leader of the GT3 field by 3.8 seconds to Wayne Hewitt. Magnus Roney's got Ben Collard for company at the moment. Porsche v Ferrari, and it's going to be hammer and tong here in a moment. Now, the question I've got at this point is, it's clear that if it's a 43-second, full tank burn for hypercars, it's going to be a 5-stop race for them, and that last stop will come somewhere in the last, if you want to run the tank dry on the 4th stint to get to your 5th pit stop, then, it would be your 5th stint before your 5th pit stop. Then, therefore, you'd be looking at somewhere in that last 25 minutes. You'd be pitting for a splash and dash. But that gives you a little bit of flexibility. You could come in maybe with 3/4 of an hour to go, top up and go to the checkered flag. So you've got a little bit of leeway there. But it looks like it's going to be a 5-stop race for those guys. That was a 24-lap opening stint for them. And if we go in 24-lap stints, then obviously, 5 of them will get you to 120. So it looks like we're going to be well in excess of 120 laps here today at Road America in this latest round of the GSRC Endurance Championship. Now, as far as GT3 is concerned, the next interesting question for mine, Daniel Correa-Sar, is that we don't know how far their fuel tank burn goes. Can they go 24 laps? Can they go further? Are they burning as much fuel? Probably not. So we'll get a clear answer to that before the top of the hour, I would suspect.
Yeah, unfortunately, not able to see fuel numbers due to how the telemetry privacy settings work in iRacing, which is a shame because that'd actually be really handy information for us to have. But technically, if you wanted to argue, then that would mean that other teams could watch the broadcast and get information. So it is what it is. But I'd expect them... I don't know. I don't actually have... I'm trying to search my brain. It's only a small space, so I'll be with you in a minute. as to what the fuel number might be, but I don't know. I would assume maybe in the next 2 to 3 laps they'll come in, I'd say. Just trying to remember what the size difference in the tanks was between the DH and the GT3. Yeah, I'd say in the next 2 to 3 laps maybe they'll start to come in. There's only been one pit stop in general for the GT3 class, and it was unscheduled, and that was Peter Hunter, which is team... Which team is that? That's the International Driver Syndicate. They're down at P15 at the moment. Oh, it's a fight there between...
John Jennings.
Yep.
And Tim Fuge. So these two have found each other again. Fuge has lodged back onto Jennings. So again, the race for 8th is alive and well. Let's follow these two through the kink up towards Canada.
Oh, it was Wayne Hewitt in P2 of the GT3 class. That's a faster time for that class, 2:03.71. Matthew Dench, that last lap, set a 2:03.72. So they might not be near each other on track, but they sure are fighting on the lap time leaderboard. Also, just as an update to our commentating friend, his computer decided to have a conniption, and so he should be with us in a couple of moments.
Gotcha. I was going to say, it just happened out of nowhere. I'm pleased to find out that it was only a technical issue, and that he hasn't gone down crook.
And not a biological issue.
Yeah, exactly. Oh dear. Daniel Benefield leads the way on lap 27 at Road America. Great to have your company. Sunday motorsport platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. We're back tomorrow night. We're back on Wednesday night. We're back on Thursday night as well. Really excited about Formula V from Mosport on Thursday night. The Porsches will be okay as well.
Formula V was fantastic last week. I can only imagine what it's going to be like at Mosport. Mosport just seems to bring out fantastic racing no matter what the class. You know, it's just a very solid racetrack, and yeah, I'm very, very, very keen to see that. Oh, I think Tim might... Oh, no, he had a look on the inside, but the uphill of this section does make it a bit difficult. And this is actually very characteristic of Tim. I am a driver with him in the Side Hustle Racing team, and he's very quick, but sometimes just loses the brake marker, cooks it a bit, goes on the off. So if he could just tamper that down a little, it's 4 hours, or 3 hours and 10 minutes, if I want to be technical here.
Okay. What's interesting as well on the subject of what you're just talking about, the hypercars got to 24 laps. Matty Dench is continuing on to lap 25. So the GT3s, even though they're going to end up several laps down here, they're going further on a tank. They're going far longer into the stint and into the race. So they're getting more mileage out of their tank. So it could end up being a 4-stopper for those guys. Sam Chapman finally rejoins us. Good old technical, third world, fifth world tech issues in a first world country. Strike again, Chapo. Nice to have you back on board. In saying that, we were making the point before you left that doesn't matter how long these races run, we always end up with 3 or 4 battles in the last 10, 15 minutes. That's point number 1. Point number 2. Hypercars have completed their first pit stop. They're looking at a 5-stop strategy based on the numbers I'm crunching. 43 minutes and 30 seconds, 24 laps for that opening stint. So on those numbers, we're going north of 120 laps for the race today, but also 43 times 5 is 215, which is 25 minutes short of that 240 mark that we need to hit. So it looks like instead of talking about a 3-stop or a 4-stop strategy, we're now talking about 5 for the hypercar.
G5, that's a fair crack. So what would they need to be able to get away with 4? Is that 48 minutes, did you say? I think
48, yeah. So they were 4.5 minutes, roughly, shy of that mark.
Okay, so yeah, they probably won't make that. That is looking like a 5, isn't it?
That's more than two full racing laps around here for the hypercars, that amount of time.
Look at this fight here.
Whoa!
They're going down into
turn
turn 1.
This is for position.
It is
Chris
now.
Penn on the inside of Braden Martin. That's been a driver change in that car in the 15. Martin up on the outside, Hen on the inside, side by side for third in the motor race on lap 28. 29 now as they cross the line. Can Hen force his way down the inside? No, he has to yield. Martin got across to cover it off. The first sign of any real positional battle in the hyperclass cars so far today, and they put another lap on Dench on the way through as well.
Absolutely. Martin got a bit lucky there in a way because he had that tow from the GT3 car ahead of him, which I think kept him sort of in business for a certain extent. But yeah, no, good to see, and we'll see this a little bit now as we get a few driver swaps. We'll probably see this field reshuffle a little bit, let alone if there's any errors in pit lane. But Braden Martin looking very racy there, ready to take that car on ahead of him.
Just to interject slightly too, you're starting to see the GT3s come into the pits. So Side Hustle Racing were the first to blink in the major pack. You can see them just there. That's Adam Holland in the car now. And so now you're going to start to see everyone else shuffle in. So the answer was lap 28 for the GT3s?
No, 20. They're only on lap 25.
Oh, sorry. There we go.
Yeah. So 25 for McIntyre, 24 for Kurt Chapman. We've already had Peter Hunter in on lap 13, Adam Holland on lap 24, everybody else yet to stop. We're in that window. We're definitely in the window right now. 53 minutes and 38 seconds gone. And it's interesting that the gloves are off in this fight for third outright. Braden Martin and Chris Hen in the hypercar class here at Road America, Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, playing host to round 2 of the GSRC Endurance Championship. Up onto the main straight we go. 6 minutes left in the opening hour, and still 3 more where that came from. We're on lap 30 of proceedings here, so we're definitely on the trajectory of 120 plus laps today. Down the inside, making light work of lap traffic. I'm going to get the phrase, they put Dench down another lap as he comes into pit lane now at the end of lap 26. So there's your marker, 26, Matt Dench, pit lane. And Wayne Hewitt is managing to get a 27th lap out, but Dench goes 26. And when Dench is normally the Dench mark, as we like to refer to him, or the benchmark, with regards to pit strategy, it is surprising to see the other guys going a lap longer. Wayne Hewitt in the Angry Pepper Racing entry, Ben Collard also playing on another lap. So the Porsches are in the lane, Dench and Roney, and the Ferraris are playing on. So too Rob Hill as well, and Mercedes. So that's an interesting talking point in its own right. The Ferrari not getting the Porsche not getting as much mileage as the Ferrari potentially. Maybe there's a story there. We'll follow that with interest. I'm also going to get the phrase, Dench goes down another lap in as many times as I can, because it very rarely happens. It's very rare air to see him not in an outright car. An outright fight. But he is still the effective leader in his class at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see how this fuel race pays out. But yeah, you're right. The Porsches seem to be the ones that are blinking first. I mean, from a Dench aspect, he's been punching a hole in the air the entire time. So certainly hasn't had help. But a lot of these guys still haven't had that much, or have been in battles where they might have been even using more fuel. So I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I thought there was a big fight for second place on the outright car race, but it looks like it's for third. Is that a change, or is that of the pit sequence, or was that my imagination playing tricks on me?
It's a very good question, actually.
Yeah, fair enough.
No, I think we're okay. All the hypercar class cars came in on lap 24, so they're running the same number. There has been some variance here in the strategy play. Peter Hunter came in on lap 13. I'm not sure why that was, whether that was because of damage or something else.
Now it's 3 hypercars as well within half a second of one another. Look
and
at
that's
this.
The GT3.
This is really banged up.
That's the GT3 factor.
That's Matt Schmidtke that's been backed up there in car number 8, and now he's under all sorts of pressure. Down on the inside, can Hen get by Martin? Hen getting by Martin on the inside to turn 6. Hen going to third, is he? Oh, it's so tight, and he's got it done.
A little wiggle for exit for good measure, but he does it.
Schmidtke now doesn't have as much breathing space as he did a few moments ago. He's under all sorts of pressure here. 0.9 between second and third, 0.6 between third and fourth. 1.5 seconds covering these two positional battles in this car race. Schmidtke up 2 spots on where he started, the other 2 down 1. Benefield remains where he started, of course. He is the leader by 35 seconds at the moment. They're on a trajectory, actually, gentlemen. Look at the clock. 57 minutes gone. They're on a trajectory to put a lap on the field, potentially, as far as the hypercars are concerned here. Their immediate direct competition. They're going to put laps and laps and laps on GT3, but they're really on the trajectory now on those numbers. They're really staring down the barrel of putting a lap on their class rivals as well. They round onto the main straight. They're starting lap 32. Benefield already a third of the way through that lap now. Thomas Martin takes the lead in GT3 back again from Stephen Burgess, Simon Cox, James Wood, and Greg Brooks. That's the top 5 at the moment, with Cox, Wood, Brooks, and Arnold on pit road. And that will cleanse the GT3 portion of the field. After the first round of pit stops, Nigel Patton, the last one to come in, and he should do that this time round. So 26, 27 laps is that threshold for the GT3 field at the moment.
Yeah, which pretty much means that, yeah, they're going to have to force stop this unless they've got a significant amount of safety car time. So most of them will be playing that game. Wow, very deep on the outside there for Hen. He's going to get past here. He's going slow on the inside. Yeah, oh no. As there, once again, the GT3 is becoming more of an issue than I thought they would be for some of these LMP cars, but certainly becoming an issue. This lead as well, so I'm not sure what happened to the Cadillacs there, but last time I checked before the laptop decided to pull up stumps, it was a 15-second gap, and it is now a 37-second gap. So whether there's a fuel differential or something's just happened in between that's quite a big amount of time to lose down. These two still fighting here as well. This is a tricky section to overtake as you go onto the back straight at the end of it. And they'll be hoping they're close enough in that third place entry there to take that slipstream and get past the Cadillac's car or Matt Schmidtke. Not looking like they're close enough at this point. Let's have a quick look at the end of the straight, whether they lift off at all, but they're not looking supremely close at this point. Although you do sort of get a double chance through this section as you go on to another very, very long straight into another very, very heavy braking zone after this.
Just
Braden Martin's been left behind here too, boys. He's dropped off 1.2 seconds off that battle. And Hen is raging up right onto the tail of Schmidtke at the moment. Quickly, before I go to you, Daniel Correa, so I know you want to jump in there. A friend of the club, an alumni, if you like, Teo Serrano, touching base with me today because he saw my Facebook story where I just subtly had my watch, my analog watch, in place and wound the clock forward and put in the caption, if you know, you know. My favourite part of the trip so far. And he said, mate, I miss your bloody rants midstream. I said, don't worry, I'm on air for 4 hours. I'm getting some cheeky jabs in as we go. But he's unfortunately just crashed out of the Logitech Bathurst 1000 in a real wobbly state. And he said, I'm blaming the time change overnight for it as well.
Good stuff.
Brilliant. Good on you, Teo. Good to have you on board.
Yeah, Joe, all I wanted to mention was, to your point, Sam, as you were talking, so we've been mentioning fuel stops, fuel saving. The other thing to keep in mind, too, is hybrid. So that's not a factor for the GT3s, but it is a factor for the GTP class. And so sometimes, now that's another thing that we can't track, unfortunately. We can't track the team's current hybrid deployment and how much they have in their tank is the wrong word, but that's what I'll use. I guess battery is better. So that could be a factor depending on their deployment strategies, which is why maybe Chris Hen can't catch him down the straight. They might be using a more conservative approach. And through all that, you mentioned, Zach, that the 15 entry was dropping back. Look at that. Now the GT3s came in. They throw the spanner in the works. And now he's only 0.3 behind. This is what makes multi-class racing so awesome, is the fact that if you do have someone far ahead, they've got moving hurdles to contend with, and that can bring all the balance back. Now, obviously, you don't want to see a race ruined by a bad move from a GT3 from the slower class. But in any case, that's just another factor, and the GT3s have to deal with that as well. They might be the slower class, but when you're in a tight battle with a GT3 in front of you and you've got a GTP behind, there's a conscious decision to make there, which is, well, if I keep fighting, I probably get in this guy's way and chaos ensues. So what do I do?
Well, and that's just it. You've got your own battles, but you you could have a battling pack of very much faster cars behind you coming up. And that's the question you have to ask. It's all about risk management in these longer races. That creates its own big risk. If these guys crash out, they're going to have to spend time having the car fixed. It's not going to be as up to scratch as what it once was. It'll be slower, and they'll be laps down. So that's a very savage hit to get when you've got another 3 hours to drive that car around. If it's driving around at 3 seconds a lap slower, that's savage. That's a very difficult thing. So you'll see them managing that risk, and especially these guys here. They'll know with these GTPs being so quick, and I would imagine a bit more fragile than the GT3s, but I don't know. But you make a good point on the hybrid deployment. I'm not particularly well attuned with the GTP cars and understand sort of like the deployment strategies and that sort of thing that are at play. But that would play a big part here on whether or not they can defend and attack, and how much. Do you know roughly how much extra pace that hybrid deployment can give you?
It'll depend. So the way that these are set up, to my knowledge, and if anybody watching knows any better, feel free to correct us in the chat box, but they're actually dependent on the track. So the maps are different based on the track that you're at. So you've got, here we go, small brain time. You've got, I want to say 5. There's no, deploy, build, balanced, attack, and quali. Now, they wouldn't be using quali, obviously, during the race. I mean, you could, but it'd be silly. You're better off using attack. So attack is when you want to make an overtake. That's going to give you more deployment with the lowest recharge rate. Then you've got balance, which is designed.
Fourth in that GT3 class right as well, moving down the pit straight. So Simon Cox has got past Liam Davies there. That Merc having a bit too much poke for the Porker down that straight there, and up to 4th in the Merc now. But sorry, continue, Daniel.
Before you do, Chapo, anyone with admin access on this channel, I don't have it. There's a guest in the green room wanting to come in and have a chat to us, and he's a pretty prominent figure of the GSRC as well. So let's drag him in if we can, please.
I don't know about this guy. Have we done a background check on him? Or?
1 hour and 5 minutes gone. So currently, checkered flag set to fly somewhere around 6 minutes past 4 Eastern Daylight Time. We started the race a few minutes after 12. We've got all 20 cars that started still running here at the moment. We're on lap 36 if you're in the hyper class cars, and we're in the latter stages of lap 31 if you're in the GT3 class here at the moment. We've had nothing really in the way of structural damage for any of these cars. No real mechanical attrition to speak of. All going swimmingly at the moment, and that includes for our leader in the GT3 class, Matt Dench, who is standing on by. Mate, good afternoon to you. Rare to talk to you in the daylight hours, but in saying all that, rare also, and I said it on air, I'm going to get the phrase in, Dench goes down another lap as many times as possible, because it's very rare that we don't see you in an outright fight. So you're running in the GT3 class, and it was a solid opening stint, mate. Well done.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough going to finish on the lead lap there, but yeah, all's going pretty well there at the moment. So we'll be back in the car for the final stint.
Okay, so Thomas is going to do this stint, and then what have you got? So what's the plan of attack after that?
He'll do this stint and the next one, and then I'll jump in and finish it.
Oh, okay. So you're only envisaging a 3-stop race.
I mean, I wasn't fuel saving, so we didn't make the first hour mark, so there'll probably be like a little splash and dash unless we can work some magic somewhere in the middle.
But that will be, the splash and dash will be when you take over? Or somewhere in that stint?
After his second stint,
yeah. Yeah. Okay. Mate, so far so good. It's interesting to see that you would mention it, because we're talking about this in the first hour as well, so your ears must have been burning. In the sprint races, there is a little bit of merit. There is a little bit to be gained in fuel-saving terms. and you weren't fuel saving. Was that tactical on your part?
Well, after the first couple of laps, we just sort of broke that draft, and yeah, I just wanted to try and see if we could bust out a big gap. But yeah, like I think it was Wayne in the car in P2. His pace is really good. He matched my lap times throughout the whole stint. So
Yeah, very nicely done. Porsche Ferrari, it's an interesting battle at the moment because you and the Porsche went one lap less than the guys in the Ferraris that were immediately behind you. Do you put that down to the fact that you weren't attempting to fuel save, or there are other factors to consider there?
I think it was just I wasn't fuel saving at all. So yeah, we're just trying to maintain that gap to try and get a little bit of breathing room.
Well, it's now 14 seconds, mate, so you're sitting pretty. And it's hard to envisage anything really terribly going wrong here at this point in time. I mean, unless these hypercar blokes come together as they're scrapping for third at the moment. Have a look at this. Schmidtke second, Hen third. Up the outside goes Hen, if you don't mind. What about that for an attempted overtaking manoeuvre at Canada Corner? Have a look at Hen to the inside at 13.
Oh!
They come together.
Okay.
There goes Matt Schmidtke. And that's exactly the point I was just about to make, boys. Will we see a safety car? Will we not? And it's only if those two come to blows and crunch one another up. And what have they done?
Gee, that was a close one as well.
I think that might be netcode, though. I think that might be netcode. I'm going to go back and just try and ascertain if that was the case.
It's not looking like a significant. It looks like Schmidtke has turned across a little bit too sharply on the car behind, expecting him to back out, but he wasn't quite ready to back out. So let's have
that
a
was
quick
cold, wasn't it? Trying to go around the outside
That was
of Canada.
brilliant, wasn't it? But
yep.
There's just nowhere for him to be, and like, yeah, he wasn't quite up to the B pillar at that point in time as he was trying to sort of back out to it, but he was already alongside at the previous corner trying to make that overtake stick. So from a risk perspective from Schmidtke, I'll be trying to cut that off. In the way he has there, and that's an unfortunate incident for him. Hopefully not too much damage. It wasn't a big collision from that perspective, and the big plus of the grass and gravel physics now is that you're less likely to end up in that wall. You saw the brakes actually working on the grass there,
yes.
Which is an incredible thing compared to the normal ice rinks. So he lives to fight another day, hopefully without too much damage, and hopefully Schmidtke can roam back up onto the back of that car again and continue the battle later in this race.
Race control will no doubt have a look at that and let us know what they think. It did look like there was a minimal amount of netcode, but also, I mean, hard to see there not inevitably being contact in a real-world situation of that magnitude. So, but that's the point I was coming back to, and thanks for sticking with us, Denchi, and sorry to blow your eardrums off this early on a Sunday afternoon. But in saying all of that, it's interesting when we have a look at the strategic gameplay here, because you're 16 seconds to the good at the moment. Thomas Martin's doing a very nice job of controlling the advantage you've got. It's hard to see you guys being beaten from here unless something untoward was to happen, and we don't wish that upon you, of course, but be it that a safety car brings the field back to you, be it that something untoward happens on pit road or a network dropout or something like that, you guys are in a very nice place at the moment, given that the way we're watching this play out at the moment, it looks like it could go caution free.
Yeah, hopefully it goes caution free. It'll I'm not too sure if that'll play in our favour if we've got a splash and dash and the others don't, so we'll just have to see what happens towards the end.
And the only other thing there, of course, mate, is we talk often to you on a Monday night about going out on your own for an hour and, being 15, 16 seconds up the road and just maintaining the minds. Hang on, here we go. Great day for a race, first day of daylight saving, shots fired. Hello, Rob. Nice to have you on board. I'm coming back to that in a moment. Thank you. I don't need winding up at the moment. I'm still slowly but surely climbing down off the roof after hitting it for another reason a couple of weeks ago. But that's not the point. And Chapper, you know what I'm talking about. But coming back to you, Danchi, yeah, is it any more difficult to stay focused on the task at hand in that mindset and maintain that level of concentration the longer the race is?
No, I actually find it better and easier to be concentrating in the longer races for sure.
And what about I mean, it hasn't necessarily been an issue for you thus far because you've not been in a positional battle in the GT3 class as the hypercars have approached you. But how? And we're watching it now at the moment, actually, with Leith McClymont there, of course, in ninth place, giving way to one of the hypercars waltzing its way through. In fact, there's a good little battle opening up here between John Baldwin, Adam Holland, and John Jennings, just ahead of that 6th, 7th, and 8th. It's interesting, isn't it, mate, that you're in a rare position where you're not the one navigating lap traffic. You're the one that is making way to those faster cars coming through. So how have you found that so far?
Yeah, it's always a bit of a challenge. You just got to make your car, like put your car in a position early before they get too close to you. There's been a couple of little moments at the left-hander after Canada corner for me, with the hypercars going inside, and yeah, so that's been pretty fun.
Yep. And I guess the other question I've got for you while we've still got you, and I know we'll get a chance to chat to you a little bit later on, is actually there's something I do want you to do for me in just a moment. We're gonna put him on the spot here, boys, and we're gonna see how he handles this. But and there's been no consultation entered into whatsoever, ladies and gentlemen. This is just live and ad lib and make it up as you go along. Pull one out of the proverbial, so to speak. But stay with me, Denchi, because I want you to actually ride with us for an onboard lap with your teammate Thomas Martin and actually talk us through a lap of Ride America. But before I let you do that, and Martin's coming around to start another lap in just a moment, so it might be the next one by when he completes lap 36. With regards to your lap pace, mates, 2:03.559, clearly the fastest of the field at the moment. Stephen Burgess with a 2:03.6 is the only one that's within an earshot of you as far as that fastest lap time is concerned in your class. It's interesting, though, because you're not saving fuel. You're running to a number. You're just burning the tank. How do you go about, pace setting here? Because, again, you're only thinking about your class battle, not the outright fight. And secondly, it's not like you can run qualifying numbers. It's not like the car can handle you running qualifying numbers for 4 hours on end. So do you find a delicate balance there? Do you find a happy medium with where you're at with lap speed, or is it just come as it goes?
I think the tyres probably kind of dictate what you can do around here. The left sides were like down to 50% and screaming by the end of my first stint. But yeah, like when you're out front, you got a little bit of gap. You're just trying to ever so slightly be a tiny bit quicker than the guy behind to try and keep that gap growing. But yeah, when they're just as fast, it's pretty difficult because they'll go faster than you try and match them, and it's just a bit of back and forth.
Tyre wear is an interesting point, and I would take it, considering that it's a full tank fuel in an endurance race, that there's no consequence for taking a full set of tyres either.
Yeah, like yeah, it was 50% on the lefts and 60% on the right sides when I made my stop. So yeah, definitely no double standing the tyres for sure.
Very nicely done. Right, here comes your teammate, leading the class at the moment by nearly 20 seconds, coming up towards Canada corner. Thomas Martin doing a very nice job at the moment. And so, as we throw to you, Denchi, to take us through a lap of Ride America, who made the hook up here with regards to you and Thomas teaming up? Who made who started the conversation about this coming to fruition, please?
Well, before round one, my teammate Simon was MIA, so I threw a little post in the free agents there and said I'm available to drive if anyone's got a spare seat.
Very nice. We'll come back to that in a moment. Please take us for a lap of Ride America.
We're braking at the second set of cones down to fourth gear, nice and tight, and then throttle on the apex here, grab all of the exit, and then we're coming over here up to fifth. We're running a short gearbox, so we're going down to third here, nice and tight, early throttle, lots of exit. It's looking like a nice lap so far, and big run down the straightaway where the Porsche really struggles for pace, really slow on the straight line, the old Porsche. But down here we like to brake just before the two board and cut over the curbing on the right down to second. And we want to try and grab the inside curb lots of exit here. We're up to third, and we're down to second for this one. And very tricky in the Porsche. It likes to get away from you, the rear. We're going up to fourth, cutting grass on the inside here, or at least I like to. Down here, we're all the way down to second, nice and tight. It's a little bit tricky if you grab the inside curbs, a little bit of a dip. And then carousel, this one's nice and fun. I like to take a tight line, let it run wide. Teammate does it slightly different here. And nice early throttle, and it really hooks up just here with that little dip. And then the kink's flat out 6 gear, no dramas here at all. A little bit later in the stint it gets a little bit lively on the exit, but overall it's pretty fun. Down to Canada corner here. Some cars take second, we're doing third with the short gearbox. So it's pretty nice and tame this corner for us. And then this left-hander, a little bit tricky. We've got a big gentle on the throttle on entry, lots of curb, car gets nice and light. And then last corner, we generally take him third. He does a little bit different line than me, but yeah, overall, yeah, great lap.
And a great description of the lap from you as well. Thank you, Matt Dench. And if I was anyone in the GSRC GT3 Championship at the moment, I would have been sitting there with a notepad and pen, taking notes and listening to the advice of the great man, because we've got a championship round here on Monday, October 23. So well done to you, sir. Now, so Thomas Martin, very opportunistic of him, very smart tactically from him to, as soon as you put the feelers out, it's not like you're putting the feelers out and saying, look, someone come and join me, because I could have imagined that the applications would have been plenty. But how have you found teaming up with Thomas? Because let's be perfectly honest, you are the prime ticket at the moment as far as GT3 endurance co-drivers are concerned, and he didn't miss it. He saw his opportunity and went for it straight away.
Yeah, so I think Gregory is the team boss in Traxxas, and I was driving with a different co-driver in round one.
Yep.
He wasn't available, so they threw Thomas over, and yeah, he's got pretty good pace, so it's looking great.
Indeed, it is. Righto. Now I've taken front running here so far. So Sam Chapman, Daniel Correa-Sar, anything for the great man while we've got him, or otherwise we'll let him go and catch his breath before he jumps back in the car a little bit later on this afternoon.
Well, I mean, I don't have anything in particular, I guess. What are you finding with this course? So you said it's a bit down in that straight line. Is it really nice through the twisty sections? How does it handle? I mean, every track in America is always, for whatever reason, they don't know how to roll asphalt. This is one of the flat, less bumpy ones, but there's always bits and pieces to it. What's its strengths do you find, and where is its weaknesses?
Yeah, the Porsche is really good in all of the windy corners. It's really good at direction change and can hold a lot of apex speed. So corners is its flavour, and yeah, straights is not so much.
Yeah, okay. So how much? What is the speed differential? So we'd say, okay, it's slower on a straight. If a Ferrari was next to it, how many k's an hour difference roughly do you think that is? Like, I just don't know what those differentials are.
So, like, if you're running the same wing, so the same downforce settings in both cars, then the Ferrari is probably going to be like 2 kph faster down the back end of the straight, which equates to maybe a car length over the course of the straight.
Yeah, okay. And have you ever found that there's any difference in the fuel utilisation of those cars? Because we did see that the Ferrari seemed to go a little longer on that first stint than pretty much all the Porsches did. Is that an aspect of the sort of being a bit more difficult to fuel save, being a bit slower at the end of the straight, or was that just sort of by chance?
I did a couple of laps in the Ferrari last night just to help the other car out with their setup, and the Ferrari seemed to be a lot looser on entry and exit. So I think it's you got to play with the throttle a little bit more in the Ferrari compared to the Porsche.
Okay. Interesting. Daniel, you got any questions for him before we let him go back to helping the team up?
The only question I have for you, Matt, is were you serious about that coaching stuff?
Yeah,
I would love to try. Not just me too. I can imagine a bunch of people in the club would be interested.
Oh yeah.
In that. Just
Daniel, we'll go splits, Daniel. We'll go splits on a training course. I reckon.
Oh, no worries. But no, that would.
Denty's Christmas vacation's about to be paid for.
But in all seriousness, because obviously you have much experience in these cars, and I mean your reputation precedes you. So yeah, if that's something that's coming that people can look forward to, I would be very interested in that, and as would everyone else.
Yeah, I've just got to try and translate what do I do to words, mate. Is what made the difficulty.
Yeah, it's all right. Readings for
Yeah,
rich people.
That's it. Gentlemen, we'll hear from this man a little bit later on in the afternoon, I'm sure, as a potential, if not class winner, at least at the very worst, it'll be class podium for Matt Dench and Thomas Martin this afternoon in the Tractix Racing entry. Denchy, go and get amongst it, go and call the shots for Tom, and we'll catch up with you a little bit later on. Thanks for that.
Right, I'll catch everyone later. Bye.
Dead set. He could end up being as successful off the circuit as he is on the circuit, couldn't he? If he takes up the offer or puts the offer out there, the feelers out there for some coaching, he might just about be able to give up his 9 to 5 and book himself in front of the sim rig forever and a day. There are that many lessons to be learnt from that guy, and he's still, in many respects, you listen to him talk on a Monday night. After a GT3 race, and he in some ways is still learning himself, so he reaches a point where he cannot learn anymore. It'll be just incredible to see what he brings to the table, but I could imagine that people will be lining up and willingly parting company with coin to learn a thing or two from the master of the craft. There's no doubt about that. So we're an hour and 23 minutes in to our 4-hour enduro here from Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. This is the Weldon Systems GSRC Endurance Championship, and the boys at the top of the tree, Stonks Racing Incorporated, they're going well in the hypercars here. 46 laps gone, and they're on to lap 47. So we're not too far away, boys. In fact, it should be the next couple of laps or so from a new fuel, a new tank of fuel, another run down pit lane, 1:46.584. Daniel Benenfield has just punched out the fastest lap of the race thus far in the lead car, and the lead advantage is accelerated out to 43 seconds. And Thomas Martin's lead in the GSRC GT3 class is 27 seconds now, but Simon Cox is hovering on Stephen Burgess's tail at the moment. So the battle for second is on, and we're watching the battle for sixth in GT3 between Adam Holland and John Baldwin. Baldwin right there, willing to have a crack. So Baldwin in the Ferrari, Holland in the Porsche, and smooth sailing for everybody else at the moment. We're just watching Daniel Benenfield's at the top of the shot there. He's about to come through and displace these blokes. Put them another lap down. He's not too far away. Down the main straight we go. Simon Cox, this is for second in class. Simon Cox down the inside. The Merc is going to second. Stephen Burgess concedes, consolidates, jumps back into third place. He didn't offer any sort of resistance. Didn't offer any sort of fight whatsoever. He relinquished. He was happy to let Cox go. Simon Cox to second.
Cox has been looking really fast in this Mercedes here, in this stint, and I imagine he'll pull away a bit here, looking at his recent pace. But yeah, Thomas Martin, I guess we probably had some expectation that Dench might jump out the car and we might see someone that has a bit of a different pace, but doesn't look like it, because he's faster than the rest of this pack still, and still pulling out a margin, even if the Porsche is a bit slower on the straights, which do dominate this Road America racetrack. As we see, Greg Spencer, he's just gone a little bit wide at that final corner, and actually quite smartly just kept that wheel straight and gradually come back on track. Lost a position, but live to fight another day. Just a bit wide in that. Yeah, we saw that a bit earlier with another car. Once again, it's just that downhill braking zone that you can just go a little bit too hot into, and it takes it out of you there, as Cox is already pulled out a 1.5 second lead here on Burgess behind. So a big pace differential there, and then look at this battle. So this has been going on all race in one way or the other between Adam Lee Holland, John Baldwin and Lee McClymer.
And
So-
just while I'm just going to jump in there, mate, and nip this in the bud while it's happening. Robert Petz is jumping on board the 125 International Driver Syndicate entry. Those guys have just come to pit lane. It's their second stop. They're out of sequence with everybody else, having stopped on lap 13. So they've got 27 laps out of that tank, and they're fueled and good to rock and roll once more. The only other one out of sequence is Mitch McIntyre, who stopped on lap 31. These guys nowhere near their fuel window just yet. They've got another probably 12 or 13 laps up their sleeve. What we're keeping our eye on is Daniel Benefield, who's jumping up onto pit straight now and into pit lane on the
massive!
contact. John Baldwin narrowly avoids kissing the wall on
and
the
there's
exit of Canada
damage.
corner, and that's the first real sign of car-to-car
And-
contact and drama we've seen in the GT3 class today as Daniel Benefield comes to pit lane at the end of lap 48.
Yeah, and this is once again showing a bit of the fragility of the Ferrari there. So yeah, that was just, and once again, this is the multi-class aspect of it. That was GTP overtaking. It sent the leading car that little bit wide, and then he's come back over to cover the line, but it's already too late. Leaving that Ferrari with nowhere to go. He's just got he's get a bit overzealous on the throttle, trying to keep it ahead. And that rear engine Porsche has just absolutely whacked the front of that Ferrari from the side there, with all the weight of that engine over the back wheel there.
Oh.
And did very well not to end up in the tyre barrier there, actually, all things considered. Fortunately, it wasn't a faster collision.
And nothing Adam Holland could have done to save that, unfortunately. Car-to-car contact inevitable once he got it crossed up the way that he did. But John Baldwin very lucky to still be playing in this game. Could have been a pit stop and a repair bill and an invoice and an afternoon done. The car does look a little bit worse for wear, no doubt about that, but paramount to nurse it through to the next round of pit stops at least.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't remember whether they get any fast repairs within this series. I would have to have a look into the rule set, because otherwise that's going to take a bit of time to repair. I mean, it does look like a bit of just a front bumper job, but I don't think they zip on and off quite like the F1 cars do. So I'm not sure how they pay the iRacing mechanics and how they decide how long things take and and do the math on that. But yeah, definitely a little bit worse for wear, and we'll be losing a little bit of downforce from that, I would assume. As we hear Zach playing some sort of game in the background there.
Yeah, just resetting power cables.
Just doing some technical work. So that's fair enough. Fortunately, my laptop has since started holding together in the last half an hour, touch wood. I was thinking earlier when it gave up stumps that it was a very good thing that Daniel is on the pots and pans today.
Very true.
Because that would have been a bit more of a stressful situation with the laptop going down. But it seems to love doing that on a Sunday, early on a Sunday afternoon, just in time for an endurance broadcast. So, but nevertheless, maybe it's on strike for Sundays, doesn't like working Sundays. I can appreciate that. But having said that, we have an endurance race on our hands. Still Thomas Martin leading ahead. Cox is about on pace with Martin, actually. They're very, very similar pace right now, but there is a 26-second gap between first and second in the race for the GT3s there. Cox will be desperately hoping for a safety car at some point to very much sort this field out, but who won't be as well is Daniel Benefield, out still by 45 seconds there. Still a good battle for second place effectively in the car race. So Fun's low in second place there in the ILEC Motorsport entry. Is this a legitimate drop down from Julian Mickey? Is he alive?
That's a very good question. Still on pit road is Julian Mookie. It's showing 49 laps gone.
Yeah, so he's coming to pit lane, which Actually, this is, I
This is
guess, around the
this is
time we'd
actually his
expect it.
second stop.
Yeah.
And he's actually managed to get 25 laps out of the stint.
Yep. So, I guess we'll see all these guys sort of doing that soon, I would assume. So, what have they done? Lap 48s, 49s. Yep.
So
So,
yeah, there's the driver swap there now.
yep. So Dale Clow hops in that car, ready to set off for the next stint. We'll probably see a few driver swaps soon, to change things up a bit. So we've got Mitch Pereira here. He's got a bit wide at the loop, but held it all together. You do keep wanting to. You got to be so patient around that loop, and you keep wanting to hit that accelerator, and it's easy enough to do it too early and go, oh,
Yeah,
maybe I can hit that outside. But if you're not on that internal little bit of camber there, you can very easily just hit a bit of grass on that outside.
Yeah, that's what Matt Dent was talking about before. So as you come around that big carousel, you want to go tight in early and then let the car drag out wide. You bleed off some speed, and then as you turn the car in, the front right will tag into that camber. And once it does tag into that camber, very similar of Griffin's Bend in Mount Panorama, you can just plant the throttle, and that camber will hold the car, and at full acceleration, the car will exit directly onto the curb. In later stages of the race, you're starting to get a little bit less tire wear. You might have to lift a bit, because otherwise you get into the grass. But yeah, it feels amazing when you just have your foot completely on the ground and the car just naturally just straight onto the curb, and you just keep going. But sometimes you can get a little greedy and you don't adjust the steering or lift off, and that'll happen to you as well.
Yeah, it's a great place to use up tyres, as well as you go around there. Those left-hand side, particularly left-hand front tyres. Being patient will save you a lot of overheating throughout that final section. If you push it that bit hard going through there, which is very easy to do, you can go through it a little bit more. This battle as well continues on with Adam Lee Holland and Lee McClymont. John Jennings, John Baldwin, a little bit back from that now. I think we saw Baldwin have that difficulty getting hit by a wild ranging Porsche. So we'll see if he can make that back, or whether they hit at some point soon and get a new bumper for that car and fill it up. But we'll see. Not looking, Holland not looking like he's particularly eager to make moves at this point, but having said that, following very closely. So whether he's ready to do it in the stops, which we would expect come in about 15 minutes or so, we will see. Now we said we don't have a manual safety car today, do we?
No, we don't. No.
We've got the iRacing safety car. So I'll be interested to see what race control think. I guess will justify that safety car coming out. We've sort of seen a few accidents here and there, but no major track blockages.
It'd have to be a car with towable damage, surely.
Well,
Yes.
100%. Or there would have to be 2 or 3 cars involved in the same incident. Down the inside, here's an opportunity. Here's an opportunity. Adam Holland gets by Lee McClymont. McClymont wants to force the issue up on the outside and does so going into turn 13. McClymont back up in the 6th spot, and Holland's got all the hard work to do once more. This is one of only 2 positional battles anywhere on the racetrack at the moment. We ride on board with Holland up onto the main straight. The other one is in behind them. It's John Baldwin and Jason Gillespie. And I need to make sure that that's not the Australian cricketer we're talking about, because if it is, there's a serious conversation that needs to be had. Why the bloody hell didn't we know about that sooner? However, because, the 200 in Bangladesh is still the best story in world cricket. Back in 2005, I think it was. So, So, I mean, we could have been dining out on that one and promoting it, in a way that we weren't allowed to promote the presence of one S. Wallace here in the Gentleman Sim Racing Club platform some time ago. Down towards turn 5. Great work from Adam Holland and Leith McClymont. Great battle forming here, and McClymont holding sway at the moment. 3 Ferraris, 3 Porsches, and a Mercedes, rather, in the top 7 at the moment in the GT3 field. John Jennings, John Baldwin, and then Jason Gillespie in the Porsche make up the top 10. So 5 Ferraris, 4 Porsches, and a Merc in the top 10 at the moment. Mitch McIntyre looks as though he's parked up and is the first retirement of the afternoon. So we're down to 19 at Road America.
Yeah, one thing I'm finding interesting is this. It doesn't. I'm not seeing a whole lot of overtakes into this sort of first corner and that turn. What is it, 4 or 5? Which are the normal overtaking spots? It does seem to be towards the end of this sort of semi-straight section, which is a very difficult spot to overtake because then you're on the outside for a very narrow but fast bit. But as we see here, so once again, GTP's getting involved. These guys following very closely, but he's backed off a little bit here, Gillespie, despite following very closely throughout the section beforehand. This would be, the closest battle on track. Things have largely fanned out a little bit here, although that battle between McClymont and Holland is still very much on, still within a second there. Just having a look towards the front of the field as well. So Cox is actually slowly reeling Martin in a little bit. The gap's 25 seconds still for Martin, but I believe it was about 28, 29 a few laps ago. So we'll see how that develops. I think, once again, that Mercedes in a straight line is just that bit quicker, at least according to SDK. Last lap was quite significantly quicker. So we'll see if that pans out as well. Down to 20 in the 24-second mark. So yeah, once again, Martin definitely wouldn't want a safety car at this point of the race because it would have someone with some significant pace right up his push. Good to see that mix of manufacturers as well, actually. It's been a good thing in the GT3 class in recent times that the manufacturers do seem to largely, I mean, some still don't get that much of a showing, but at least there's a good few that will end up showing up rather than, the Porsche Cup or the Mercedes Cup as we've sometimes seen it before. I think as well, interesting to see the number of Porsches in the field too, given, I guess, the straight line disadvantage, because we've got quite a few quick tracks on the calendar. We started in Monza, we're now here at Road America, and I think there are another few faster tracks being good for this endurance multi-class style racing as well. This is dicey here as GTP splitting up this battle, and once again it just balks that GT3 car going through, and now there's a massive run here for Baldwin. And he's going to try and take this inside into turn 1. He'll be almost past by this point because of that wiggle on the exit there for the Ferrari. Just letting that GTP car through, but he brakes late, tries to defend it, but he's out on the marbles and has to give it in. Really easy to go off on the outside of that first corner there. Does a good job to keep it on the track. Lives to fight another day. He's going to now follow this Porsche long. Remembering as well that Baldwin may actually have a bit of a speed disadvantage too, given the incident a few laps ago.
Yeah, that was very nicely done from Gillespie, setting that up. But your point is valid. And if you were John Baldwin, you'd be hoping now that you can latch onto the back of that Porsche and follow it through to try and, somewhat work around that potential speed deficit and mitigate it as best as possible.
Fuge just exiting pit lane as well, so these GT3s are starting their pit sequence Two potentially for yeah. So Fuge might have had a little bit of damage himself. We're not sure there, but we'll see where this comes out. Because we'd expect all of these GT3 cars to do it in the next 10 to 15 minutes. I believe all the hypercars have done their second
Yeah,
pit stop.
they have.
So yeah, once again, Benefield out by 50 seconds ahead of Funso behind. So once again, absolutely praying to not have a safety car uh, here for the Stonks Racing team, because they are absolutely dominating this field at the moment. Just brilliant pace out ahead, and putting a consistent race together at this point. Top of the tables for GT3. That gap still remains around that 24-second mark for the gap in GT3. So Thomas Martin managing it well, and yes, not letting Denchi's lead go to waste, and actually making a bit of extra himself. At Cox still right there on pace. So we'll see how this works out towards the end of the race. That third place position, another 18 seconds back from Cox, but would only 1.8 seconds back from him. So that's still very much on.
1 hour and 43 minutes into the race. Let's go around the grounds very quickly. West Indies have finished with 3 for 147. That's just wrapped up their innings in the first T20 International against the Australian women at the North Sydney Oval on NRL Grand Final Day. 3 for 147. The Aussies will require 148 and a little over 7 and over for victory in that contest. 7.4 and over the asking rate there. We'll keep you abreast of that as the afternoon unfolds. And at Accor Stadium in Sydney at the moment, we're 25 minutes into the first half of the State Championship Grand Final match between the winner of the New South Wales Cup and the Queensland Cup, and the New South Wales South Sydney Rabbitohs have the advantage at the moment over the Queensland Cup's Brisbane Tigers. 8 points to 6, 25 minutes gone there. So that's your second around the grounds update for the day done and dusted, as we continue on with our coverage here of the GSRC GT3 Endurance Championship and Hypercar Championship for login systems from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, and the fabulous Road America. We're watching the GT3 class leader at the moment, and that lead is to the tune of 23 3/4 seconds. It's Thomas Martin leading Simon Cox and Stephen Burgess. I guess the one saving grace here, gentlemen, is that we've got 3 different manufacturers in the top 3. That's a great talking point, but the margins, they speak for themselves. There's not much in the way of positional battle happening out there on the racetrack at the moment. We're basically in that part of the race now where things are going to, stretch out and become somewhat processional and mundane. So let's try our best to keep it up vibe and keep it interesting, as Billy Birmingham once said. Because now we're going to be relying upon someone to strike trouble or someone to make a mistake to spice things up. This is just a case of, as we see so often in our 90-minute races, we're at that point now. Here's Tim Fuge on that subject. We're now in that phase where we're just going through the motions, so to speak, until we get to that last round of pit stops where things will spice up once more. But yes, we're nearly at half race distance. Our leaders are on lap 58. Our GT3 leader has just started lap 51. And you're watching all the action live and exclusive and free on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club.
Well, the difficult thing is we don't have one Liam Banks in the server to give us a safety car.
That's a stitch up.
Oh, well, I mean, it was excellent last time. He got a safety car, banked the whole Monza race right up. It was great. It was a good effort. I don't know, maybe it played a part. He went, you know what, we have to spice up this broadcast here. So, Chapo's got to have something to talk about. So no, that was very good. That was very good. But no, he's gallivanting around Japan. Went to the Suzuka race.
Half his luck.
Half his luck indeed. Half his luck indeed. So I think he might be back online this week or the next week. But no. He would want to be. He's missed one endurance race. It's become a bit of a pilgrimage for us on every fourth Sunday or so to be
Tradition.
doing these. Yeah, just about.
Well, as I say, I don't get to join in with you blokes very often on a Sunday because, well, I'm already doing Monday and Thursday. That's number one. And number two, I'm usually out with the local football scene up in Ipswich. But that, of course, wrapped up 3 weeks ago. So my Sundays have been quiet, albeit definitely not uneventful, in the 3 Sundays that have followed. It's fair dinkum. Anyway, 1 hour and 47 minutes gone. I'm not going to dig myself any deeper a hole at the moment. Actually, no, I am. There was an article doing the rounds on Speed Cafe yesterday, right? So a couple of weeks ago, I took aim at the Benalla Auto Club and one person in particular, who shall remain nameless. And I took aim at him because, the Winton 300, they've dropped the ball with that event, and I know of at least half a dozen people, and the count is climbing, 7, 8, 9 people at least, that did not enter the Winton 300 because they heard nothing about it. They were hearing crickets, radio silence, all that sort of stuff. Anyway, fast forward a couple of days, Speed Cafe are now running articles about Mount Panorama might step up to the plate and come to the rescue, come to the saviour of supercars to host the opening round of next year, given the ongoing debacle with Newcastle Council and the New South Wales government. Contractually, right, the New South Wales government and supercars have an agreement in place now that they're not hosting the season finale, they must host the season opener, which means that there are 3 racetracks that can legitimately do that. One is Sydney Motorsport Park, one is Mount Panorama, the other is the Newcastle East Street Circuit. And yet this Nuffy yesterday puts up a post on his personals and on the venue Facebook page and says Winton Motor Raceway can do this. Yeah, because they're going to relocate Winton to New South Wales for a weekend just to fulfil that purpose. I mean, fair, you can give yourself an uppercut. And when I screenshot this section of the article that stipulates that contract agreement, and reminded him of that not while in Victoria you can't, and can't wasn't too far away from the word that I wanted to use. The reality of the situation is I highlighted that and he deleted the comment because, well, he already looks like a goose anyway, so why further add insult to injury. So yes, suffice to say that there's someone on my radar of people that I'd like to see the back of at the moment, and if I do come across him, I'll remind him of that in the next couple of weeks.
Yep, fair enough. I mean, Winton Motor Raceway already finds its own difficulties as a track getting people to like it. I think there are plenty out there. I don't think Mr. Whitaker is a particular fan of the place, and I don't think he's alone.
No. And this is but that's not even in the ballpark of the issues that I've got with it. We've got Joe Baldwin joining us for a chat in just a moment. But the problem that I've got with it is that if read the facts, read the fine print, and if you're going to be in the position to host an event, well, they relinquished their New South Wales circuit. They sold their other New South Wales venue. They sold Wakefield Park. Wakefield Park could have stepped up to the rescue. Not that supercars would probably go there these days, but that's not the point. If you're a Victorian venue, that kind of rules you out. But it won't stop them from trying to push their political agenda. Joe Baldwin, good afternoon. Oh, actually, no, sorry, good morning to you. Over there on the other side of the Nullarbor. How was breakfast before you jumped into the server, please?
Breakfast pretty good. My darling wife made me some bacon and eggs on toast and a coffee. So I've had my second round of toast and got a coffee here, trying to keep race control's eyes open. So we're cracking along just nicely at the moment. It's actually been a fairly quiet race, to be honest.
Oh, look at this.
It has been. Nothing. Oh, hang on, have a look at this.
They were listening.
You
they were listening
that,
to you, Joe.
Of course they
You
were.
say that, and it's James Wood into 3rd place. Stephen Burgess now relegated to 4th. So
As the
Burgess
GT
has lost
split the
2
two.
spots in this stint. He started this stint in 2nd place to Thomas Martin. He's lost out to Simon Cox. He's now lost out to James Wood as well. And the 72 Ferrari for Angry Pepper has been relegated off the podium at this point in time as we approach the half race mark, or half race distance marker of this 4-hour enduro from Road America. Joe, just going back to you, as all things speed up there very nicely, and Thomas Martin comes to pit lane at the end of this stint, so he's got what did we say he got in the first stint? 26 laps. He's got 27 out of this stint, so a little bit of fuel saving that time round. They've stretched out their advantage to 24 seconds. They're going along nicely, Martin and Dench. Race control, things have been, rather smooth sailing for you blokes, I'd imagine, so far.
Yeah, it has. There's only been one drive-through that got issued. Just somebody, I don't know what he did. I think he shifted up instead of pressing the brake at like the 300 marker down the end of the second straight. So I'm not sure what happened there, but yeah, that's been the only drive-through we've had for one of the guys. Everything else has just been little warnings here and there, blue flags and stuff, not really holding a line, but very quiet at the moment. It's been more of a social chat with a couple of the other RC guys, which has been good. So, but enjoying the racing nonetheless.
So far, so good. How do you see it playing out from here, mate? Long way to go. We've still got a fair few pit stops to play out. 2 hours, 7.5 minutes on the clock. But so far, it'd be hard to back against or tip against Daniel Bedingfield and also Thomas Martin.
Yeah, for sure. You've got I think the leaders of each class are going to be pretty well locked in at this stage. They've got a fair gap to their rivals, but back in the field, the Eilek, Lobar and the Catalads, they've been having a great battle. There's still only a bit under 20 seconds between them. Unfortunately, the Catalads made a little bit of an error and didn't leave racing room and got turned, but I'm sure another 2.5 hours they're going to be back up in their nose to tail and making a good race of it. So, and it's just the GT3s have really only had self-accidents, I think, just jumping curbs at that second last corner. There's been 2 incidents in the one spot. So, but yeah, look, they're going to have to pull something out to catch that 872 Tractix car. But back through the field, I think from the 4th through the 8th in the GT3s, probably going to come down to a pretty good battle towards the end of the race.
There was one incident worth noting there earlier in the hyperclass as well, mate, in turn 13. What was the action on that one, please?
That was no action. That was the one where I think Matt Schmidtke turned in on Christopher Henn. The way we discussed it, and being enduro, thankfully Chris never had any, it never disadvantaged him. There was a little bit of net code there, but it still would have been contact even without the net code, but it was self-penalising. It cost him probably 10 to 12 seconds, correct, I'd say, for Matt, so there was no penalty play on there. He never had any damage or anything, so it was a self-penalising incident, was the way we've seen it.
Fair enough as well. Anything from Sam Chapman and Daniel Correa while we've got Joe Baldwin?
Yeah, no. So, Joe, what do we need to do to get a safety car to mix things up?
I think we just need somebody to say, "Can I have a tow?" So if anybody else has a big self incident that pulls corners off the car, we might get a bit more excitement back in the race. But I did say to them, is there a competition caution? And they're like, no, this is one that's going to play through. So it's no mountain men, but I'm enjoying I've got to say, it's the first time I've sat through an enduro in 10 years on the service, and I'm enjoying what I'm seeing, but I'm actually glad the wheelbase is turned off.
Yep.
I think staying, having my concentration up to the level of these guys, especially in a car I'm no good at. I mean, it's no secret that the GT3s are my Achilles heel. So it's I wouldn't be competitive in those, and these other super electric duper cars or whatever they are, I've had no experience in those either. So not to say, with a 10,000 laps I might be able to extract a somewhat reasonable lap time out of it, but I just don't race them. That's just the thing. I'm too old school. I don't understand how they work.
No, fair enough. I mean, I was still lobbying for the GT4s to join the endurance racing for the GSRC, but they decided to go faster rather than slower. So I was outvoted on that one. I mean, there's a few of you in race control today, though, isn't there, Joe?
Yeah, there's 3 of us in there, but it's just more of a catch up and a chat to keep entertained. John and I are just discussing any of the incidents between us, and and Josh he's overdoing housework and stuff, and just having a chat and staying out of the weather in New Zealand.
Yep, absolutely.
It's a little bit windy in his hometown, he's telling me at the moment. So yeah.
You might have noticed as well, boys, as we have a look at the leaderboard on the top left of your screen there, the car in 5th place now has Dale Clogg at the wheel. And I'm just getting some messages from our good mate from Sharp EIT, Julia Mookie, of course. Unfortunately, they're running 5th and last in the hyperclass at the moment. But what's of interest here is that he's got a new driver on board for the Tech 1 team in these Enduros, in Doug Clock. We've got Dale Clogg on our screen there in 5th place, so on the timing monitor. So Dale or Doug, it's D. That's the main thing that matters. He's racing with me in the Enduros. He's a former amateur endurance racer in the Pacific Northwest area, former IMSA, GS and TCR crew member, former SCCA Time Trials Pro license holder as well. So this is all real-world stuff, of course, and a former HPDE certified instructor and driver coach. So a well-credentialed driver in the real world, and now applying his trade in sim racing circles as well. So great to have him on board. Yes, it is Dale, and that was a correction from Julian on that part. Thank you, mate. Appreciate that. So Dale's behind the wheel at the moment there in 5th place, and it's nice to have him on board. We've just picked up Brant Tucker there at the moment, sitting 9th place in the GT3 class. That puts him 14th outright. Thomas Martin, Daniel Hill, Ben Collard, Wayne Hewitt and Mitch Williams, the top 5 outright in the GT3 fight at the moment. And this is Dale Clogg, unfortunately, going off at Canada, and as you're seeing there, getting properly beached. Given the new sand trap model released in the latest patch update from iRacing. The leader, Daniel Bannenfield, has clocked lap 64. He's on lap 65. Fastest lap so far, 146.584. Thomas Martin's about to complete lap 56. So there's the difference for you as Corey Hodges goes kicking up some sand and dust. 56 laps gone for our leader of GT3 and Thomas Martin, out by 27 seconds over Daniel Hill, Ben Collard. Wayne Hewitt's all over the back of Ben Collard like a cheap suit at the moment. So the battle for 3rd in class rages on a little bit longer, gentlemen.
Yep, this battle looking good right now. One thing I did want to note, Brock Kelly has jumped in the Breadline racing car. We've seen him have really, really good pace historically within this series, so we'll see if he I think he's already made up one position. See if he can make his way forward in that vehicle there. But yeah, this fight here absolutely raging in for 3rd place between the 2 Ferraris. We'll see. It's close enough here that if he gets a decent enough exit, he could have a chance from that first corner, and then at the very least to turn 4 or 5. I don't know which one it is. That's once again another downhill braking zone, but I think he'll try and take the inside line to this corner here, and actually it'll be right alongside to go into the braking zone if we come off here, and he lets him through. Going outside on those marbles is a difficult place to be, and Collard thinks better of fighting Hewitt too much on that, and just losing more time to those ahead and using more fuel and tyres and all that sort of thing. Let it go, and he'll follow behind for a little bit longer.
So Wayne Hewitt sitting 3rd at the moment and doing a nice job of it. Ferrari battle there. Dale Clogg off the circuit once more. 64 laps gone for that car. About to be 2 laps down on the leader potentially here, as they get back on the track, and he comes to pit lane. So that's an unscheduled pit stop for those guys, no doubt.
Big hit for Dale. If we get to that replay, that looked like an incident between a GT3 car he was overtaking, which sent him to pits. So he's just come into that. Yeah, the GT3 car's just. Oh no, that BMW's just looks like it's got a foot on the grass or something. Come right inside. Had nowhere to go, Dale. There. That's a tough start to your stint. I tell you what, poor old Dale. The only silver lining there is the pit lane entry is right there, so it didn't have to
right.
go far to get there. But that's
Oh,
that
and he
wheel
had
not
company as
looking
well.
at. Well, that wouldn't. So well, that's what caused
Oh,
it.
did
It
he
was that.
make it to pit? Look at
Brendan
that.
Griffiths
Yeah,
was
there you go.
parked the wrong way there as well, boys. So
Yeah. So that
taking evasive
BMW,
action.
unfortunately, just had no control there, and
Now,
it took him out.
unfortunately, in the real world, the amount of debris left behind there would have triggered our caution.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we continue green for the moment. We've passed the halfway mark, 2 hours, 2 minutes gone, 1 hour 58 to go. Our trajectory is for a finish time of 4:06 Eastern Daylight Time. Hope you can stick in there with us for the rest of the afternoon on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club and the post-race show to follow, of course, as well.
Yeah, well, the difficulty around here in actually getting someone calling out a top is that you do actually have quite a bit of margin across a lot of the track. To make a mistake. It's not, it's not like a Detroit Belial or a Sebring or something where there's walls right next. I mean, Sebring less so, but where there's walls right next to you. As Brock Kelly, yeah, getting a bit squirrely through there, and not maybe making the time up that I might expect there on Fuge ahead, and I guess just struggling with the car at the start of the stint. As we follow along with James Chastano here, only a second behind Adam Funds though. So as we've sort of seen, this fight from sort of second place in the GTP class has been going for the entire road. Only 5 of them out there with, well, 4 at the moment because Clough is back in pit lane after that really unfortunate collision there. And Christensen 16 seconds behind these guys. But Funsley able to hold on at this point and actually pull out a little bit of margin there. It does look like there's a bit of a differential in a so about very similar pace. So we'll see if that maintains there as well. So Lee, oh, so he's tougher. So just gonna go a bit hot and wide. He's gonna see the tree. Wow, that was. This was Brandon Griffiths, who I think we saw have that difficulty with Dale Clough going that bit wide there. Back swooping around on him. Just not able to break it down. This is Nigel Patton coming into, so not taking a particularly wide line into that corner entry there, and then taking a very wide line on exit. So yeah, I think he'll be rethinking the line next time he takes that corner. But we're back to this fight for second here, and it is within a second now.
Yeah, and it's only 1 second the margin between them. James Chastanoff has punched out the fastest lap of the motor race, 1:46.571, and it's by 0.013 of a second on Daniel Benefield. And he's chasing down Adam Funslow at the moment. We're on lap 68. These guys are on 24 lap stints currently. So they are, as we tell you, that Dale Clogg is still in pit lane after 4 minutes on the tow rope. So unfortunately, that car's not going anywhere in a real hurry. These guys have just completed lap 68, so we're about 4 laps away from that next round of pit stops for the 4 hypercar entries in this race. And the only other battle on the racetrack is Mitch Williams and Leith McClymont in the battle for fifth in class in GSC GT3. Great to have another positional battle opening up at this point. But for it to be an outright fight and in the hypercar class, that's even better. And we'll wait and see what Chastanoff can do with that as he chases Funslow. So that's ILEC Motorsport and Low Bar Farming at this point as they make their way through the back section of the circuit. Here's Leith McClymont all over the back of the Mighty Cucks entry of Mitch Williams. Down to Canada and avoiding some lap traffic on the way through there. And that's an important part to note as well, boys. We're now seeing lap traffic play a bit more of a role in this race too. Robert Petts is back in pit lane and has been for 15 minutes. Mitch McIntyre out of the race. Brandon Griffiths, Nigel Patton a lap down at the moment. That was Patton they just went past. And Thomas Martin still leader in GT3 now by half a minute, 30 seconds the advantage at the top end of the tree. Ahead of the Barbecue Motorsport Australia entry of Daniel Hill. And Angry Pepper have got their way up into third spot. 1:46.571.013 of a second between the two fastest laps of the motor race set by Chastanoff and Benefield respectively. But it is Benefield holding sway, 44 seconds to the good at the moment. But yeah, as I say, boys, keep an eye on it. We are edging closer to that next round of stops for the hypercars.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if that leading car does a driver change at that point, because I believe Benefield's raced the entire... Whoa! As that Porsche almost goes off, the rear swinging around on him there.
And that's another interesting observation as well, Chapo. Not only, I mean, obviously, as we get further into the race, fatigue going to play a part, but as we get further into the stint, tyre wear is going to play a part as well. So you're just noticing Brent Tucker with a big one. The first one to bite the dust around the back of the circuit today. Loses the front end of the car. And on it continues down towards Canada with a little bit less body work than it had previously. That's the first big incident we've seen at turn 11 today, and I'm surprised that it's taken this long. But yes, fatigue, lack of grip, those few different factors. We're just seeing a few more mistakes the further we get into this thing.
Yeah, well, that one was interesting because they would have done a tyre change not all that long ago when they did that other pit stop, but it did look like that rear end just gave up on him going through the kink there. That was, I think Denchi said that's an easy flat-out corner. It sort of gets a little bit tricky towards the end of a stint. So interesting to see it going like that. The kink is right on the edge of whether or not you lift off in a lot of cars through there. And you, yes, you do not want to end up on the other side of it. Fortunately, it's a little bit later in the race, so there wasn't a million cars behind him ready to take him out and go for an excursion to pit lane with him. But I believe they're back. They're back in pit lane and ready to go. But as well, this fight for is on here. So, and he'll let him go surely, given he's being given the inside line there. And yet once again, no one wanting to take that outside line through the first corner of Road America. Whoa, massive dive here from was that Fuge behind?
He's made it work too. What?
That was, he was so far back, but he's going to be on the outside for this next corner here. Now that's not the worst place to be. There's a lot of runoff. But it will be difficult because you're out on the outside of the next one. No, he's let through. So Williams letting Fuge through there after a very bold but very impressive overtake there.
Here's Brent Tucker's afternoon going from bad to worse, I'd say.
Oh no, he's got no wing
he's got
now
no rear
as well.
wings. Those grip levels are going to multiply, or grip issues rather, are going to multiply. Now, interesting that you mentioned that positional battle. Tim Fuge, Mitch Williams, Brock Kelly, Guy Leach, all those guys in there. Again, second, not the first time today we're seeing Tim Fuge in a positional battle, and it won't be the last either. That shot that we had of them coming down to turn 5 out of turn 3, there were about 6 or 7 cars in that shot. That's as many as we've had in the shot since lap 1. That was really impressive. And it was these two in the fight for second outright that were weaving their way through and did so relatively unscathed to the point where this battle is still raging at the moment. Up onto the main straight. Lap 71 is done. Benefield leads by 21.5 seconds. Now that margin has come down significantly throughout the course of this stint. It was out to half a minute, but it's now down to 21.5 seconds. So Benefield getting towards the end of the stint. Funslow and Chastanoff, they should all be in at the end of this lap if we've got our numbers right. It's a 4-hour race. We're going in 24-lap increments at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And there is another positional battle towards with Brock Kelly and Williams in the GT3s as well. I think Kelly finding a little bit of legs here now, so we'll see if that can go down after this long straight here. If you can get that inside running, it's probably on for Kelly here. Hard to change yourself away from the hypercar battle, given not a huge amount of hypercars out there. Oh, once again, look at that. So yeah, he's able to take that spot from quite a distance back actually as well. And now there's a hypercar getting involved too. So will that throw things up? As nope, Kelly's able to just manage that positioning well and still block that car from behind from re-overtaking. As we go back to this fight for second of the outright car race, Daniel Benefield has just entered pit lane as well. Dale Clow in that Sharp EIT entry is unfortunately still in pit lane, fixing up the damage from the unfortunate incident earlier. But these guys are now really ticking along here, and they're both into pit lane. So let's see what they're like in pit lane. We might have a driver change. That's a big lock up there. Was he speeding? I don't know. But these two are very close going into pit lane. Will one of them maybe under fuel to jump the other one?
I don't see the point in doing that, if I'm honest with you. What is interesting though is they've got 44 minutes or thereabouts out of these 3 stints thus far. It's not enough to get home on one more stop. They're going to have to rely on a safety car to get home on one more stop. They probably need a splash and dash somewhere in the final 20 minutes of this race. Top 3 all on the lane. Benefield, Hen, Martin, Christensen. So Hen's jumping back in the 32, and Martin's jumping back in the 15, and Christensen's jumping back in the 8. So 3 driver changes happening there. Benefield continuing on in the 964. Is Benefield driving solo today? What's going on there? Has anyone else been at the helm of that car today?
I don't think anyone else has been at the helm of that car. Having said that, I don't think you're allowed to drive solo completely. I'm not 100% sure, but I think by definition this does have to be a team event. So we'll see.
Well, didn't you write the rules, or did someone with you write the rules?
I'm sure. Well, no, someone wrote the rules. It wasn't myself. I'm not that important, man. The guy to go to is probably John Simpson. He's the big chief of this now. I think now that
True.
Now that it's changed hands.
We can't go to John Simpson because he's not in the booth, but we can go to John Baldwin because he's jumped in rather discreetly. I didn't even hear him jump in, to be honest with you, but he's here to have a chat to us. Hello, mate. Nice to have you on board. Pete Matson's commenting from home saying that he's loving the close racing. We're loving it as well. What's it like being in the thick of it, please?
Yeah, it's been a little bit enjoyable, actually. It's a good flowy track and get yourself into a rhythm and just punch out the laps.
And you guys are well placed at the moment. The key is staying out of trouble, and that's been easier said than done. There have been a couple of hairy moments as we have a look at Braden Martin resuming the duel with Chris Hen here. And Pete Matson is informing us that Josh Zuno is also responsible for what's going on here, so he can be held to account at a later point in time. But when he checks in sporadically, as he put it, throughout the afternoon. Yeah, John, I guess the key to success here and the key to netting a result is keeping your nose clean and then going hell for leather and pulling out all stops potentially in that final stint if you're still in contention, mate.
Yeah, well, we were sort of... Guy got us off to a good start. We're up in about six spots or something like that, and with my little get-together with Adam, cost us 3 spots and sort of dropped off a little bit after losing a bit of a draft there, so you just got to buy a ticket for that last hour, don't you, hey?
You certainly do. That's the key to endurance racing, mate. And only an hour and 45 to go. Geez, it doesn't feel like 2 hours and 15's flying on by. But I guess, as you say, when it's an open flowing track like this and the laps are fairly, fast in an average speed sense, turn around twice, blink once, and this thing's going to be over.
Yeah, and kind of surprising there hasn't been a safety car yet. But I guess the walls are a fair way away from everywhere. So once people get offline, if they hit the wall, they can get back to the pits. That the GTP car that clouded the wall a little while ago could have wound up with a safety car if that was anywhere other than close to the pit entrance.
While Sam Chapman and Daniel Correa-Sar are here, we should get them to fire a question in your direction as well, mate. What do you want to ask John while we've got him, please, boys?
I'll leave it to you for a tick, Daniel. I'm desperately searching for a charging cable for my headphones.
No.
So
No, that's all right.
I can't multitask here. I'm not.
No, that's fine.
So
I don't really have many questions at all. Again, I'm the guy that pushes buttons. I'm having my pit stop just arrived as well, as is evident in the general chat. So
I will ask John this while he's here. Since you two blokes are leaving me high and dry. John, it's a very Ferrari Porsche dominated field. Are you noticing any subtle differences between those two cars at the moment in terms of outright performance here?
When I was battling with Adam, there was a couple of spots that I had him under brakes. The Porsche seems to be better into the faster turns, and the Ferrari seems to be better into the slower ones.
And we're noticing the fuel mileage is relatively the same for both of those cars as well. How are you mitigating or navigating the traffic when the hypercars come through, please?
Yeah, closing my eyes, hoping for the best, and hoping that the boys in the faster cars are picking their moments well. We haven't had any issues so far.
Closing your eyes and hoping for the best. You're describing a day on the M1 on the Gold Coast. Very nicely done. These longer form races, do you enjoy the team camaraderie aspect of it? Do you enjoy sitting on this side of the fence and watching the car go around, keeping the fingers crossed and hoping that you get a chance to go back in to the field of battle at some point?
Yeah, I actually prefer the longer distance stuff compared to the other shorter distance stuff. The team aspect is a lot more fun, and you end up with better relationships, and I think the racing is actually better because there's a long time to go, so people don't tend to drive so aggressively in these, so it's a bit more respectful in that aspect, I think.
Sure. And I guess still a couple of rounds. Pete, we'll get to the NRL tips in a moment, please. And I think you're pretty happy after yesterday, being a Pies supporter. Now, just going back to the longer form races, mate. We've still got a couple of them to go. What are you most looking forward to about the three races to come after this one? Because I guess Road America's pretty good, but we've still got Le Mans. I think Road Atlanta's in there, and is it the Nürburgring as well?
Yeah, but I think the Nürburgring is not the long form one, but I would definitely be looking forward to Le Mans. That is a terrific track to drive, and the graphics that they've got on there are terrific. And if they manage to run it with a bit of night time in it, it will be even better.
I like it. I'm
I think
liking
the Le Mans
the
one
way
as
you're
well
thinking.
is actually a longer one.
They're accelerating the clock.
They're accelerating, so I think there will be a nighttime aspect to it from memory, which always is a nice aspect of Le Mans. So, yeah,
I can't wait for them to bring in the bloody rain service so that we can actually have some variance with regards to on-track conditions, boys.
Oh, no, well, yeah. Once again, it's because you watch and commentate.
Exactly, that's right.
I'm less convinced on the rain server as a driver. I can barely keep it on track in normal conditions. So, let alone you want to throw it on slicks in the rain. Oh, as he go wide there.
Jeez, have a look.
You won't have to worry about it.
Here.
Huge right around the outside of the
No
car.
way he can hold this outside.
If you don't mind, all set up by a slight bubble from Leith McClymont. They'll go side by side down towards 11. No, Fuge's got him covered. Oh, that was brilliant from Fuge. He gets a bit of luck, and he goes into fifth place in GT3.
Right, that was an incredible move, and now Kelly is right on the back of Climont here, actually takes the pass. He goes on the inside here, he's going to give it a crack, he'll have to back out of it, but he's certainly giving it a crack. He'll be right behind and going into turn one here at the end of this straight. But
If
wasn't
there's
that
one
brilliant
guy,
for Fuge on the outside there? That was an unbelievable move.
there are certain things you shouldn't do in GT3 racing. On the outside through the carousel is one of those, but Fuge made it, committed to it, made it stick, and pulled off one for the highlight reel today. No doubt about that. And if you're in that 19 squad, you're very happy that you've recruited Brock Kelly into your stable. There's no doubt about that. He's going to be a contender and a force to be reckoned with in this battle momentarily. He's right on the back of Leaton Climont at the moment. Fuge is only 0.7 up the road from that as well. Have a look at them. 1, 2, 3, 4, and they're contending with the hypercar coming through as well. He's going to get boxed in. Oh, no. David Christensen's car has been boxed in there. Is that Matt Schmidtke behind the wheel of that at the moment? It is currently inside. And look at Kelly, opportunistic to go with him as well. He can thank Matt Schmidtke for that one.
And Schmidtke's going to block off Fuge here as well. So this is going to once again bunch up this pack even more. As they're right on the back of the Ferrari there. Nope, has to let it go. But, gee, this battle is really spicing up. And these GTP cars are really throwing a spanner in the works for these guys. So difficult for them while they're fighting. Also, a little bit wide there from Kelly again. We'll lose a bit of pace coming out of that corner, which is how we saw that massive overtake last time, is that little bit of pace differential when if you're going a tiny bit wide, getting a bit of opposite lock on. But yeah, we'll see what happens with Kelly and Fuge now.
I apologise to John Baldwin. We've lost him. He's jumped out of the booth. I was going to actually ask him what else he's plying his trade at this season on the platforms of the GSRC, because we don't often get to talk to Johnny. But we will do that a little bit later on in the broadcast when he comes back to the booth, no doubt. Pete Matson, in the meanwhile, commenting from afar. Great racing, boys. Indeed, it has been. There have been some, like in 2.5 hours worth of competition. And worth of racing, there have been actually quite a few moments for the highlight reel thus far. It has been rather entertaining, rather enjoyable for the most part. We haven't got too bogged down or stale or processional just yet. There always seems to be a battle somewhere there on the track, including here. Second outright, Chris Henn and Braden Martin going out at the moment. Dale Clogg's car's got back out there. The Sharpie IT boys had been on pit lane for a while. They are 9 laps down in this car race. They are still just ahead of the GT3 field by about half a lap. But they are 9 laps down after a fairly sizable pit stop to repair the damaged car of Dale Clogg and Julian Mookie. Daniel Benefield, the leader, by 22.5 seconds now. Chris Henn, Braden Martin, second and third, but Martin working up the inside into turn 11, if you don't mind. You don't normally pass there either. But he got it done.
Wow. I think as well, yeah, Henn, I think smartly went, no, we're not going to challenge through that that section there. We'll let that one, let that one pass. But yeah, brilliant pass. We haven't seen a whole lot of movement in this class, but yeah, just had a brilliant exit and was let go through there. Because if there's one place on the track that could breed a safety car, that's part of the track. So yeah, we'll see if Martin can pull out any gap. He seemed to be roughly on pace, so whether that's just a mistake or he's able to pull out from here, we'll see. I'll go for 2 seconds because a care package has arrived with my own breakfast/lunch. So,
very nicely done. All right, you enjoy that. My lunch is waiting for me inside for a date with the microwave at about 4:30 Eastern Daylight Time this afternoon. Great to have you along for the ride. It's 2:30 Eastern Daylight Time, 1:30 October 1, 1911 in Queensland, and 11:30 in the West, as we continue our coverage of round 2 of the Login Systems GSRC Endurance Championship. Hypercars dominating at the top end of the tree. The GT3 field has a Porsche on top, a Merc in second, a Ferrari in third, and we have, I can tell you, 9 cars on the lead lap as far as that GT3 fight is concerned. So they're well off the pace as far as Daniel Benefield's concerned. He's 10 laps up the road. And that's about to be around 10, by the way. But yes, there are still 9 cars on the lead lap in GT3. compared to Thomas Martin, who's just started lap 70. So if we were to get a pace car or a safety car intervention now, that would be a get-out-of-jail-free card for Guy Leach, who is the next GT3 car scheduled to go a lap down to Thomas Martin in the fight for outright honours as far as GT3 is concerned. And that is 6th outright in the car race at the moment that we're talking about. Porsche, Mercedes, Ferrari, Porsche, the top 5. Tim Fuge up in the top 5. One of the biggest movers of the day, up 4 spots. So too Leith McClymont. So too Nigel Patton, who is a lap down. Make it 2 now in relation to Thomas Martin. And no real big movers in the hypercar class field, because with only 5 entries, you're always going to be in single digits there.
It's been a pretty solid race thus far. 2 minutes 27 into a 4-hour enduro. And yeah, sorry, I was completely mute while I was just trying to pit stop myself. And yeah, the man, that move around the outside by Tim Fuge, huh? Far out. That was not a bad one at all. And also, the pass in the GTP. If you noticed during that replay, the speed differential between car 15 and car 32, that's the attack hybrid mode in play. That's why he was carrying so much speed into that corner, because it'll keep the deployment on high before and after corner exit. So, yeah, that stuff comes into play a lot, especially towards the back end of the race. But yeah, Jesus Christ, that was an insane or technically an undertake, right? Because he went on the inside.
Yeah, 3-way fight for 5th in the car race in GT3 at the moment. And it's a Porsche against 2 Ferraris. It's Fuge, McClymont, and Kelly, with Kelly wedged in the middle now after taking advantage of McClymont being hung out to dry there as the hypercar of Matt Schmidtke came through the middle. And McClymont was unable to keep Brock Kelly at bay there, but not too many people can. He's one of the great proven performers across the platforms of the GSRC in Porsche and GT3 racing. Doesn't mind playing his trade at other cars and categories where the opportunity presents itself, but juggling real world and sim world is becoming an ever increasingly difficult task for so many of us, me included. There's a couple of Thursdays coming up where I won't be in the booth on a Thursday night. There's a Monday night down in early November as well. But it is what it is. 2:28.48 gone, 2:28.50, 2:29 on the clock, 1 hour 31 to go. And yeah, that's 5/8 of the way there. 62.5% of the distance covered here on the platforms of the GSRC. As we head towards the checkered flag in round 2 of the championship. You're watching it across Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. Daniel Criasar, Zach Caben, and if you can you drag Simon Cox in for us from the green room there, please, Daniel? I can't do it at the moment. I haven't got admin access. Sam Chapman might be listening in, and he might be able to do it for us because he's not muted at the moment. He's just stepped away and eating. So if he can drag Simon Cox in for us, that'd be greatly appreciated. Simon, we're not ignoring you, mate. We just can't drag you in. We're in a different broadcast channel to what we normally are, so we don't have the same admin privileges as we usually do. This is what happens when we deputise for people on public holiday weekends. We've got to stop doing it then. Oh, dear. We've just been left high and dry.
I'll admit.
It's great fun. It's great fun. There's no doubt about that. As soon as they said Road America, I was like, yeah, take my money. I'm coming. I'm there. You know. Hard to believe, isn't it? 23 years ago to the day, the Sydney Olympics wrapped up in front of 114,714 people at the Olympic Stadium. Back when it had a bit more seating capacity. They, of course, had double tier at both ends of the ground, left and right, but they slashed them off and stripped 30,000 seats out of the joint. Some years later, 82,500 people will pack in there tonight for the NRL Grand Final between the Brisbane Broncos and also, of course, and 23 years, believe it or not. Yeah, 5 years' time will be 28 years and it'll be a Sunday again. 28 years since the Olympics. But yeah, the Broncos and the Panthers going toe-to-toe tonight, 7:30 Eastern Daylight Time to kick off there on Nine's Wide World of Sports. Quickly going around the grounds, an update for you. 16-6 at the moment. The Rabbitohs leading the Brisbane Tigers in the second half of the State Championship Grand Final at Accor Stadium, the first of 3 matches on Grand Final Day. That's the curtain raiser to the NRLW Grand Final, which is the end of the daytime program. Then the pre-game entertainment kicks in from 6:30, and then, of course, we get stuck into the main match at 7:30. At the moment, I can take you to North Sydney Oval and give you an update from the T20 International between Australia and the West Indies. Jeez, they're not mucking around here, the Aussies. They want to get the job done and get it done quickly. 7.1 over has gone. So 43 balls bowled. They're 1 for 74. Talia McGrath on 34, Alyssa Healy 27. That's in response to the West Indies 3 for 147. So they're already halfway there at the moment, are the Aussie girls, as they come back up onto the main straight once more. Still this battle for 6th between Brock Kelly and Lisa McClellan.
So, looking at the field, everything's quite stretched now. The only real battle happening is the one on your screen. As we see the GTP of Braden Martin.
Hang on. Is that Chapo back in the booth? Are you back with us, mate?
Yes, I'm largely back with you. I'm listening.
Oh, trouble! Car off! No, while you're here, just
That
drag Simon Cox in for us, mate. He's standing by in the green room. We don't have admin access. You do. So if you can drag Coxie in, we can have a chat to him, please. And this is what happened to Brock Kelly.
Now,
Contact with the hypercar.
Did he get
traffic
contact there? I wonder.
Oh, no. Is that the first bit of drama we've seen today? Car-to-car contact with lap traffic trying to find its way through and the gap closing up. Have a look at
it was. It was.
Oh, no. And that's just not on, really. You're not even in the same fight. You're not even in the same fight, and that's just cost Brock Kelly a spot in this car race.
Yeah, there it is there.
That was Braden Martin running second outright at the moment. That might get a whack across the knuckles from Race Control for that. And Race Control were only just saying a short while ago, Chapo, how cruisy a day they've had.
Well, yeah, and I would say that's pretty slam dunk there for the GTP car to get a penalty. There was no overlap, and they do have to, despite the pace differential, they still have to make that safe overtake. Now, I mean, Kelly, while he had the right to that corner, potentially left some room because, once again, it's not his race, and that's the outcome in that situation, regardless of the penalty that comes one way or the other. He's still going to be worse off because of that situation. Looks like not any particular amount of damage. Once again, not in a super dangerous part of the circuit for that, so they'll all live to tell the tale. But yeah, I can imagine there will be something coming from Race Control out of that.
Let's bring in Simon Cox to have a chat to us at this point in time, mate. Good afternoon to you. Sitting pretty in second at the moment. Relatively lonely race now that you've handed the car back to Daniel Hill. Argy-bargy in the second stint. You work your way up from 4th to 2nd, I think it was, or 3rd to 2nd. You've made progress, and that's the main thing, but you're still half a minute plus behind Thomas Martin and Matty Dench. There's something about those two. They're a lethal combination today.
Yeah, I think we sort of came up, I think it was about 5th or something like that. We were sitting, worked our way up. I don't think we're in a race with Denchy and Thomas, but we're definitely in a race with the Angry Pepper guys and whoever sort of shows a bit of pace behind them as well. So it'll be an interesting little strategy towards the end. We're just trying to work out what the best strategy is for the last stints.
Are you planning to bring the car home?
That's what we're just trying to work out now. I wasn't planned to actually get back in the car, but I might do the little final stint there, little splash or something like that. So we'll see what happens.
And what have you made of the race so far, mate? Relatively smooth and uneventful for you?
That's always a good race if it's uneventful. I just saw a couple of incidents just happen just before, which wasn't good, but the LMDH drivers have been pretty good. It's always a bit of a problem when you actually have more than one trying to get around the track, because they're obviously battling for positions, and then you've got to make room for more than one car. But they're pretty well spread out. I think there's still 2 cars, which are, I think, 2nd and 3rd, which have a little bit of a gap now, but they were running pretty tight next to each other for the first half of the race anyhow.
Daniel Benefeld continues to lead this race and does so by 25 seconds over Braden Martin, who's got an asterisk next to his name at the moment. Under investigation from race control, no doubt. Chris Hen, Matt Schmidtke, 3rd and 4th. And then Dale Clogg, 9 laps down in 5th place, and still 1 lap to the good of Thomas Martin, who leads the GT3 field at the moment. Top 8 in GT3 still on the lead lap. Adam Holland down in 9th place, a lap down on Martin as we speak. Those guys are getting ever closer to their 3rd compulsory or their 3rd mandatory required pit stop here. The tanks are about to have been run dry once more. We're expecting them somewhere in the vicinity of lap 78, 79 here. And Martin has just started lap 75. Coxie, while we got you, mates, what have you made of the way in which the hypercars have weaved their way through, navigating you guys that are the lap traffic? And similar to Matt Dench, that's rare air for you.
Yeah, it's just a case you just got to make room for them sometimes, and you might sacrifice a bit of lap time, but it's not the fight you want to fight. Like they've got their little battle on hand, and as I said, you get two of the hypercars close together, and you've just got to really yield to them because they're battling for position. But when they're spread out like this, it's not too bad.
And as far as the overall performance of the car is concerned, we were talking to Denchi earlier about the Porsche. He said the tyre where you wouldn't have got 2 stints out of the tyres. How was it for you?
Yeah, definitely wouldn't get two stints out of it. That front left really cops a bit of a hiding because you've got sort of 3 really fast corners on the left in a row, which really puts the temperature up, and you sort of spend the rest of the lap trying to get that temp out of the tyre. But I think we'll sort of, after the stint, we're coming in with about 50% of wear left on the front left. So that wouldn't have made a very good second stint. And, you're taking 106 litres of fuel, so you've got time to do the tyres anyhow, so you may as well take it.
Exactly right. And can you hold on to second from here, mates? You got 14 seconds on Wayne Hewitt, but there's still a long way to go, and we're noticing just a couple of extra mistakes creeping into general play here as we edge closer to that 4-hour mark.
Yeah, I think Huey's doing the rest of the race. So, he will have good pace in that car. So it'll just be a case of see if we can sort of either match his pace or just keep that little gap. That gap will probably shrink a little bit. But, twos and fro's and roundabouts. So we'll see how we are at the 30 minute to go mark and make a bit of a plan from there.
We're hearing you blokes talk about the fact that there's still 3 rounds of this championship to go. I asked the boys earlier when they jumped into the booth what track you're most looking forward to. We've still got Road America, we've still got the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit, and we've still got the Circuit de la Sarthe, mate.
Yeah, Le Mans is an interesting one because it's all about strategy at that track. If you can tag on to a lead group and stay with that car, you can either get some extra pace and bump a car through, and you can both be quick, or you can sit back and try and save fuel. So that's probably the most strategic race of them. Road Atlanta is going to be an interesting one with just fatigue because it's such a busy track. You've only got one little rest on that back straight, and then the other round is also going to be the same as well.
Exactly right. And do you enjoy the team aspect of this? Obviously, there's a team aspect to the GT3 racing we do on a Monday night, but not in a co-driver sense. Do you enjoy teaming up with other members of the club?
Yeah, that's what the whole team sort of build around is these longer format races. You sort of live and die, win and lose as a team. So it's really a lot of camaraderie with the drivers, and it's just sort of brings you closer together and work out a bit of a setup that everybody can drive and a bit of a strategy, and it's great racing. It's different racing than a Monday night, whether it be a sprint round or a enduro round on the Monday nights. This is another ball game.
Indeed it is. Hey, while you're here, if Daniel Correa-Sar's got a question for you, I'll let him fire it your way right now. Daniel?
Hey Simon, just going back to before, I noticed I believe it was in the second stint of the race, or it might have been the third stint of the race, you were absolutely smashing the lap times there. Was it a case of the car just coming to you? Or...
It was, yeah, I guess it was probably maybe the best time of the day, and it's just managing tyres as well. So if you can keep that tyre temp under control, you can actually sort of pump out some really good lap times. If you get that over the edge of temp, it's really hard to get that temperature out of the tyres, and then your lap times are going to suffer from then on.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
Yeah, so it's just all about that, management of fuel and tyre temp and lap time. And the guys you're racing with and the multi-class. It's just a whole big bundle of mess.
Yeah, and also,
so hopefully we end up at the right sort of end of it at the end of the race.
Yeah, and also, how would you rate the 296 in comparison to, say, the field favourite seems to be the Porsche of years gone by. Now that the 296 is out, some people have switched, some people have decided to stay away. But how would you compare? If you've raced both, how would you compare both?
I actually haven't spent much time in the Porsche. I don't like the way the Porsche drives. I normally, or have in the previous seasons, driven the Merc, which I love driving, but I thought I'd just give the Ferrari a run this season, new car and all, and just a bit of a change and something to hook into. I like the Ferrari at some tracks, although last Monday night I did have a bit of whether it be phantom damage, because the Ferrari is very fragile. Sometimes you can get a bit of damage that actually doesn't show on the car, and it will just affect your lap time a little bit. I did have a little bit of a micro slide, which just ruined the tyres, which pulled a bit of pace out of the car. I find, like at Monza, where we are on Monday night, the Merc, for me, the Merc and the Ferrari are about the same pace, but I feel like I can do a faster lap time easier in the Ferrari.
And let's build on that a little bit. So, since you've got experience in both, between the Merc and the Ferrari, what would you say the key differences are across the breadth of tracks that we go to?
The Merc is, like being a little bit of a longer wheelbase. It's a little bit more of a relaxed ride. You just got to sort of manage the balance of the car. Where the Ferrari, it's a little bit more aggressive to drive. The Merc, you've sort of got to let the car do the work. Where the Ferrari, you do have to sort of bring it by the neck a little bit and get the lap time out of it. And, that's sort of pretty similar to the Lamborghini or the Audi. You've got to ring them by the neck.
Yeah.
Where the Merc, you can sort of sit back and take it easy.
No, I understood. And final question from me. Which one do you think sounds better?
Oh, the Merc, 100%. Always. That's the only reason I started driving it.
I have to agree on that. The Merc has an absolute throaty grunt, and I love it. That's why I drove the Lambo last season too, because I absolutely love that Lamborghini V12.
Yeah, 100%. Anyway, look, I'm going to have to go, guys, because we're very near a pit stop, and we just want to make sure that we've got our strategies right.
Mate, terrific to catch up with you. Terrific to have you drop by the booth for a chat with us. Good luck for the rest of the afternoon. We'll chat to you at the end.
Yep, I'll be back later.
There he is, Simon Cox, doing very nice things in second outright in the GT3 fight at the moment. Seventh outright, second in class, I should say. Thomas Martin, the leader there by 39 seconds at the moment. Wayne Hewitt is third in the Ferrari. So Porsche, Merc and Ferrari, the top three at the moment in GT3. And interesting to note as well, when we look down beyond that, only one other manufacturer in the race. It is the BMW with Brendan Griffiths behind the wheel. At this point in time, 76 laps completed for those guys. So they are 3 laps down nearly on, or 2.5 laps down on the leader. And they are sitting there 35 seconds off the nearest car on track, which is, of course, Nigel Patton's. So they're still a long way off the front end of town in the Bimmer, and they're in pit lane right now. Oh, trouble for Brock Kelly, and that's a big one. That is an enormous shunt for Brock Kelly. That car's going nowhere except the back of the garage. I would imagine. He's coming to pit lane at the end of lap 76 for a pit stop, and it'll be because of that. Oh, the first real incident we've seen for a contender today that has resulted in catastrophic damage.
Like if
Have a look at the front end of that Ferrari.
Yeah, like if you're in the engines in the back, yeah.
Yeah, it could have otherwise been curtains for those guys. So Brock Kelly drops down to 9th in class. He's now a lap and a half down on the leader, Thomas Martin. There are now only, what are we? Geez, 5 cars on the lead lap. 5. Oh, no, round. That's McClymont, I believe. Is that McClymont that's gone round there? Jeez. They're falling off everywhere at the moment.
When it rains,
it wasn't
it pours.
McClymont, it was Greg Brooks. So the same car, just a change of driver, loses the rear end, touches the wall, and resumes. That's really unfortunate for those guys. John Baldwin's jumped in for Guy Leach. They're on pit road at the moment. We are in that 3rd round of pit stops for the GT3 class now. And we are not too far off. There won't be too much of an overlap here between the end of the 3rd round of pit stops for GT3 and the 4th pit stops for for the hypercars, I should say. 2 hours, 47 minutes gone. There is going to be a splash and dash here in the 4th and final hour, a 5th stop for the hypercars. There's the Christensen car with Schmidt at the wheel to the outside of lap traffic. Mitch Williams sitting 5th at the moment. So Brock Kelly crunching the wall. That's the big talking point at the moment of this stint. It's taken the Ferrari out of top 5 contention in GT3, and it's put it a lap and a half down. It's a long way back from there, unless we get a safety car. But given what we've seen thus far, gentlemen, it's unlikely.
Well, also, if it's a lap and a half down, I don't know if they're doing wave arounds and all this sort of thing that would come into it. So that could be locked in there for Kelly.
I believe there will be wave arounds because of the use of the iRacing safety car.
Okay.
So I do believe wave arounds, or at least one lap will occur.
And let's be perfectly honest as well, gentlemen, a 6.5 kilometre lap behind the safety car is going to be slow.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will.
Williams to pit lane. Thomas Martin's in as well at the end of lap 80. So 26, 27, 27 to the stints thus far. And these guys are staring down the barrel of a splash and dash in the final hour of the race as well. No one's been able to make that 1 hour mark.
Yeah, no, that they haven't. I guess, yeah, this is a high, and you know, there's a lot of accelerator put into this lap, as there's not a lot of time off the throttle, so not able to do that. Most of these guys, they also a lot of them haven't had a huge amount of company just to sit in the tow. Some of them have, but often it's been spread out or fighting. Interesting one is because I've been trying to work out, something happened to Daniel Benefield about half an hour, 45 minutes ago, because he was out by 48 seconds, and that then cut down to 24. But the thing is, he was just so far ahead of that field that it was actually difficult to notice something that cost 20 seconds.
Just on that, I was trying to figure that out myself, but the thing is that I can't find a single event with that car attached to it. Because if you get disconnected, then it should have teleported him to pit lane, which is what happened to me last Enduro. Thanks, Aussie Broadband. Actually, I can't really fault them. They've been fantastic the entire time I've had them. But just that one time, it disconnected me at Monza, and I teleported back. But yeah, I can't find an event. So whatever it is that did happen, I am at a loss.
Yep. As I say that gap has gone to 37 seconds on my screen, so I'm not quite sure what's going on here. But yeah, the only thing I could see was it looked like he entered pit lane twice in a short period of time, but I'm not sure if that's the case or what. So these LMP cars, they have spread out a bit. Schmidt putting in pretty good lap times there in 4th place. So could see him trying to range up on the back of Martin here, doing similar lap times to the car in front of Daniel Benefield. So we'll see what they come together. As far as the GT3s are concerned, Kelly's just in the thick of it on the back of Greg Brooks here. There's a bit of traffic as we see, I think, some laps traffic as well as a GTP, or what's going on here?
Okay, so there is one battle out on the circuit. It's Brooks and Kelly. That's the battle we're watching at the moment. They are there. Brooks is headlights ablaze at the moment, trying to clear. Actually,
get that hypercar out the way. It's too slow. He's saying.
That's right. Okay. No, actually, no. So the first car there is Matt Dench. The first of the GT3 cars is Matt Dench, right? So he's actually a lap up on these guys, Greg Brooks and Brock Kelly. He is a lap up. We're watching Brooks and Kelly, the battle for 6, but we've also got the second place man in the class, Matt Dench, up there, who is 0.7 of a second down on Wayne Hewitt at the moment. Dench is in the car on the run to the checkered flag, but they've short fueled. They actually only sat on pit road for 30 seconds that last time around, whereas Wayne Hewitt went in for 43. So that's also an interesting talking point here and now.
Yes.
And it doesn't quite add up because Wayne Hewitt's somehow taken the lead of this race away from Matt Dench.
I wonder whether it's driver change. I think that driver change takes out like 20 seconds. It's quite a significant amount of time when you change a driver. So whether that has...
And it's 8.9 the margin between first and second. Here's Brock Kelly! Brock Kelly on the inside for 6th in class! Thank you very much. Thanks for coming. He gets it out of Greg Brooks. Kelly goes up in a 6th spot. Very nicely done. Very cleanly done from Brock Kelly. Still trying to salvage something after that earlier mishap through turn 13. And the hypercars making their way around to lap them again. Daniel Benefield on lap 95 now. Those guys due on pit lane at the end of lap 96. So we're about 2 laps away from the next round of pit stops for the hypercars. We've already seen the third round of pit stops for GT3. We're racing towards the final pit stop. Now, what's interesting here is that Dench and Hewitt Dench and Martin have short fueled, but they're somehow 9 seconds behind in the car race. Wayne Hewitt leads this thing. Dench has got to overturn a 9-second deficit in the next hour and 6.5 minutes. And the other point of interest here as well, boys, is that most of the field ran the car. Oh, Wayne Hewitt's in pit lane now. This is only their third pit stop now. That's what's caught me out. They've gone 27, 28 laps for their stint, and they've come to pit lane now. So that takes care of that issue. Wayne Hewitt, he's gone longer than anybody on the third tank. So that sorts that problem out. That now makes a lot more bloody sense. My timing monitor had them in red, so I wasn't actually getting a good look at the amount of pit stops completed. So they are all on the lead lap, those guys. There are 5 cars on the lead lap. Make it 4 now because Dench is going to get by Adam Holland. 4 cars on the lead lap in GT3. Dench short fueled that time round, so whether he's planning to evenly split up the last 2 stints and get to the line that way, or go the short stint now for the full run home, I'm not sure. But we do have an element of intrigue here because we do have license to be, creative about how we go about getting to the checkered flag now, because it's not a full stint. This last pit stop will not constitute a full stint unless you shortchange yourself at the preceding pit stop. If you take the short stop now and go the full run home for the hypercars, we're looking at maybe 3 hours and 15 minutes in which they'd come to pit lane, the earliest they would come to pit lane. If they want to run to the flag, we're looking at about 3 hours 35 that they would come to pit lane. So if they want to run the tank dry and then do a short fuel, so anywhere between 3 hours 15 and 3 hours 35 is where those LMH cars come to pit lane. GT3, because we don't know exactly how many laps they're going to finish down, we only know how many laps they're getting to a stint, which is anywhere between 26 and 28. We know that they're not going to get 28 laps from here. We know that they could essentially, therefore, what are we? We're an hour and 4 minutes away. 28 is 56. So anywhere by about that 57-minute to go marker, they could come in, top up, and get to the checkered flag, you would think.
Yeah, I'd think so. It just looks like they're just going to be short on this one. They would have been praying for a safety car there, but still.
And that's the other point. If we get a safety car, everyone comes in, everyone tops up, everyone runs to the flag. You would think in GT3. It wouldn't necessarily be straightforward like that for the Le Mans hypercars unless we're inside 40 minutes to go.
Yes, yeah, exactly. So that would throw a spanner in the works, but we haven't seen anything too close to that as of yet. I'm looking at that GT3 class as well. So that short fueling has put Dench out to almost a minute lead. A very big gap. Like there is an invoice to pay, but that's a serious gap to have. In some ways, a little bit of a risky strategy in some respects, because if we if we do get a safety car in the next half hour or so, yes, he gets a free pit stop, but he'll have to fill up a little bit more than everyone else as well. So depending on the timing, that could impact things, and when pit lane opens as well, which usually isn't the first lap by.
Correct.
As well, Schmidtke's been putting in, it's come down a little bit, so whether or not he's overtaken, he's overdone it with the tyres and that sort of thing a bit, but he did the fastest lap of the race a couple of laps ago, and was really looking like he was going to start threatening for that podium spot as the two leaders of...
Oh,
Gee, Kelly really doing the hard way today, I tell you what. Loses that spot to Brooks again now. Did he just go wide into that corner? It looked like he just sort of
I'm
lost
not
the
sure
rear
if-
end a little bit and went wide on the entry.
I'm not sure if it's
bit of
that
an
or
odd
if he was tagged by the GTP. It didn't track a entry for it, so it's going to be a little difficult for me to go back and have a look. But yeah, I'm not sure if he just lost it on its own and the GTP went on the inside, or if the GTP just tapped him a little, caused him to go wide.
Yeah, I'll
Some other ones though. So let's see. Oh, this was it, I believe. Yeah.
Oh,
He
yes,
was
there we
it
go.
was too.
Oh, car-to-car
Gee, he
contact.
caught that well.
And Dale Clogg in an incident for the second time today. The first one self-inflicted. That one trying to get by lap traffic. Leaders are on pit road.
All the hypercars on pit road.
Every single one of them. And that means that Funslow, Chastanov and Christensen are all on pit road. We've got, Funslow's made his way out, Chastanov as well. Daniel Yeaman has taken over the front-running car, and he now has a 36-second advantage on Funslow with just on an hour to go in this car race, an hour and 1 minute to be precise. Heading for a finish time of around 6 minutes past 4 Eastern Daylight Time. We'll get you out of here by 5 o'clock, no later, ladies and gentlemen. So you can go and watch MotoGP, the Japanese Grand Prix, just going around the grounds in the meanwhile. But Rabbitoh's leading the Tigers. They've got the job done in the State Championship NRL Grand Final, 36-12 with 7.5 minutes to play. The Aussies are on the cusp of having the job done inside 13 overs. 12.2 overs gone, 2 for 135. They need 13 to win against the West Indies at North Sydney Oval. They're going to get that job done relatively comfortably and swiftly. And the second match is being played tomorrow night at 7 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. You'll see it on 7 Mate around Australia and Fox Cricket as well. We're at Road America watching the second round of the GSRC Endurance Championship thanks to Login Systems. It is nice to have you along for the ride. Chatsonov is there in second place at the moment, only a second away from Funslow. So once more, we have a battle for second in the car race outright. Not just what's been going on in GT3, which has been terrific and captivating, that's for sure. But,
Yes.
We've
So
finally got something to talk about at the top end of town.
Well, yeah, I think an interesting one. Chester looks like he's short fuel compared to Funzo here by about 16 seconds. So we'll see if that's an invoice to pay later on or if we took it earlier. Does that look like it's got damage, Kelly's car there? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. It's been a bit of the wars over the last... It's been a tough stint for Kelly. There's been a lot going on for him, both overtakes and getting overtaken with going off. So getting hit there by the GTP. So I'd imagine. I wonder if there'll be a. I'm sure race control will be investigating. We haven't seen any of the race control decisions coming through on our screen today. But I might have a quick look and see if I can find some of that. in the spreadsheet.
GT3 just caused Funslow to have to break early. This might be an opportunity for James.
Geez, there's been action aplenty throughout the course of 98 laps thus far, and we are far from done. Into the final hour we go. We're riding on board with Chatsonov here. All over the back of Funslow, around the carousel we go, and look at Chatsonov taking a very tight angle through that corner, very tight approach, trying to get the run, but it worked in favour of Funslow on the exit. They go through 11 on the run down to Canada now. Will Chatsonov have a look here on the inside, or will he yield? He'll yield for the moment, but he'll have the slipstream opportunity on the main straight, one would suspect. Got to keep it clean between here and there, though. Got to get a good run off 14. Yeeman the leader, 38 seconds up the road from this pair. There is a splash and dash left for these guys. There is a splash and dash left for GT3 as well. Not a clear-cut scenario to the checkered flag at Road America. Chatsonov, third place at the moment, looking for second. Down on the inside, Chatsonov to turn one. Thank you very much. Funslow relegated to third, but this battle is far from over at Road America. Through turn 3, the run down the back straight to 5. That was very, very cleanly, calmly, and very nicely done from Chatsonov there to displace Funslow. Didn't make it look terribly difficult. The pressure wasn't really on because we know there's still so much time to go in this car race. And it didn't look as though Funslow was willing to engage in a fight this early in the piece, boys.
No, and we see this a bit in, so I think it's what we were saying earlier around it often ends up being a bit more respectful racing, and a bit more careful, because you don't have another race to redeem yourself, and you've got plenty of time to make it up if you're faster, and you're not a million miles away. You'll more than likely get them at some point. So not too much point blocking until we get a bit later in the piece. I'll imagine you'll start seeing people getting a bit more defensive about positions, and we've seen some defensive plays, but a bit more defensive again about positions as we get into the sort of last half hour of the race, especially once all these stops are done, and then as we lead into the final stage.
Well, this is the point as well. We haven't seen too much in the way of any positional battles throughout the course of the day. It's been mainly minor positions in GT3, and it's been mostly this battle for second in class in hypercars. There has not been much in the way of outright positional battles. Oh no!
Oh no, Kelly again.
Contact and gone! That's the first major one of the afternoon! They've balked poor old David Christensen, and Brock Kelly's day is done. That car's going nowhere but the back of the garage.
Oh God, so what's happened?
Oh, they've come together late in the
He's been
piece.
hit from behind.
Greg Brooks got it crossed up on the exit, caught the grass. Christensen's got into the side of Kelly, who's had no choice but to go exit stage left and take Greg Brooks with him. Both cars to pit lane. Park it up, that'll do, I'd say, gentlemen. I mean, Brooks, if he can get back out there, he looked like he took less of the hit than Kelly, to be honest with you. Let's have a look at this again. Yeah, Kelly got a fair whack. Oh, actually, no, to be fair, Brooks would have hit that wall fairly hard too. So, if they are going to be parked up, then they're only going to be with 86 laps on the board. Kelly and Brooks in pit lane. How long they're there for remains unknown. If they've got a fast repair, if they don't, I don't have that information, that data on me. If they can get back out there, though, the only thing that might work in their favour is 55 minutes from the flag. They're not going to get 26, 27 laps out of what's left on the clock, so they would be right. Yeah, Brooks is back out on the racetrack already in the Tractix Racing entry, the 874, back out in the motor race, so those guys should be okay. I reckon if they've got the full tank now as a result of that pit stop, they'll be okay to get the checkered flag. A little bit of fuel saving might be required, but I think they'll be okay. Brock Kelly, on the other hand, that's his second major incident of the afternoon. Does he have a fast repair up his sleeve or not? And judging by the fact that he's still sitting in pit lane, I would suspect probably not. Wow. What an unfortunate time. What an unfortunate place. We know it's a danger point on the circuit, Canada Corner, and it's proven why in the final hour. 75% race distance has been passed. And those guys, unfortunately, a tap from Christensen onto Kelly. Second time today that lap traffic has got, cars lapping GT3 have got in the way and caused an incident. Unfortunate.
Yeah, very unfortunate there. Oh, I mean, I've got a bit of a bone to pick with Brock Pelly here because that car was in really bad nick. I think he could have called for a tow there, but, back on your own steam. Good on him for making it back. But yeah, still sitting in pit lane there. Once again, just been in the wars ever since he got in that car. It's just been one thing after the other. Some self-inflicted, but a lot like that was completely out of his control, with Christensen just touching him from behind there and creating that sort of three car accident in a real pressure point of the circuit, and one of those areas of the circuit where the walls aren't that far away, and you can really get that damage and bounce off a wall, and it's difficult to get back past. It's also where you see that track being quite narrow, as you said earlier, Zach. It isn't. It seems wide, but it's not all that wide. These main straights aren't bad, but you've got a big wall on one side and grass on the other, so there's not that much to leave there. And there is go ahead.
What Chapo is saying, ladies and gentlemen, is that Brock Kelly requesting the tow rope would have been the polite thing to do in the name of entertainment, essentially. Correct?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, won't someone please think about the commentary?
Exactly.
Thank you.
No, we're going okay. 3 hours and 8 minutes. It's gone by fairly quickly. Well, actually, to be fair, today was always going to be a quick day for New South Wales, Victoria, Tasmania, and the ACT, and even South Australia. It's 1 hour less than usual, and it was always going to be at the start of a very slow, very long 189 days for Queensland, but that's another story. Not missing an opportunity today, boys. Not missing an opportunity. If I'm going to work a Sunday and I'm going to have an opportunity to stick the boot into Queensland, bring it on. Actually, it was nice on air yesterday. I haven't heard back from station management yet. I'm waiting for tomorrow's staff meeting, but I reminded our West Bremer audience that next week's show will be from the later time of 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, even though it'll be 9 o'clock local. I have people that listen to the show further afield. They don't like when I do time calls in New South Wales for a Queensland station. I don't know why. It's like they expect me to lie to the audience. I don't know.
Well, yeah, it's all about the entertainment, Zach.
Exactly, and let's not forget as well, gentlemen, that there will be at least 1 or 2 instances over the next 9 weeks of Term 4 where 1 or 2 Queensland drivers miss the grid, miss the server for either the on-trail or the main course because of the time difference. So they should be the first people lobbying with me for the government to actually stand up and do something for a change.
Yeah, well, I mean, from my perspective, it's not such a bad thing, because there's some really good drivers up in Queensland. So hopefully, if they accidentally miss a round or two, throw your bone. But no, I do know of a few that are now having to miss the. I think Trucker Joe was talking to him before, and he's over in the West. He's going to miss out on V's now, which is a horrible shame.
It's morning V over there.
I'm not convinced I'd still be up for Formula V's on a Thursday over in the West. It's about 16 hours behind or something like that.
But in their defence, and as I've said all the way along here, when I fly to Perth in 24 days' time, I can't believe it's coming around that quickly. I fly to Perth for the XL Nationals. The one thing that I will say about that, as we watch, nicely done, Daniel Carrier, finding a way to get our mind off the politics of the day. Let's have a look at Wayne Hewitt all over the back of Rob Hill at the moment. Ferrari v Mercedes for second in class. So we've got battles for second in class raging in hypercars and also in GT3 at the moment. To finish the point, yes, I did say when I took the gig in Western Australia that I am very much looking forward to going over there, A, because Mark McGowan's resigned, so I don't need to renew my visa or passport to do it, and 2, because, and there's another jab, and then and 2, because it'll be nice to actually be in a part of the world where the time difference makes a lot more bloody sense than what it does in Queensland. Wayne Hewitt, third at the moment. Can these guys in the Ferrari find a way to second? We've all been waiting with bated breath to see what Ferrari's going to bring to the table with the new car in GT3 this season. Here's their chance to upstage the Mercs here, but Simon Cox and Rob Hill are proving stiff opposition at the moment. Daniel before that too. The final stages of round 2 of the GSRC Endurance Championship for login systems from Road America. Merc v Ferrari for second. Forget about Dench. He's a minute up the road. Denchi's a minute up the road. It is ridiculous.
Yep, they took the lead at the start and never looked back. It's just been a flawless performance out front for both the leaders actually. We have not seen a battle for the lead this entire race. We've seen some great positional battles down the track a bit, but for the lead of the race, these two teams have just had it absolutely under wraps from the get-go.
Actually, that's a fair point. The Daniel Yeeman entry has led every lap. The Gentleman Sim Racing Club just actually, we've got our own club members commenting on yes, throwing bait in your direction, Chapo. Very nicely done. There are a couple of men by the name of Whitaker living in Queensland, so if that's who Chapo may be referring to or not, actually that's a fairly good point given recent events in production cars. And I'll let Chapo have the rebuttal on that one in just a moment. But what's interesting is Dench and Martin have led all the way with the exception of whenever we've been through the pit window. They have been the effective race leader all the way, but they have been a little bit, what would you call it? They have been a little bit creative and they have been a little bit left field with their strategy play. They've pitted one lap earlier here or a couple of laps earlier there. They haven't been straight down the line with everybody else. They haven't been playing to the same tune. But when it matters most, they have been in the lead. So the hyperclass car has led the entire way. Daniel Yeeman, the 964, that car has led all 105 laps thus far. Dench, I mean, the lap count there would be in 3 digits by the time this race is ended with the amount of laps that he would have led. Those guys on lap 92 at the moment. We're expecting another probably 20 laps or so from, well, actually, no, there'll be more than 20 laps from here, probably about 22, 23 laps from here for the GT3 class cars. Let's say 22, that'll get us to 113, 114 for GT3 today. Wayne Hewitt down the inside of Rob Hill finally finds his way back into second spot in the car race. Rob Hill back to third. The Merc displaced by the Ferrari at the start of lap 92 for the GT3 field. They are 14 laps down on the hypercars at the moment, but that is a big move in the context of the race and the positional fight for the podium in that GT3 class.
That was interesting as well, because he was let through. There's no doubt that overspeed towards the end was not normal. So I wouldn't be surprised if that Merc needs to save a little bit of fuel here. He's right off the throttle. If you listen to that, that's not full throttle or anywhere near. He's right off it. So he's let him straight through. Whether he's now trying to just save a bit of fuel, tyres behind, and then launch another attack towards the end or what, but he definitely wasn't fighting for that position. There's still 45 minutes left of the race, so there's still plenty of time to make that back, but an interesting play there from the car that's now in third place, the Barbecue Motorsport Australia entry. As well, I mean, I will say, back to the point on the Whitakers, it was that there weren't any Whitakers in the entree for our Thursday nights for the first time in a while, but it's not their fault. I come undone. I undid it all on my own regardless. So that's all right. We can make a fool of ourselves without fighting with anyone from Queensland. So where's Daniel
brilliant. I
Yeaman as
like
well?
it.
So he's about 35 seconds ahead here of Chastano.
You know it's good on a Sunday afternoon when you've got people at committee and club level throwing barbs for the sake of it. I like it. I'm all for it. No one has to wind me up today. I'm wound up enough. But yes, clearly they're aware that Chabo's in the booth and thought they'd get one in for fun. Yeaman leads. Chastanov second, Funslow third, Christensen fourth. Now, what's interesting here, boys, is we're on lap 106. We're 10 laps into this stint. There aren't 24 laps left in this race, I wouldn't have imagined. What are we? 44 minutes away from the line. So in that next minute and a half, we're going to hit that critical lap number where they can top up and get home. Because of all the numbers we've seen so far today, 24 has been the number for pit stops, but it's been about a 43 and a half, 44 minute run. So we're now 43 minutes away from the checkered flag. So they could pit now, top the tank up and go home if they please. So this is the only point of the day as far as the hyperclass cars are concerned where we could see some variance in the strategy and in the pit numbers, because they've all been, with the exception of Dale Clogg, who's down a few laps, obviously, down 10 in fact. Everyone else has been down the line pitting on exactly the same lap at exactly the same time. Lap 24, 48, 72, 96. It's been as predictable as anything. And that's unfortunately Greg Brooks cladding the wall once more, but driving away from the scene of the crime. But now we are in that window, and even for the GT3 class cars, if they want to splash and dash now, we're in the window where they can do so and get to the checkered flag. Their window is a little bit larger, of course, because their stints are longer, in terms of time and the amount of laps to them. But with the hyperclass cars in the window, so are they. So we've seen Tim Fuge come in and do exactly that. A 30-second stop. He's good to go to the checkered flag, I would suspect.
Yep, I would say so. This should be quite straightforward for them to make it to the end, actually. So you had a 30-second stop, whereas the sort of longest stops that you can have are about the 45, 42 sort of second marks. So didn't have to fully fill up that car yet. I would expect at this pit stop that Deji might slightly decrease his lead, given they did short fuel last time a bit. But I don't think that will bring first place in class into contention there. Realistically, given his 67-second lead over the Angry Pepper Racing team there in second. Hewitt is pulling out a lead on Hill behind. We saw Hill let him through a little bit earlier. So I'm wondering, maybe there is that one pace differential between teammates or something like that. Because in this final sort of sector of the race, that car does seem to be getting away for second place, and that fight's looking like it might be over. John Jennings has hopped in the Breadline Racing car as well, but has been sitting in pit lane for the last 14 minutes, sadly, after the multiple debacles that car has unfortunately been in. Brooks as well has been in pit lane for north of a minute, so clearly a lot of damage on that car as well, after again he's had a couple of incidents in the last sort of 15 laps or so as well. So we'll see if he's able to fix it and get back out there and keep spinning some laps. You're almost there now. It's 40 minutes to go, so hopefully they can. But we will see.
Through the back section of the circuit, Matt Dench hasn't put a foot wrong today. And again, if anyone was paying attention when he took us for a lap with his teammate Thomas Martin driving the car at the time, when he was here in the commentary box with us after his first stint. If anyone was taking notes, it might serve you well when we come back here for a 90-minute sprint race in a couple of weeks' time in the GSRC GT3 Endurance Championship, getting lapped there by the hypercar of David Christensen, round onto the main straight. Dench's lead is now in excess of 1 minute and 8 seconds, and he's just, ever so gradually eking that out and doing it easily. Not really doing anything untoward or anything extraordinary. He's just going about it calmly and running consistent lap times, going through the motions, and the margin just continues to climb. They are doing this easy. They are winning it in a canter at the moment. They've still got to transit pit lane and collect some fuel for the run to the checkered flag. They're in the window in which they can do so. But this margin could be in excess of 1 minute and 15 if they're not careful, the opposition. These guys have been the front runners all day and have not looked back. They've not looked troubled. They've not even been challenged at any point for position.
No, our second place setter, now third, has just come in for their final pit stop as well, just putting 13 seconds worth of fuel in that car, so not too much of an invoice there to pay on his final pit stop, so that lets Kill re-inherit the place. Wait, no. So, yeah, not sure if that place is moved, to be honest, but Hewitt still, ooh. Did he get help there? I couldn't see.
I think he did.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I
Jared
think he
Gilbert.
Yeah, goodness
So,
me. Our
on
one
that
BMW
note,
out
gentlemen,
there as well.
John Jennings has been in pit lane for 17 and a half minutes.
Yeah.
Greg Brooks has now been in there for 4
yeah, that's
minutes.
helpful.
He did get some help. There's no doubt about that. We have had 3 retirements, Bant Tucker, Robert Pett, and also Mitch McIntyre. No retirements yet from the hyperclass. All 5 of them still running, despite the walking wounded 39 Sharp EIT entry for Tech 1 of Dale Clogg back out on the track to finish the car race. But yes, we slowly but surely whittling down the field. 12 runners left in GT3, 17 left overall. Not really a fair rate of attrition here, but it's not the sort of track that you often see that at, unless we have a big all-in on the opening lap around the back of the circuit. That we avoided that carnage today. And it has become fairly processional in the closing stages here.
Yeah.
We're just dealing in facts now.
Yes, we are. We're dealing in facts and figures. It's because as well, yeah, that second place position for the outright lead of the race has really pulled out too. Actually, as Chestnut just does the fastest lap of the race there, I think, a 1:46.34, at least his. So right there with the leader's pace, in fact making a little bit of time up on Yeoman ahead, but Yeoman's so far ahead that without something very serious happening would be very difficult to get there. So I think without something significant happening, the places for those hypercars are probably sorted
I'd say so.
out.
Oh, jeez.
Oh no.
Dale Clogg's had a less than memorable day in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. I'm not sure which part of the States he's in at the moment, but he's 15 hours behind us if he's on the East Coast and 18 if he's on the West Coast. So it's an early morning over there for him, or a late night, one way or the other. Just going around the grounds before we go back to Rob Hill, who's on screen there at the moment. 42-22, the Rabbitohs got the job done over the Tigers in the state championship NRL decider at Accor Stadium today, 8 tries to 4. It was 12-6 at half time, so the Rabbitohs really put the accelerator, put the foot to the floor after half time. Very shortly, we got the NRLW grand final between the Knights and the Titans. Earlier today, North Sydney Oval, the Australian women accounted for the West Indies women by 8 wickets. With 40 balls to spare, 2 for 149, chasing 3 for 147. So they did it very easily. Talia McGrath, 60 off 32 balls, the best of the women there for the Aussies. And they go around again tomorrow night, 7 Eastern on 7 Mate for the second match, a night game there at North Sydney Oval. And of course, then they move to Allan Border Field in Queensland for a match on Thursday night at 7 o'clock as well. And then the one dayers get underway next Sunday. 3 hours, 25 and a half minutes gone. Matt Dench in for his final stop.
Yep, so we'll see how much fuel he has to put in here. Looks like he's putting tyres on as well. So that might have played a part in trying to even out those pit times as well, to be able to put tyres on for this final stint maybe. We've already heard that running multiple stints on a set of tyres is going to be a bit tough. And we have seen some guys go around on potentially worn tyres there. So he comes out ahead. Hewitt also in pit lane behind him. We'll see what the timing ends up being, but 28 seconds of fuel put in Dench's Tractics Racing entry. And as well, so Rob Hill continues around for another lap in that Mercedes. So we will see where those guys end up to. Could be a little bit of reshuffling happening here with fuel stops, but we can only hope. Just touches the gravel there. Once again, didn't used to be much of an invoice to pay for that, but there is a little, I would imagine, a bit more now, as that lack of grip and that slow down of the gravel does take a bit of time out of the car there, but I'm sure Dench knows better than I on how to navigate this track in a GT3 car. So Chestnut coming to pits as well. Actually, so he is short fueled last time compared to Funslow by 16 seconds, and Funslow was about 10 seconds behind before this pit stop. So this actually this battle could potentially be on if there's been a unless there has been other fuel situations going on throughout the race here.
And this is the point as well. These guys have seen their opportunity to split their last stints evenly, whereas everybody else, it would seem, is going for that potential long run and then the short, fast rip, tear, rush, bust, burst home. Daniel Yeaman the leader, Adam Funslow second, James Chatsinov third in pit lane at the moment. We're on lap 113 at Road America. Adam Funslow second at the moment. The margin first to second is 41 seconds, as Chastanov remains stationary in pit lane at this point and now leaves the box 39.42 seconds. That seemed a longer pit stop than I might have been anticipating, to be fair.
Yeah, that is quite a long pit stop for this late in the race. Only
32 minutes
just over half an hour to go. But having said that, their full fuel is only about 42 minutes. So, you know, and the longest pit lane times we see are about that 51 seconds for the pit times for the GDPs. So, yep, I guess potentially, but clearly, I would say not going to be waiting on fuel. But maybe I don't know what the tyre situation is with these, and whether that might have slowed things down at all if they were replacing tyres as well without doing a completely full tank of fuel. So let's have a quick look. So Funslow sitting ahead of Christensen and Arsenault. So still having to pit a good 57 seconds ahead of his main competitor for second place there. His pit time, yeah, almost 40 seconds. So this could be quite a close battle towards the end of the race. Dench has pitted, 24 seconds ahead of Hill, who I don't believe has.
No, he's still yet to come in. So too Wayne Hewitt, so too Liam Davies. John Baldwin's probably due again at some point, so too Mitch Correa and Greg Spencer. Everybody else looks as though they should be right to go to the flag. Dale Clogg with another off-track excursion, this time through the carousel. So he's checking the corners off one by one. Unfortunately, is Dale Clogg.
Yep, I think he needs to call in and ask if there's been any floor damage from his pit crew, because that floor's seen a fair bit of gravel today, unfortunately for him, pretty much from the get-go in that car. But still out there, which is good, and holding on to that that 5th position. I don't know if Jennings and Brooks are going to make it back out. Jennings been sitting in pit lane now for 25 minutes.
Just to interject,
Yeah, mate.
Car 72, which is Angry Pepper Racing in P3, has been dealt a drive-through penalty for avoidable rear contact with car 236, which was Jared Gilbert
Chapman.
earlier on. So
Yeah.
that's going to influence things somewhat. Actually, maybe not. Having a look at the board, P4 is a minute and 2 seconds down the road, so a drive-through transit time probably not going to.
However, what does work in car 15's favour is that they have completed their 5th stop, whereas we're still waiting for the other 3 to do so.
Yes. Yeah, and that was an interesting one because I think he was a lapped car as well, Gilbert. So it just a
3
bit.
incidents were seen today.
Yeah, unfortunate for him. Just a bit too punchy, I guess, behind, and that's the thing when you're lapping someone. It's understand that probably is a pace differential there, and you're going to be exiting potentially at different speeds. And yeah, just seen that a couple of times actually. Just that pace differential out of that corner there, catching out a driver and rear-ending them, and it's an easy place just to get spun around and cause a lot of damage, unfortunately. But yeah, there's been a few penalties handed out today. So you've got that one with Jared Gilbert and Hewitt there. There was a drive-through early. See, yeah, this is poor old Brock Kelly. There's been 2 drive-throughs handed out for incidents that he was involved in, but not the culprit for. So once again, not everything. In fact, a lot of it wasn't his own difficulties causing it. It was other people. Sadly. So this is where Benefield lost all this time. This is what I suspected. Earlier in the race on lap 51, he got a drive-through penalty. Which is why we saw that lead go from 47 to 48 seconds to 24 odd.
Okay, gotcha.
For contact with Robert Hetz, hitting a GT3 car mid-corner.
And that was Yeeman right there. That was the race leader.
Wow.
That was the race leader right there. Can we just have another look at that, please, Daniel?
Just listen for the engine sound here.
I think that's fuel saving. I reckon he's fuel saved and hit the wrong gear.
Yeah, you wanna be on the track for that though.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's a rough one, and it's happened slightly again. According to the event here, coming down. No, he's just gone wide there. Yeah, that'd be debris on the tyres from the previous one.
And he's now in pit lane. He's clearly gone. Yeah, okay. This is after that lap, I need some time for the tyres to cool down and myself to cool down, and let's get this home and take this victory, not throw it away at the last juncture. But yeah, it seems there has been a few inter-class difficulties today actually, and that seems to be a lot of what a few of these crashes have been caused by. I think I probably expected less of that, given that this is a relatively open track for a lot of it, and there is room to overtake, but there is the aspect that it isn't super wide, and if they're not patient in these LMP cars, they can bring the GT3s unstuck with such a large amount of pace. Yep, just able to hold on to that there as he goes round. So that actually puts him, while he's still look like will be first at the end of the day, as the Angry Pepper Racing car just does the fastest lap of the race as well. Funzo now takes the lead, which we'll see where he ends up hitting. It certainly won't hold it. But where he comes out in relation to Christensen and Chastano, I think is yet to be understood.
2:03.396, that fastest lap time from the Angry Pepper Racing Stable for the GT3 class. Watch Dench try and one up that on the run to the checkered flag, as he so often does. Lap 117. We're in the closing stages of 4 hours of Road America, the GSRC Endurance Championship. Hope you're enjoying the show wherever you're tuning in around Australia or indeed the world across the platforms of GSRC. The platforms being Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. And we back up and do it all again tomorrow night from 7:40 Eastern Daylight Time with the Super 2s and the GTs from Monza.
Absolutely. We see him warming up the tyres there, actually, Eamon, down that section of track. So clearly an issue there for the hypercars, the cold tyres. But also interesting that he has put tyres on for this final stint. Only 24 minutes left of this race, but clearly wanting to make every part of it count. As far as I can tell, Funzo continuing on another lap still. So whether he's fuel safe throughout the race, we will find out soon, I assume, because we'll have to have another stop at some point. Liam Davies is now in pit lane as well for the GT3 class. Once again, another fastest lap of the race there in that Angry Pepper Racing car entry, which is Wayne Hewitt there. So this is Kurt Chapman, so teammates with Jared Gilbert that we saw earlier, and the rear end just going on that bimmer there. Yeah. As he came over the crest.
Here's one observation that I've noticed today as well, boys. I was crunching the numbers, doing the mathematics with the family this morning. When you look at where we are in the context of 2023 for
Depends
most of the country at least.
but yeah.
Exactly. Yep. We're 92 days out from the end of the year, so that makes it so this is the 374th day of the year out of 365, remembering that next year is 366. If you take 40 weeks away from today, you can go back 40 weeks, not 112 years like Queensland, but if you go back 40 weeks, you land on Christmas Day last year, right? And without getting, down too far into the gutter at this time of the day, given it's a family-friendly time slot, 40 weeks ago was Christmas Day. Today's October 1. Is there any correlation between that and the fact that 17 or 18 of my Facebook friends are celebrating a birthday day?
Well, I think it plays a part. What I'd also say is
exchanging Christmas presents a whole new meaning.
What I'd also say is a week later there is New Year's Eve.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is another well-known culprit for this particular one. So.
No, I guess 40 weeks is the full term, so I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt there that no one's come early or come late or whatever the case may be. But yeah, I noticed that this morning. I said to Mum, Jesus Christ, how many bloody times do you want to sit there and write the same thing to 16 different people? Anyway, it's all good and well. 3 hours and 39 minutes gone here, and we have just 20 and a half minutes to go before the checkered flag will fly on round 2 of the championship. Adam Funslow, the leader. Daniel Yeaman now in second place. Funslow yet to stop and complete that final splash and dash. It's the first time that Yeaman and the 964 car has not led today. But I suspect that this car will be due on pit road in the next 5 minutes or so. They can't make it to the checkered flag on the current trajectory of everything we've seen and learnt today. 43 minutes has been about the maximum stint run, which gives them 215 minutes. So they're actually stretching the friendship there a little bit because we're now at the 3 hour and 40 minute mark. But once you take pit lane transit times in, etc., we might actually be right on the cusp. It should be this time by, if I've got my numbers right, 43 by 5 is 215. So we're now at 220 minutes into the race, 221. this time by should be when we see this car on pit lane to splash and dash, pick up a little bit of juice for the run to the checkered flag. And Yeeman's gone back out and punched out the fastest lap of the car race, 1:46.306. The fastest lap of the GT3 field still belongs to Wayne Hewitt, 2:03.384. 2:03, actually, no, 2:03.487 for Matt. No, so 2:03.384 is still the fastest time for Wayne Hewitt. Expect Dench to have a crack at displacing that number before the end of the race as Rob Hill comes to pit lane. So does Wayne Hewitt. They're splashing and dashing on the run to the checkered flag, and it says that tells you everything you need to know about the dominance of Thomas Martin and Matt Dench today. That they came in, completed their splash and dash, got back out in the lead of the car race, and then will build that lead as those two come in for their splash and dash now. They won't be the last ones to do so. We've got John Baldwin still due. We've got Greg Spencer, Greg Spencer should be the last one after John Baldwin to come to pit lane for some juice. Wayne Hewitt is out. Rob Hill is out. Rob Hill has displaced Leapfrog, jumped Wayne Hewitt in pit lane. That was close for Adam Funslow coming to pit lane this time by, with regards to pulling it up and not getting pinged for speeding in pit lane. You saw the brakes screaming, begging for mercy. There was a serious lock up there as they came to pit lane. Across the line will come Daniel Yeaman to continue leading the car race, or resume leading the car race at the start of lap 121. 18 minutes to go.
So this is interesting. So that Mercedes was up to something letting the car by earlier, I reckon. Because they now have a 13-second lead now. All these pit stops have run through. Now Funslow and Christensen both in pit lane as well. So we'll see where they come out in relation to one another. Christensen's been putting in some pretty solid lap times. Funslow out of pits now, and Christensen I think on his way out. Chastano is 8 seconds down from Funslow after this, so this will be so this is going to play out. Then that comes back down to he short fueled that last stint. So had to do a 39-second fuel stop there.
Jeez. Now the next thing is John Baldwin's come to pit lane.
Yep.
What did I want to say with regards to current trajectory as well, gentlemen? I think I'm going to sneeze here in a moment, so I'll turn the microphone off and do that. But current trajectory has us going 131 laps. Given that we had 18 to go across the line, we've been running 1:46s. That gets you 10 laps to 17 minutes and 40 seconds. So current trajectory for mine has us coming back to the line somewhere in that last 20 seconds to get the white flag of regular times. So it'll be 4 hours plus 1 lap essentially, the distance here this afternoon. And I think Daniel Yeaman takes us to 131.
So as we see, Christensen's had an issue, I'd imagine, on cold tyres. Yep, has gone around in that turn 2 there, and then flicking around, keeping it out of harm's way, and will be back on his way now. Now John Baldwin has come out in that concerns brother just behind Liam Avies, 3.7 seconds behind. This is probably the closest fight that you'll see in the GT3s by the looks of things. Within those GTP cars, it's really down to this, and there's 7 seconds in it at the moment. But Funslow and Chastano, given that we have seen how quick that third place car can be throughout the day when it's on that low bar farming entry. And it does already look like he is taking a little bit of time out of Funslow ahead. Haven't got a huge amount of time to catch up. Yep, only 15 minutes, well, plus a lap, I guess, by the sounds of things remaining. But down to 6.7 seconds, and that gap started at about 8. So certainly taking some time out of Funslow here. That sector 4 was almost over a second faster, in fact. So and actually over a second faster than the car in first as well. So serious pace through there. And it's
Yeah.
down, it actually dipped into the 5-second mark. So that's going to be well and truly on in the final stages.
Crossed the line that time around 1:49.0. So Daniel Yeaman might be aware of what's going on here. He might be just cruising casually and calmly and collectedly to the line, and might, in doing that, get us only to 130. If they were running that 146 pace still, they'd probably get us to 131. But if they're going to run 4 seconds down on that 145 time frame that I'm trying to base things off or calculate things off, then there's no way in hell they're going to get there. They're actually going to come back to the line on lap 130 and see the checkered flag, because they'll go into overtime, and it won't be by far. When they crossed the line, they had 18 minutes to go. I was basing it on 4 laps every, 7 minutes and 5 seconds or something like that, based on a 146 lap time. But 149 that time around, that's an extra 3 seconds. So you get a few more of them, and that half-minute buffer you've got after lap 130 disappears completely. So it could well be 130 if they're going to clock on at that pace. But at this point in time, there's no need to, stretch the friendship and absolutely belt the living daylights out of the car, is there, boys? They've got the lead by half a minute. They can, they don't have to run it in top gear. They can just cruise to the line and still win by a fairly comfortable margin. And in this caper, sure, it's only half a minute, but that is as good as a mile.
Oh, absolutely. I'd say it probably is about a mile.
Yeah, it'd probably be a mile and a half.
Yeah, probably it could be a couple. So no, a fair distance ahead, and yeah, I would imagine that's what's happening right now. Just not putting too much, too much pace through it. Keeping it safe, keeping on the track, not making risky overtakes on GT3 cars and that they might be overlapping. When maybe when things were a bit closer, they might have gone for a certain dive or an overtake. That might be a bit more patient through a twisty section now as well. But yeah, great job from those guys out front. It's been just a dominant performance by them there. That second place battle is down to 5.2 seconds as well. Was Chastano took out 1.3 seconds the lap before, and he was taken out. Where are they now? It was a 46.8 for Chastano and a 47.1 for Funslow in the last lap. So not an enormous differential on that one, although it once again seems like it's coming down a little bit within this lap as well. Given they probably both have enough fresh tyres to push pretty hard, down to 4.7 seconds too. You would, I guess, expect that they would both be pushing at this point, but once again, they could overheat them or burn them out as well. That Cadillac's car as well, David Christensen just doing the fastest lap of the race there, a 146.2. I wonder whether the track temp is coming down a little bit. The car off the road there in the background.
We haven't had too much in the way of incidents this afternoon, but this is another one. Oh, it's James
he's Chase.
And this was,
he's got impatient.
Sacrificed himself.
Yeah, just a bit impatient there, hoping that he can get around that GT3 car very quickly.
David Christensen, the fastest lap of the race, boys, just now, 146.204. My goodness. Great pace this late in the piece.
Wayne Hewitt also set the fastest lap time a lap or so ago for the GT3s, a 203.031.
Yep.
Yeah, so that I reckon the track temp must be coming down for these guys to be fairly regularly setting these fastest lap times. But yeah, you got to think, what's that car from Christensen? If that was up a bit further, where would that be in the battle? This sort of pace late in the race, taking a bit of the winds out of the sails now that fight for second is loomed out again, as due to that excursion into the gravel by James Chestnut there. But I'm just having a look around. So Greg Spencer in the pits as well. I'm assuming for his final splash and dash. Outside of that, so good to see both Jennings and Brooks are back out on track. So Breadline Racing there as well. So but a 29-minute stop for Jennings and a 16-minute stop for Brooks. So I think it's fair to say they're out of the contention for the podium spots, unfortunately. But good to see them back out there to finish the race off. Christensen's still setting fastest sectors as well as in the 6th sector. So certainly some pace in that vehicle. Having said that, this battle for second place really isn't quite over yet.
No.
It's back down to 6.5 seconds again. It was out to 9. So if he can keep it on the track, Chester may be able to chase down Funslow's still here. Don't know if he's still got pace under the hood, Funslow. But there certainly seems to be a pace differential at the moment when both cars are being kept on track.
Got my eye on Daniel Yeaman. Next time by the line, it could be 4, could be 5 laps to go. It is so touch and go at the moment. The further we get into this lap, the more I'm starting to think it'll be 4. Just in the way he's not going full tilt the way that he was at the start of the race. Adam Funslow, James Chastanov, David Christensen, 2, 3, and 4. The Catalads with the fastest lap of the race thus far. Matthew Dench still a clear leader, 1 minute and 11 seconds in GT3 ahead of Rob Hill and Wayne Hewitt. And Hewitt's 8.8 seconds down the road. And Matt Schmidtke just reminding us that they did take new tyres. They've got a low fuel burn. And they could have been up there without a couple of incidents, one of which Schmidtke, unfortunately, himself was caught up in. We are 7 minutes away from the checkered flag. Daniel Yeaman has actually started lap 127, but he did so at a 1 minute 49. So I didn't see exactly what time he crossed the start-finish line, but it's going to be terribly tight as to whether we get a 131st lap or not. It could be 2 or 3 seconds, the difference here. Either way, and if Yeaman does take us to 131, then that's okay, just as long as everybody else doesn't trip up with their fuel burn on the way to the checkered flag. And there is James Chastanov now going across the line in 3rd place. We don't have anything in the way of positional battles out there for you at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. Just an elongated sprint session, practice session to the checkered flag. And that was testing the limits, wasn't it, with Chastanov through turn 1. Through turn 3, a lot smoother. Have a look at this again. Kisses up the dirt. Here is John Jennings in the meantime at turn 1. They've had a shocker of an afternoon. A couple of incidents for Brock Kelly in this car. And then Jennings kissing the grass as well. It's a case of what might have been for them. Of that, there is no doubt. Down in 12th place at the moment. Tim Fuge, this car's had a good run until we have a look at this. Hold your breath, hold your breath. Out of turn 2, and 3, and on the grass. Even the grass is pulling up a little bit these days as well. Inside 6 minutes to go.
Ooh, Catalads with the fastest lap again, 46.098.
Chastanov around the outside making light work of the GT3 car that he's just put down another lap there. Very good point from you, Daniel Correa. So 146.099. There's Yeaman across the line with 22 seconds to the good there. So, well, actually, is it 22 seconds to the good one? No, it's about, 5 minutes and 10 seconds. 5 minutes and 22 when he crossed the line. 146 that time around. 146 times 3 is 5 1/4. Again, it's touch and go. It's a couple of seconds difference. It is a couple of seconds this side of the positive. At this stage, we're still on track to go 131 laps. So just when you thought the slaughter was over, get ready for about a minute of overtime, ladies and gentlemen, maybe a minute and a half. quick post-race show once we're done. We'll chat to the winners, we'll chat to the losers, we'll chat to whoever wants to come in and have a yak to us. But we will get out of here before 5 o'clock because obviously everybody wants to go and have a look at MotoGP from Japan. We also want to have a look at the NRLW Grand Final and the NRL Grand Final. And on the subject of the NRLW Grand Final, it is underway at a core stadium in Sydney, and early running, 5 minutes played, 0-all the score between the Knights and the Titans. So we've got Queensland, New South Wales in all 3 matches today. It's really good to see. Daniel Yeaman, what a scintillating day at the office these blokes have had. The only time they didn't lead the race was between lap 117 and 20 when they opted out of the same strategy as everybody else. They went for a 20-lap sprint stint after pitting on lap 96. Everybody else went for the full burn of 24 with the exception of Chastanov, who came in on 112. So that's the only time today in which they haven't controlled the order of the proceedings here. At the top end of town, the front running. So they've led the better part of 124 laps. We are 3.5 minutes away from time. We are 3 laps away from the checkered flag. We will get to 131 of that. There is no doubt now because he has wound up the wick, Daniel Yeaman. Yeaman, I should say, 146.733 that last time around. So any questions that may have been asked about time certainty, yes, we'll go to 131 laps here. Yeaman in complete control. Funslow, Chastanov, Christensen. And they're all still on the lead lap, funnily enough, these top 4. As far as the GT3s are concerned, Dench has half a lap on Hill. Off goes Tim Fuge. He's back on, though, so it was a small off-track skirmish. There are only 4 cars on the lead lap in GT3, they being Dench, Hill, Hewitt and Wood. The Tractix Racing stable has a 1-minute advantage over the rest of the field, and they are 16 laps down. Nearly 16 and a half laps down on
Tim
Daniel Yeaman at
Fuge's
the
car
top end
does
of
not
town.
look well. Tim
No.
Fuge's car does not look well at all. So there's something's happened here. Because he's weaving around and being overtaken by everything. I think we'll have to see him go to pit lane.
Oh, he's crabbing.
Yeah,
So
it's all over the
Oh,
it's all over the place. There's massive suspension damage somewhere
So-
along the line here.
so Tim Fuge is a late sting in the tail. As far as this race is concerned, we'll see if we can find out where and how.
Oh,
Coming
this'll
up
be
around
it.
the back of the circuit. Hold your breath. 3, 2,
Yeah,
1.
rear end's gone on him.
Bang.
Oh!
Oh. That'll do it every day of the week. We've been waiting for someone to bite that us through that section of the circuit, through the kink of 11, and Tim Fuge has done it. Let's ride on board with him. That ends a pretty solid run, a pretty solid day at the office for the boys that were in 5th place until that. Oh, no. They get back out on the circuit, but they've dropped to 7th in class. They are 13 seconds down on 5th place Liam Davies, which is where they were a few moments ago. They are 8 seconds down on John Baldwin. David Christensen's had a skirmish at 1. Just going to go a little bit wide there and kick up the grass. The fastest lap of the race has been reset. James Chastanov with a 1:45.7. The first 45 of the motor race. That's insanity for this late in the piece.
He's pushing
Next
so
time
hard.
by the line, boys.
Yeah,
white
he's pushing
flag.
so hard. He'll be number one. He'll be unhappy that Yeoman's slowed down that pace because that one extra lap might have, with that sort of pace, yielded him 2nd place. He'll be kicking himself about that error just
Well,
around the outer loop there.
Just keep an eye on the time there. 20 seconds to
Yeah.
go. Daniel
20
Yeaman's
seconds
coming
to
out
go.
of the final corner now.
Now, did he see a white flag last time by? I haven't seen what Barney's been doing. He's coming up onto the main straight. 10, 9, 8. Let's go. White flag is out. Bare lap. 1 to go. Across the line. White flag in the air with a second on the clock. 4 hours plus 1 lap for you, ladies and gentlemen. Now you're going into some overtime here and now. We're on the run home in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Yeaman, Funslow, Chastanov and Christensen They all remain on the lead lap. They'll all clock 131. Matty Dench, the leader by half a lap in GT3 over Rob Hill, Wayne Hewitt, and also James Wood. There's nothing in the way of battles there at the moment or track position. It's now just a case of seeing the lap out, going through the motions and taking the checkered flag and bagging the championship points, packing it up and shipping off to Road Atlanta for the next stop of the championship, then on to the Nürburgring and the Circuit de la Sarthe as well to wrap things up. It's a good campaign. Don't miss a minute of the action here on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Geez, that 4 hours went quick, didn't it? And these guys have controlled it pretty much every step of the way. They have not put a foot wrong. We've seen maybe one off-track excursion for them in Daniel Yeaman's stint here. But apart from that, they have not been headed. They've not been challenged.
He's going for fastest lap here. He's just
Absolutely
done a purple
he is.
in the Sector 2 and Sector 3.
Not mucking around.
Not mucking around, but and Sector 4.
And it just put the icing on the cake, wouldn't it? Fastest lap on the last lap to go with most laps left, to go with pole position, to go with the race win as well.
Oh, he's going to get blocked by the GT3!
Oh,
Oh,
no!
Oh, no!
Daniel Yeaman gets everything except the fastest lap. Stonks Racing Incorporated win round 2 of the GSRC GT3 and Hypercar Endurance Championship for Login Systems. They got a 1:45.883 on the last lap. Heaven knows what it might have been had they not been balked by the GT3 on the run to the checkered flag. Adam Funslow and ILEC Motorsport will come home second. The winning margin will be just this side of 30 seconds. 29.6464. Yep, 29.64 seconds across the line. Third place to James Chastanov. 3:36 the margin. 3.36 seconds between Funslow and Chastanov. Fourth will go to David Christensen, but we ride with Matt Dench, who put the feelers out at the start of the week, said, who's looking for a co-driver? I'm happy to jump in and lend a hand. And you don't get a better hand than the one of Matt Dench. Master of the craft, beautifully executed race strategy from him and Thomas Martin. Martin didn't put a foot wrong in his time behind the wheel. Dench did the first stint, Dench did the last stint. Dench brings it home. A clinical performance from these guys, who also led nearly every lap of the way in GT3. And after 115 laps, it's the last turn, it's the checkered flag. We went caution-free in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin at the famed Road America. And Matt Dench and Thomas Martin take Tractix Racing to victory, and an emphatic one at that in the GT3 class.
Oh, and he got the fastest lap at the end!
Of course
2:02.883.
Of course he does. So both Yeaman and Dench had the same tactics, but Dench pulled it off. And Yeaman would have, had it not been for that lap traffic. And if I was James Chastanov and got to retain the fastest lap as a result of that lap traffic, I'd be finding out who the lap traffic was and shouting him a six-pack. Oh dear. An interest exuded of oil, and the old points haul is the beneficiary there for Chastanov and his crew. What about that, though? The two Daniels get the job done for the Stonks Racing Incorporated entry. They didn't put a foot wrong today. Car number 964 led all but 4 laps.
He's expecting the rims to come up soon.
This is brilliant. 4 hours and 4 minutes later, we're done from Road America. Stick around, though. Post-race show still to come. We'll have a few drivers jumping into the green room, no doubt, to have a chat to us. I don't know why you blokes did the first hour and then the last hour. We just did 4 hours, and cruised on by it. It flew by throughout the course of the day. Good racing, boys. A couple of hairy moments. You expect that when you've got cars with such varying speed differentials. And unfortunately, they were the only real main incidents of the day, multi-vehicle incidents, was when the hypercars were trying to get through on the GT3. Other than that, one bit of netcode contact between the hypercars. Matt Schmidtke, of course, involved in that. The big impact for Brock Kelly, the big impact for Tim Fuge, but really nothing in the way of serious, nasty crashes today.
Yeah, no, nothing too nasty. There were sort of bits and pieces, ones that look like they could be, and then there was some serious damage for some of the cars, but they're able to largely make it back out on track, which was good to see. Yeah, I do think that sort of grass and gravel physics is playing a big part in all of that. These cars just when they're going off the road, aren't just immediately spearing into barriers. That they've got a little bit of control to them, which is keeping a few drivers back on track. Just batch your little jab before, mate. Just what we're forgetting on a Sunday is that usually we're pretty hungover.
Well,
So
that's true.
so the first
That's no excuse.
between the first and fourth hour, we might need to have like a nap,
A
go
nap
down
or
to
a
the
lie down.
servo,
Yeah.
McDonald's. Like these are all
Oh,
important parts of my Sunday.
that is brilliant. That is brilliant. I love it. That being said, I would have thought the best way to cure a hangover is to keep drinking, but that's probably just me. No, well done. Probably more entertaining actually if you do. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Stonks Racing Incorporated getting the job done from Ilek Motorsports, also Low Bar Farming, Cattle Lads, and Sharp EIT. And the Sharp EIT boys of Dale Clogg and Julia Mookie, they managed to actually stay ahead of the GT3 field despite their woes. And they were 4 laps clear of Matt Dench in the end. Rob Hill second, Wayne Hewitt, James Wood, and Liam Davies the top 5. As far as the top 10 was concerned, 4 Porsches, 2 Mercs, a BMW, and 3 Ferraris. The BMW of Kurt Chapman got there late in the piece after late race misfortunes for Greg Brooks, John Jennings. We had retirements for Bant Tucker, Robert Petz, and also Mitch McIntyre. In the end, quite a few cars getting home. All 5 in the hypercars class, they all got home. And as far as the GT3 component of the field was concerned, I think the top 12 of the 15 that started got home there as well. Josh Zuno, 1 bar of 3G all day, and we're talking about 4G, 5G these days, and he's stuck with 3G. And again, we talk about it all the time. How good's Australia? One of the leaders of the free world, better gun control than the USA. You don't fear for your life or have to have your life insurance in check just to walk out on the street. First world country in every sense of the word, except for internet, where we're about 3rd or 4th at best, depending upon where you are. Let's have a look at some highlights here as we welcome in Daniel Yeaman to have a chat to us here as well. We'll have a few of the other drivers joining us, no doubt, very shortly. Daniel, congratulations to you and the team. A great result, a flawless performance, faultless pretty much. Only 1 wheel on the grass all day from what we saw, mate. Led all but 4 laps, and that was just due to a slight variance in strategy there at the end. Very well, you did very well not to get collected there earlier in the piece, actually, just having a look at the replay. That was the Adam Funslow car that eventually got back to 2nd in the car race. In saying all that, though, mate, you must be happy with what you've dished out today. 131 laps and clinical from first until last. The only thing that you missed out on was the fastest lap, but by gee, you gave it a good crack.
Thanks, Zach. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it wasn't quite on for the start of the race, but was aware that, yeah, we had a moment there off the start, just seeing that on the broadcast replay myself as well. And so, yeah, that was, I guess, a hairy moment there. Also, a penalty in the mid-race for us, which we felt a little bit, we didn't quite understand exactly why, but it is what it is. Race control made the decision. We served the penalty. I came back and whatever, we press on. And by that point, Dan, who started the car, had done a really good job and was well clear that he could serve the penalty without too much drama. And then, yeah, just that one moment towards the end that I noticed you guys caught up for me there. I pulled the clutch just to save a bit of extra fuel for the burnout at the end, and then decided to jump on the brakes more than get off the clutch first there into turn 2. So that's what sent the rear end around. So, yeah, bailed in early, get fresh tyres on the car rather than run the tank out on that one. And then pressed on to the end and, yeah, just tried to get a gap there for the last lap and was on for a 45.5 with the attack ERS. Just unfortunately, I caught John there at the very last corner and had to just make sure I didn't run up the backside of him there.
Now, on the subject of the incident late in the piece and also the penalty as well, the penalty is one we caught up with much later in the fact. What was that for, just quietly, please?
So it was back for us on lap 60. We were coming up through the Hurry Downs and just Dan was up behind one of the GT3s and had intended to set him up just for basically right after the corner to go on the right side of the track and take the sort of the line there to set up for turn 8. The GT3 car, we were expecting to obviously go out to the curb on the left-hand side there of turn 7 on exit, but they ended up in the middle of the road when we were right behind them, and Dan had basically committed trying to cut under to the right, and just unfortunately got into the back of the GT3 car. And unfortunately that was the 125, and unfortunately for them that was that looked like a pretty nasty whack from what I saw, and in fact into the wall there. So
and that's
that was
the thing,
what we
isn't
got.
it, mate? I mean, for the most part, everyone was fairly reasonably well behaved today, and we saw only 1 or 2, maybe 3 incidents where lap traffic got either balked up or caught out. We even saw one of the hypercars taking evasive action, sacrificing themselves into the gravel trap to avoid incident. It's so hard, especially on a high-speed circuit like this, when there's such time discrepancy to, at times, if you come across them at the right moment or the wrong moment, depending upon how you're looking at it, can be hard to navigate it safely.
I mean, yeah, just even watching when the GT3 fuel was compressed at the start of the race, Dan was able to pull about 4 to 6 seconds every time we went through the GT3 field. Just by, he was pretty aggressive. He's been around for a long time, and he's a prototype driver first and foremost, so he knew what he wanted to do in terms of, getting sort of on the back of the GT3 cars on the corner entry and driving right past them as soon as he could on corner exit. And that's partly, I think, what tripped us up and got us that penalty, was just GT3 car not quite in the place we expected it to be, and tried to not hit it, but unfortunately did get into the back of it there. And I think, as you said, for the most part, everyone out there today pretty well behaved. Just a couple of moments, where it looked like GT car wanted to be helpful and get out of the way, and just that doesn't help, because as the prototype class, we're being told in the pre-race info to be the ones to make the passes cleanly, so we're the ones looking to get offline and just trust the GT3 cars to hold the line, and we'll take care of getting past them.
I just want to go back to the point that was made on screen there a moment ago via the comment from Josh Zuma. You make a very good point, and you make an exceptionally good point, because that's going to be the bane of the existence of our Queensland and Western Australian friends, and even our Northern Territory friends, for the next 27 weeks. Thankfully, yours truly, I did the one sanity-provoking thing that I could have done overnight, and this will stay this way even after I go back across the border and wind the clock back 112 years mentally. It will be that I wound the clock forward on the analog watch, and it will stay on Eastern Daylight Time for the next 27 weeks. Not that it fixes things up home. 1 hour delay on most things for the next 27 weeks. Just let that sink in for a moment. 2 losses already for Queensland so far this weekend. Actually, make it 3 now, because they lost the state championship NRL Grand Final as well. No, not admitting anything, Joe Baldwin. You don't have to worry about it over there in the West, because you're in your own time zone anyway, and it makes a lot more sense that you're behind the East Coast. But here on the Eastern Seaboard, daylight saving is great. Just Queensland can't get on board with it. The curtains will fade, the cows won't milk, all that usual wanky garbage. Anyway, think of the cows. No thanks. The thing I will say about it though is that it is.
The thing you say about it.
Yeah, no. That's the thing I will say about it. I love the concept. It makes things so much easier for me if I leave the clock on the clock on the watch on Eastern Daylight Time. Otherwise, I'd probably get caught out by it too with regards to GSRC broadcast, and that's the thing. Anyway, I'll come back to that a little bit later on. Let me continue with Daniel Yeaman at this point in time. We noticed very early in the piece that it was always going to be a 5-stop strategy for you guys if this thing went green all the way, which it did, and that gave you poetic license to break the last 2 stints up a little bit differently to the full 24-lap run that your co-driver was doing earlier in the piece. And did we get that right, that he did much of the heavy lifting for, 2 3/4 hours before you jumped in?
Yep, he did 4 stints of 24 laps there to back to back there to bring the car to a point there. Just because Dan's is a resident prototype driver for us. And I just literally jumped on last night for a couple of laps, didn't quite feel comfortable with the car, and said I'm doing high 46s, low 47s on full fuel, which turns out was the pace of the field. But didn't really know that because when I jumped into the prac server last night, guys were running qual preparations, so they're doing mid 45s. I was a little worried that all of a sudden I was going to be an absolute disaster. So I said, look, might be off pace. He said, that's all cool. I will do 4 stints there, and basically hand me the end part of the race. And yeah, because we're just a little bit, that 24 lap stint run means that we're like 44 or 42 minutes odd per stint. So that just adds up over time. So yeah, what would have roughly been, yeah, a 2/3, 1/3 split ended up being more like a 3/4, 1/4 split in the end of it time-wise.
I might have spoke too soon, boys. Looks like Queensland are on track to get their first win of the day. The NRLW Grand Final at the moment. Live score 8-0 Titans over Knights. 23 minutes played. More on that a little bit later. Daniel, I mean, you say you were worried about the pace, mate, but you didn't really have anything to be worried about in the end, especially when handed the car with a half a second buffer. That gave you plenty of room to play with.
Yeah, it did. I was, and yeah, just be really mindful of traffic once I got in, given yeah, that we had made a mistake early on in the piece, so just do my bit to bring the car home clean, without picking up any damage, and yeah, just get into a rhythm. The car felt good. The track might have rubbed it up a little bit, obviously, over the course of the race too, as everyone kept circulating there, and so on. All as the times kept coming in, I got a couple of low 46s on normal race run. I sort of realised, okay, so I'm on the money. I can actually be a little more comfortable with our position here, and if I lose a second or two to traffic, there's absolutely zero worries at that point.
2 rounds down, 3 still to come. What about the tyre wear today, mate? We were talking to a couple of the GT3 boys about that earlier in the piece, but we haven't had a chance to talk to a hypercar driver until now. How was the tyre wear throughout the course of the day? Did you notice it at all?
For me, at the end of the race, didn't really feel it all too much, to be honest. The numbers suggested we were burning off half the left front every time Dan did a full tank of fuel, but realistically, the car balance felt really solid all stint, and it just picks up pace once the fuel drops out of the cars. And given we weren't oversliding the car too much and locking up brakes too much as well, I think that also just decent car control for the most part. Was able to look after the thing, and so yeah, despite the fact the tyre numbers said that we were burning through them, they were still delivering towards the end of a tank.
All right, very nicely done. Next round of the championship. I mean, we've still got 3 stops to go. Road America, we've got the Nürburgring Grand Prix layout, and then, of course, the Circuit de la Sarthe. Circuit de la Sarthe will sit your cars down to a T, no doubt about that. What are your thoughts on the other 2 circuits before we let you go, please?
Well, going to be interesting to see how we all go at Road Atlanta, and I guess see how the numbers are when we get there. A much smaller track. It's going to be very interesting there. The opening sector, of course, with the S's and how drivers negotiate, how we can, as a prototype car, get through there cleanly and not lose too much time, because that will be a make and break sector for who can get through and make time versus those who might play it safe and therefore lose a bit of time. Nürburgring GP, it's been a while since running just the GP circuit, but again, should hopefully have a bit of space like Road America here today. Obviously some bigger braking zones at that place too, though, so it could be a bit of a mixed bag there. And of course, yeah, Le Mans should be fairly straightforward, and obviously a chance to wrap things up there to end the season off as well, and yeah, take glorious advantage of the Mulsanne Straight as always.
And I might be right in saying, by the look of the calendar, boys, the final round isn't until the Sunday before Christmas, December 17. Is that right? So that's a late finish to the year.
I believe so. Yeah, we've had to made a couple of adjustments to get this round 2 where it is today. So I think that might have pushed back things a little bit to the back end of the season, but I might leave that to someone who knows a little better than me on that front to confirm.
And Matt Schmidtke's predicting chaos at Road Atlanta, particularly probably I'd say in the first sector, if anything else. Before we let you go, Daniel, anything from Sam Chapman and Daniel Correa-Sar while we've got him?
Yeah, no, actually, because the one thing Daniel was mentioning earlier was, I guess, the hybrid aspect of these LMP cars. How are you managing that throughout the race, and like what levels are you putting it on? Are there any parts of the track where you're changing it around, or turning it down? How does all that work? Because I've not really used them that much.
So yeah, with these cars, it is a fairly straightforward system. It is, I guess, designed to make it a little bit easy to get into. In race trim, we've only got 3 modes: attack, balanced, and build. attack is designed to drain the battery of capacity. Balance tries to keep it at 50% by the time you get back to the start of another lap, and build aims to charge it up to 100%. And with the way the system manages it, you just basically leave it on balance the entire run. Only there at the very end of the race when I wanted to go and see if I could get that fastest lap like I did at Monza for round one, set it to build on the penultimate lap, so it charged up past what I'd need to then put it into attack once I got onto the front straight there to start the final lap, and let it rip and see what it could do there with and boosting itself all the way down the straights for the rest of the final lap.
Cool, thank you.
Very nicely done. Daniel, we'll let you go, mate. Congratulations. Great win, emphatic. In fact, nearly half a minute to the good of the rest of the competition, who all actually, with the exception of Dale Clogg and the Sharp ERT boys, came home on the lead lap. So it shows how evenly matched the most of the field was over the course of 4 hours. Go well. All the best for the rest of the season. Thanks for that.
Cheers, Zach. And yeah, fingers crossed we can keep delivering when we get to Road Atlanta Phil round 3 next time out.
I was going to say, this might just be a cameo appearance for yours truly on a Sunday afternoon, boys, because I'm looking at that December 17, and I know I've got something on that day. I've got a charity car show down in Newcastle that I, 9 times out of 10, always attend. So there's a chance that I won't be here for the grand finale, but nice to jump in for Liam Banks and co on a Sunday. Daniel, congratulations, nicely done. Let's go to the GT3 class winner. We caught up with this bloke earlier today. He was pretty delicately placed, pretty comfortably positioned at this point in time, but even more so by the time Thomas Martin handed the car back to him, and he went on with the job and won in the end by, what was it, Matt Dench, about a minute and a half. An extraordinary performance from you, mate. 2 laps, it's saying here on my timing board, and surely I'm struggling to believe that's actually true, but just an extraordinary performance from you and Thomas Martin to get the job done over Rob Hill and Wayne Hewitt. You never looked challenged or troubled throughout the course of the day. Sure, there were a couple of laps there where you were playing a different strategy to everybody else, and I'm sure that was tactical, so you didn't hold the lead, but when you did, you didn't have anyone to play with. It was a fairly lonely 4 hours at the office. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. It was pretty good night, pretty good day out actually. And when I jumped back in the car, we decided just to split the fuel load across the remaining time. So we went 65 litres on both of those last 2 stints for me. And we managed to cool the tyres down just before the end and go nice and quick for the final lap.
Well, we knew you were up to your usual tricks with going for the fastest lap on the last lap, and succeeded very nicely. Daniel Yeaman didn't have as much luck. He got balked by a GT3 car in the last corner, the poor bloke. But in saying all that with you, Denchi, congratulations. I mean, that's another endurance win under the belt. You and Thomas Martin have had a tremendous day out. The car looks good. And that strategic play at the back end there, you had that flexibility by way of either, similar to what we seen on Monday night. You had 3 options. You could have gone short stint between pit stops 3 and 4. Could have gone long stint, short stint, but you smashed it down the middle, and it worked in your advantage, worked to your favour.
Yeah, splitting the fuel loads down the middle for that for that one last stop is just seems to work out better. You keep your tyre temperatures in check a bit easier.
Speaking of the old tyres, how'd they handle the day?
When I jumped back in the car, I was getting them up into the low 90s for the left side, so that's when I slowed down a few laps and got them into the high 80s, and that was good enough to punch out the 202.
How did you navigate lap traffic when you were the one doing the lapping, mate? There were a few GT cars that went a lap down later in the piece.
Some of them just moved straight out of the way and lifted on the straights. Others, you kind of had to get a bit of a run and try and send it down the inside. But yeah, overall, it was pretty good.
I saw an endurance karting race last week in Dubbo where lap traffic actually cost the lead car the race. Lap traffic wanted to, force the issue on the last few laps and allowed the second place car to eke out what was, thin out what was a 20-second advantage with about half an hour to play or 40 minutes to play, and win the race by half a second with a move for the lead on the penultimate lap. So it's nice to see that lap traffic played far fairer for you here.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, lap traffic can always play a big part, and yeah, when they are nice, yeah, it's always good.
What's next for M Dench now? Will you look to team up with Thomas again for the final 3 rounds of the campaign, or do the team have something else in mind, or are you going to be just that all-star recruit cameo driver that pops up in a different team at different racetracks?
I think if they're happy for me to jump back in the car, we'll keep jumping in and finish out the season with them for sure.
That'd be stupid not to, given your
Yeah, no, I
success
think they're
so far.
dropped. You're dropped, mate.
Need more practice.
Yeah. Actually, I will ask you this, mate, because we know how clinical you are in GT3, and also obviously you're a force to be reckoned with in GT4. We've seen what you've done in Porsches in the past. Did you take any interest in having a dabble in those hypercars after seeing them on track today?
I mean, when they first got released, I brought it, and yeah, it's just been sitting in the garage. I haven't brought it out yet, so.
So the opportunity is there to have a crack at it and have a play with it, yeah?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really fancied driving the high downforce cars, so.
All right, maybe a new challenge awaits somewhere down the line.
Yeah, quite possibly.
All right, while we've still got him, boys, I don't want to hold him up. He's been very good with his time today. Quick couple of comments on Thomas Martin, mate, before I open the floor for questions from my co-commentators here. That guy is a young star on the rise with proven results, not only in GSRC servers, but beyond that as well. And by gee, he flew the flag nicely today.
Yeah, he went really well. Like during practice, I only had to point out two corners just to take a little bit wider and cut the inside on the other one, and yeah, his lap's really good. He's done a great job today.
Daniel, Sam, the floor is yours. Ask him any question you like.
Oh, there's many questions I'd like to ask, but I'll leave him to it. It's just I should say, yep, clinical performance out front. Excellent race as usual. And yeah, congratulations on another win.
And it's important to note as well, ladies and gentlemen, after some of the conversation earlier in the day, if you missed it, go back to when we rode for a lap with Thomas Martin and got M Dench to talk us through it. You might learn something with regards to the upcoming round at Road America in the GT3 Sprint Championship. A couple of Mondays from now. The second point is there seems to be a bit of money being thrown around into a hat for Denchy to give up his 9 to 5 and start becoming the GSRC's lead driver coach. At which point we will be promoting the living daylights out of that to keep this man busy. But that's the interesting thing, isn't it, Denchy? Even though you are, as we like to refer to you now, the Dench mark at the club, the reality of the situation is you yourself are still learning year on year, week on week.
Yeah, like there's always room for improvements. You know, like I've probably only got tenths and hundreds to be finding, but yeah, like we can always pass on a little bit of knowledge to the others. So.
Yeah. And how much is very much at your discretion. It's up to you how much you want to, let the cat out of the bag. Mate, clinical performance today, brilliant. We look forward to seeing you line up at Monza tomorrow night.
Yeah, thank you. I'll catch everyone then.
Monza awaits for GT3 and also the supercars tomorrow night. We're not too far off wrapping this one up, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you've enjoyed it throughout the course of the day, but we can't go without having a chat to Joe Baldwin. Fancy throwing silly bait like that, Joe. Nothing wrong with daylight saving. When you come east, you'll understand what I'm talking about. However, that's not what I want to talk to you about on air. We'll have that chat off air. The reality of the situation is race control had a relatively quiet day. Throughout the course of 4 hours, there might have only been 4 or 5 incidents for you guys to analyse and adjudicate on.
Yeah, there was probably 9 or 10, I guess, overall. Just some of them were warnings. Unfortunately, I never had the SDK link to let you guys know what was going on. But I tell you, for a 4-hour race, cars with, like a 14 to 15 second lap time deficit between the two classes, to only have sort of 11 or 12, even the majority of minor incidents. I think we only have 5 drive-throughs for the whole race. It stands to the testament of the guys that are racing in the endurance series. It's my first time watching them, let alone being involved in anything to do with endurance racing. It's usually not my cup of tea, but I can tell you from experience though, some of the weekly races that we do, one of the Friday night F1 series I did RC for a few seasons ago, that covered about 4 laps, that amount of incidences. So the caliber of driving and the respect across the board. There was a couple of incidents there. People probably more than anything just impatience. Probably caused a couple of the incidences. And I tell you what, I've got to put out just a commiseration to Brock Kelly. He must have, the poor guy would have felt like a 1970s cricket bat by the end of that race. He just
how many cats did he run over on his way to the track this morning?
He did, and I mean, we all know Brock, he's a class competitor. He's fast, he's consistent, and he just had one of those races. I don't know, whether he run over a cat, walked under a ladder, what happened to the poor guy, but just... it wasn't his day. I'm sure he wishes he had bad internet.
Yeah.
So, would have saved him the heartache, I guess.
How'd Mountain Men go last night, please, my friend?
I have no idea. I had
No,
bit
I can
long-winded.
step in for you, Joe. It was actually quite a cracker. So we ran around in the Legacy Porsche Cup car, and we actually had we had some good close racing, some chaos as well. But all in all, it was actually a really fun car. Really good track combo.
Yeah, I was pretty disappointed actually. I didn't get to race. I had long-winded, but my father's mother-in-law, if you can believe that, had her 89th birthday last night. So we had a family commitment there, and but by all reports it was good racing, and the lap times that I did just setting the fuel thing would have been competitive. So I'd like, damn it, missed a good result there possibly, but I'm just glad that the guys enjoyed it and the car, and Mountain Men's hit the ground running for another season.
Indeed it has. It's going gangbusters as per usual. And Joe, obviously 3 rounds left in this GSRC GT3 Endurance Championship and Hypercar Championship now as well, mate. Will we see you in race control for all 3?
Possibly, yeah. If it doesn't, if it doesn't clash with anything else that I've got going on or anything, I'll certainly be here. I enjoyed it today, chatting. We had El Presidente, John Simpson was in there, and young Josh Millard, keeping us company. So I think if you were sitting there on your own, it'd be a little bit different. But I'll certainly give it a crack. I can't wait actually to see how they go at Rated America, Rated Atlanta here. I think that's just going to be. Yeah, it certainly won't be as quiet as today. I think the S is there from turn 1 to the last turn. I think might be a little bit crazy there.
Josh Zuno has just put in the comment of the day. Actually, he's cleared up his entire Sunday night post race to follow up on post race investigations at Road Atlanta. So, and I don't blame him.
It's going to be needed, I think. Yeah.
Every time you have a quiet one, a messy one's not too far away. In saying that, though, I think what helped us today, as much as it's not a good thing, was the lack of the depth of the field. The quality was there, the quantity wasn't. We only had 20 cars take the start. We had 17 come home, and around this place, they spread out pretty quickly, in a manner of speaking.
Yeah, there's enough meterage on the track that you can, we probably could support maybe 35, 40 cars and still had a clean race. But with the number here, a lot of the guys got to run their own race very early on. And I think we got about 10 or 12 laps in before we started getting any of the overlap with the two classes. And the first couple of lapping there was an incident there, but once the field spread out, people got used to looking in their mirrors and being patient. It cleared up for the last couple of hours, so hopefully they can carry that over to the next race. But I'd be more, I believe Jesus will come back for a visit before that happens.
Yes, and if ever you've been on a trip down the M1 from Brisbane to Gold Coast, you'll know that a few people there are actually still waiting for the third coming across before they want to do the bloody speed limit, but that's another story. Josh Zuno just saying with Bathurst and Pro Series and NRL finals, AFL finals, etc. and so forth, long weekends, school holidays, all those factors taken into consideration.
Yeah, definitely.
It was always going to be hard to attract a big field this weekend, but that's the problem, isn't it? The further we get back to reality, the more normal society becomes in the post-pandemic world, the more commitments are going to creep in and take people off the grid. It's not a bad thing, but it's not a good thing either. It's a double-edged sword.
It's just life getting back to normal, I guess. You know, I think iRacing itself grew by, I think I heard the number the other day, was nearly 60% in 3 years over the time of the pandemic. So you're going to have a natural fall off of numbers now that life's gotten back somewhere, you know, somewhat normal. Yeah, that's always bound to happen. You'll have people falling off and getting back to real life duties again.
Indeed, they will be. And speaking of which, we're about to go and do that ourselves. And can I just point out to everybody at home that Queensland are none from 3 already this weekend. It could be none from 5 by the end of the day. And I say that because as we go around the grounds for the last time this afternoon, the NRLW Grand Final at half-time, the Titans were leading the Knights 8-0. The Knights are now leading the Titans 12-8. We will have the Broncos taking on the Panthers tonight, 7:30 Eastern Daylight Time, following the pre-game entertainment from 6:30. They've already lost the state championship match. South Sydney got the job done there, 42-22 over the Brisbane Tigers. They lost the AFL Grand Final yesterday to Collingwood by 4 points, and of course they got left behind at the starting block this morning to the tune of an hour to the rest of the Eastern Seaboard, and even South Australia are half an hour ahead of them now as well. So, yeah, not a very good weekend for Queensland at this point. None from 3, could be none from 5 by the end of the day. They might salvage some pride with the Broncos. They might salvage some pride with the Titans. We'll wait and see. So, yes, all pro daylight saving here at this point in time. On that note, I'm going to go and take advantage of the late sunset today before the NRL Grand Final gets underway. Trucker, look forward to chatting to you tomorrow night, mate, and, of course, seeing you in 4 weeks over there in WA, where the time difference makes a lot more sense. Barbagallo awaits for the XL Nationals. Cannot wait. But in the meantime, mates, thanks for your efforts today. Well done.
Too easy. Anytime.
There he is, the great man, Joe Baldwin, Trucker, doing his thing on the other side of the Nullarbor. Sam Chapman, Daniel Correa-Sarr, as we put a full stop on this one. There were some very impressive performances out there today, none more so than at the top end of town, with the top 5 actually, to give you an indication of the form guide of qualifying, the top 5 finished exactly where they started in the hypercar class. So there you go. And no positional changes there whatsoever. Rob Hill and Simon Fox and Daniel Hill up 3 spots. Up 4 spots for John Baldwin and co in the number 2 entry. Up 5 spots, Mitch Correa in the Porsche. So they were the biggest movers of the day. Greg Spencer up 6 spots in his Merc as well. Nothing more beyond that. And very hard to eke out anything in double digits, let alone, 6 being the maximum. Anything beyond that was unachievable today, given the size of the field. I thought Tim Fuge was unlucky to fall on his sword that late in the piece, as Joe Baldwin said. Brock Kelly had an absolute shocker. Beyond that, what else stood out for you guys today before we wrap it up, please?
Yeah, it just comes back to the leaders of those 2 classes for me. They were just in a class of their own, the 2 of them, and it was just such a clean, methodical race from the 2. So that's really what stood out to me today from this race.
Indeed, very nicely done. And for you, Daniel Correa-Sarr, please.
Oh, look, you guys pretty much touched on everything that was of note. The only other thing I'll add is, relatively speaking, that was a clean enduro. No safety cars. We had a couple of major accidents there, but everyone managed to make it back to the pits on their own steam. Nobody had to tow. So that's a win. It might be a loss in the respect that we didn't get a bunch up of the grid, let's be honest, but that's what you want, right? We're at the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. You want everybody to give each other respect, racing room, and race clean. And we got as perfect an example as you can get over a 4-hour stint. So I was very impressed by everyone there. And although the gaps really did blow out, since we only had, 5 cars in the GTP class, it would be nice if there were a bit more, but it is what it is. Even so, a stellar performance from the guys at the front. And, everybody ran a good race. I will add commiserations, Brock Kelly and the team. I have no idea why the universe decided to pick you today, but you had a rough one. But there are more enduro races to come, and I'm sure in the future ones you should be able to bring that car back up the standards. But all in all, I loved the event. I loved bringing it to everyone, and look forward to the next one.
Very nicely done, gentlemen. I must say, from the standpoint of someone that hasn't actually sat in on an enduro in a while, that 4 hours went by bloody quickly. 5 hours we've been on air. Been a lot of fun. Happy to deputise for Liam Banks once a year if needs be. But not sure how the rest of the calendar lines up for me. I'm pretty sure the next one is Postie Bike Sunday. I know the last one is also Occupado with the charity car show I mentioned. I'm not sure about the one in the middle, but we'll find out once we get off air. But in saying all of that, no, great day out, great entertainment. Well done to the boys in the Stonks Racing Incorporated entry on the win in hypercar class, and to the Tractix Racing entry of Matt Dench, and also Tom Martin for the win in the GT3 class. Well done, actually. Also, some of our cohorts, some of the guys that have been and gone from our platforms on the GSRC in the past contested the Bathurst 1000 today, including Brenton Hobson, of course, in the iRacing circles, and did a very nice job of that as well. Head over onto their respective social platforms. They'll all be speaking about that at some point, I'm sure. So it's been a busy day in sim racing corners. It's been a busy weekend in sports circles. Of course, well done to the Aussie women winning the first T20 International earlier today against the West Indies as well. That series continues tomorrow. Well done also to the likes of the South Sydney Rabbitohs, who won the state championship in the NRL Grand Final Day program, and of course well done to everyone but the Wallabies at the Rugby World Cup. That completes pretty much everything that we need to rattle off here at this point in time, remembering that MotoGP starts at the top of the hour, the Japanese Grand Prix. And of course, there's a lot more sport where that came from. We'll have a look ahead on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club in a moment. A big thanks to Daniel and Sam for their help today, and a big thanks to Race Control, and a big thanks to everybody that turned up to make the show happen, by which point I mean the drivers, because without them, there's literally no point us being here. We want to thank all the great people scrolling across the top of your screen there for making it happen as well, because without the sponsors, the club wheels don't turn in motion. Waste Options, Orbic Australia, Login Systems, Player One Sim Gear, Loadsy Racing, M-Wave Australia, and also Flash Graphics. There's the schedule. There's the look at what's coming your way on the platforms of the GSRC. Scratch the top line. Don't worry about that. Let's just go to the second and third line, because that's what's coming up this week. Broadcast Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday night. Monday night, we're heading to Monza for a double. First up, the Supercars Super 2 format. 7:50 Eastern Daylight Time. We're on air 7:45. 25-minute sprint race there. The order of the equation, the order of the day. 60 minutes is the agenda for the Monza round of the Italian round of the GT3 Pro Series, thanks to Waste Options. Tuesday night, the Loadsy Racing up-and-comers head to Circuit Park Zandvoort, if you don't mind, in the FIA Formula 4 cars. It's followed by the Civil War, the GT1s from Silverstone, and that's a short, sharp, snappy 35-minute race there for them. Wednesday night, we're back with you. Aidan Schultz and Daniel Correa-Sar were here for the Downforce Legends first up. That's from Long Beach from 7:45 Eastern Daylight Time, followed by the GT4s over 40 minutes from Phillip Island, and that's getting underway at 9 p.m. And then, of course, we go further beyond that to Thursday night, when I'm back with Daniel Correa-Sar once more. Jerez, the venue for the Porsche Cup, and it's sprint racing, the format there for them. So sprint racing on back-to-back Thursday nights to get the season underway, and of course that's the dessert to the main course, which is first up. That's Formula V, if you don't mind, ladies and gentlemen, from Motorsport of all places. Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, 3-race format, 7:45 Eastern Daylight Time for you. Or, afternoon tea time there in Western Australia. It's been fun. That's it from us. We are done. 131 laps later. It was the team of Daniels getting the job done for Stonks Racing Incorporated. Well done to them. If you want to buy some merch or you want to get involved, head to the two websites at the top of your screen there, merch.tgsrci.com or gsrcmerch.myshopify.com for the merch side of things, race.tgsrci.com for everything else. We've had fun. We hope you have as well. 4 hours around Road America went by quickly. Good luck to your team if you've got one in the NRL Grand Final tonight. Good luck to everyone competing in real and virtual world motorsport over the course of the next 7 days. Good luck also to the Aussies in the cricket and at the World Cup tomorrow morning against Portugal. And good luck to the Aussies lining up in both World Motorcycle and World Superbike Grand Prix racing tonight as well. Remy Gardner in action at the Algarve circuit in Portimao, Portugal. And of course, Jack Miller lining up in MotoGP any tick of the clock. On behalf of Daniel Carrier-Sar, Sam Chapman, the entire broadcast commentary and production team here on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club across Facebook, Twitch and YouTube. Hope you've enjoyed the afternoon of motorsport as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you. It's been fantastic. Congratulations to the winners. Hard luck to those that fell on their sword today, but thanks for the entertainment. Nonetheless, we look forward to the remaining 3 rounds of the Login Systems GSRC Endurance Championship for the hypercars and the GT3s as Term 4 rolls on. Until then, on behalf of the crew, I'm Zach Caden bidding you a very good afternoon. We look forward to your company for week 2 of Term 4 commencing tomorrow night from 7:45 Eastern Daylight Time from Monza. Until then, bye for now.